Author's Preface, Young Folks' History of the American Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colonel Gary Bohannon, GaryBohannon.com. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution by Everett Tomlinson. Author's Preface. This work has grown out of the desire frequently expressed to the writer when he has been lecturing on the American Revolution, that in some way the experiences of the people as well as the deeds of the armies in that trying period might be presented to the present generation. After many consultations and with some hesitation, the author has given to the public this narrative, in which the course of the armies in the various campaigns is followed, and, at the same time, many of the forgotten or ignored experiences and deeds of the common people are also incorporated. Of late, in the very excellent histories of this struggle of our fathers, there has been a tendency to look upon the deeds of the leaders as constituting the war of the Revolution, and the experiences of the people themselves have been pushed somewhat into the background. Without detracting from the soldiers, it would seem to be but just to recognize the heroism, the devotion, and the sacrifices and experiences of the people, who apart from the army were ofttimes compelled to bear witness to their faith by a devotion that in other lines has transformed a martyr into a saint. While the armies were fighting the battles of the new nation, the lonely farmers or scattered bands of the hardy pioneers afforded glimpses of the struggle that was then going on, which were as true tests of patriotism and as evident expressions of the life of the nation as were the conquests won by the regiments. So in writing this narrative, I have endeavored to incorporate some of these ignored or forgotten events as being as much a part of the history of the Revolution as were the various campaigns. Indeed, to a few of these occurrences I have given a little more space than I would have done had they relatively received the attention which was their due. The common acceptance of certain traditions does not of itself always establish their truthfulness or importance, and the fact that poets have glorified their own heroes or conceptions ought not to close our eyes to other deeds that perhaps were of greater importance historically. The continued and, indeed, the steadily increasing interest in this portion of our history is one of the marked tendencies of our times. Other wars have been fought, and other heroes for a time have held the attention of the people. But this time of beginnings, when the very principles upon which our national life has rested were being formulated, retains a charm all its own. The philosophy of events of that time, the study of the principles which were moving men of all classes, the detailed following of the military movements are no part of this work. It is rather, at least it has been the aim of the writer, to present a narrative of events which constituted the long struggle and to present a reasonably correct picture of what was being done by the soldier and the patriot, the men and the women who dared to rebel against the strongest power on earth, and having determined to have a land of their own, were willing to pay the price which was demanded. Everett Tomlinson, Elizabeth, New Jersey. End of Author's Preface. Chapter 1. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution by Everett Tomlinson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Colonel Gary Bohannon. The People in America. Why did the colonies in America rebel against England? What was the cause of the struggle which has now become famous? What was it that led to the Declaration of Independence and made the men on this side of the great ocean fight so desperately for almost a decade against the nation to which they were joined by ties of blood and the traditions of many generations? The answer is to be found in the very facts which, when we first think of them, seem to have been the strongest of reasons for holding the two nations together. It was just because the people in America were so like those in England that they could not agree. There was the same sturdy feeling of independence in both. There was the same unwillingness to be ruled by others, and the same determination to hold what they believed to be their rights in America that was to be found in England herself. The earliest stories of Old England are of the wars of the natives to prevent the Romans from ruling them. The Picts and Scots seemed never able to learn just how to give up, no matter how severely they might have been beaten by the men who tried to conquer them. The hardy Saxons never tired of fighting back the Danes and the huge Norsemen who were constantly landing on their shores. And even when King William won his victory over Harold in the Battle of Hastings, the only way by which he was able to make the conquered people stay conquered was to remain in England himself. This same spirit was just as strong among the people who afterwards crossed the sea and came to the shores of America as it had been on English soil. The men in the New World loved the mother country. They never tired of telling their children of the glories and beauties of the home from which they had come. Her heroes were their heroes, and her rulers were also theirs. In the very telling, however, they unconsciously appealed to the natures which, though perhaps asleep, were nevertheless alive and had made England great, and were certain to produce results just as great wherever the sons of England went. We are usually told that the unjust taxation which a few of the foolish rulers of England imposed upon the colonies was the cause of the outbreak. The Stamp Act and the tax on tea are said to have been the laws against which the determined people in America rebelled, and at last brought to pass the separation which made of the struggling colonies a free and independent nation. These laws were unjust, it is true, but were they, after all, the real cause of the American Revolution? When a man throws a lighted match into a powder magazine, we are accustomed to say that the match was the cause of the explosion that followed. Was the true cause in the match or in the powder? The same man might throw 100 matches into a pile of rocks, but no serious results would follow from his actions. There is nothing in a rock that can explode. So there are peoples who can be taxed and ruled, sometimes very unjustly, but they never rebel. It may be that even England herself has treated some of her dependent subjects at times much more harshly than ever she did America. But no trouble, or at least no serious trouble, arose. But in the American colonies there was much of the same feeling that has made the mother country herself so bold and independent. There was the same strong will and dauntless courage and love of having their own way, because they had no doubt that their way must be best, that they had received from their own fathers and mothers. They were simply a people who could not be ruled, but if there was ruling to be done, they preferred to do it themselves. It is said that there could not be two Caesars in Rome. No more could there be two rulers for the people of the Anglo-Saxon race. And so, just as when a boy is ill with the measles and the eruption on his skin appears, we know that the red blotches come on the surface only because of the disease that is already in his system, so we also know that it was not the matter of a few apparently insignificant laws that caused the strong-willed Americans to rebel. The rebellion, or independence, or whatever we choose to term it, was already in the very nature of the settlers, and the unjust taxation was only the cause of its asserting itself. They were born to be free, to be an independent and not a dependent nation. It is true there were settlers in America from other nations than England. The Dutch, the Swedes, and the French and Spanish, and other peoples had their settlements here. But though they were by no means fond of obeying other laws than those they had made for themselves, still the English was the prevailing nation, and English blood was that which coursed in the veins of the most of the seaboard colonists. Then, too, the success which had attended the efforts of the colonists had only served to increase their feelings of confidence in their own power. They had driven out or overcome the savages, not always by the best or most just of means, and had felled the trees and cleared the land, and they could not forget that it was by the labor of their own hands that all this had been done. In 1760, they had sent more than $5 million worth of produce to England alone, and their trade with other nations, although this was forbidden by Parliament, was by no means small. In 1639, in Cambridge, the first printing press had been set up, and newspapers and books were soon common. 6 colleges had been founded and were already doing much in connection with the numerous schools to enlighten the people. Harvard had been founded in Massachusetts in 1638, William and Mary in Virginia in 1692, Yale in Connecticut in 1700, the College of New Jersey, Princeton, in 1746, the University of Pennsylvania in 1749, and King's, Columbia, in New York in 1754. The preachers were men of unusual power, and altogether the people in the new land were already profiting by their success in trade, the benefits of their schools, colleges, and churches, and the circulation of their newspapers and books. The motives, too, with which many of the settlers had come to America had intensified their own feelings of independence. Some had left the Old World because of the persecution they had suffered for their religion. And there is no one thing that makes people bolder than a strong religious faith. Others had come to seek possessions that should restore their families to wealth and position. The very difficulties which had been overcome had served to strengthen the feeling of self-reliance and to make the victories they had won the sweeter, for hardships are sure incentives to enthusiasm. The sight of a burning building, the peril of a stricken army, the sufferings and dangers of a contest are, after all, the appeals to which men most readily respond. So the meeting of dangers, the overcoming of difficulties, and the conquest of a new land had developed the qualities of heart and soul in the hardy colonists until the people were almost as rugged as the rugged country they had subdued. In justice to both sides engaged in the struggle, it may be said that some of the claims put forth by the English were not without a foundation of truth. They had provided a large navy to protect the trade of the colonies, though they had demanded that all the trade should come to them. It was their daring explorers in the capital that had opened up the lands in the New World. English soldiers had been sent for the protection of the settlers, and the mother country had been ever quick to respond to the calls for help that came across the sea. Particularly, they did make much of the part of the regulars had taken in holding back or driving back the Frenchmen who had been plotting to gain the recently settled lands for Louis of France. It was only just that the colonies themselves should bear the burden of taxation which must in part pay the expenses of the French and Indian War, waged, as they claim, in behalf of the colonists themselves. Such demands the Americans did not dispute, though Franklin declared that in the French War the colonists had, quote, raised, paid, and clothed nearly 25,000 men, a number equal to those sent from Great Britain and far beyond their proportion. They went deeply into debt in doing this, and all their estates and taxes are mortgaged for many years to come in discharging that debt." Unquote. Parliament had on several occasions acknowledged the truth of this claim of Franklin, and it even voted sums of money to be paid the needy colonists for their labors and privations. But the necessity of raising more money for themselves had made the rulers forget largely the justice of the plea. Money must be had, and money they would have, too, and the colonists must raise what they were pleased to call their share. So the taxation came about which revealed even to the colonists the strength and determination which was theirs. The Englishmen were thinking mostly of how the money was to be raised, and the Americans be compelled to pay it. They had never a thought of serious rebellion, for though the colonists might complain, and there might even be some sharp words spoken, and perhaps more or less trouble in the beginning, in the end the taxes would be paid, and such a thought as that the Americans would really rebel never seemed to have entered the minds of the obstinate men who were the advisers of King George. On the other hand, it was the principle at stake, and not the money which they were called upon to pay, that roused the American men. When England asked them to pay or requested their aid, they were prompt to respond, for the love of the land from which they or their fathers had come was strong. But when England declared it to be, quote, her right, unquote, to tax and govern the colonies as she chose, then every sentiment of antagonism was instantly aroused. What might be given gladly would not be yielded when it was demanded as a right. There should not be, quote, taxation without representation, unquote. It was in this wise that the beginning of the long struggle came about. Probably few, if any, on either side had any conception of what the end was to be, and indeed many of those who were the boldest in resisting the payment of the taxes were very pronounced in their declaration of love and loyalty to England. But the spirit of the people, when once aroused, carried them far on their way, and though several times during the long contest that followed, the rulers of England promised to grant the requests of the colonists and so put an end to the war, how little the taxes really had to do with it all became apparent when such offers were declined and the struggle continued. Independent men were fighting to become an independent nation, and the strength of their characters manifested itself in the fierceness of the contest. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution by Everett Tomlinson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Colonel Gary Bohannon. The Beginnings of the Trouble. The bitter feeling in the colonies had begun when, more than 100 years before the Revolution, Parliament had passed the first of what came to be known as the Navigation Acts. This was in 1651, and by these laws the people in America were forbidden to trade with any other country than England, or to receive any ships of foreign nations within their harbors. This action of Parliament had been aimed at New England more than at any other settlements in the New World, for the people of these colonies were even at that early time beginning to engage in commerce. It was an easy matter to build a ship from the timber cut from the forests that abounded, and then to make a cargo of the lumber which remained after the vessel was completed. It was a common practice for the men and even the boys who dwelt in some little seaboard hamlet to work together all through the winter in building a schooner, and then when the spring came a crew would be made up, the vessel would be loaded with lumber and such other articles as the sparsely settled region afforded, and the roughly contrived boat would sail away for some port in the West Indies or elsewhere. The cargo would be exchanged, and with the new wealth on board, the schooner would sail for home. Very frequently, the cargo on the return voyage would consist of rum and molasses, and after it had been disposed of in Boston, the proceeds would be divided among all those who had had a share in the enterprise. Boys and even old women as well as men were accustomed to bring their small contributions, and even poultry and all sorts of valuables were offered, so that when the vessel started on its voyage, it would contain a motley collection that would surprise the captain of a modern vessel if he could behold it. These ventures were frequently very profitable, and many a fortune had its foundations laid in the shrewd dealings of these thrifty people. This Navigation Act was therefore very unpopular with the New England people, and with the Virginians, who also suffered from it, and it soon became a dead letter. The revenue officers became careless, and it was an open secret that a bribe was seldom refused, so that the trade with foreign countries went on just as if there had been no laws against it. They had also given slight heed to the laws against manufacturing in the colonies, so when, more than 100 years after the hated laws had been passed, England seriously began to enforce them, the colonists, who had not thought very much about the matter, and had apparently cared less so long as they were left to themselves, suddenly realized that the mother country was claiming the right to tax her colonies just as she chose, and that they themselves had really nothing to say about it. It was in 1764 when England first declared she had this right. Perhaps her rulers wanted to see just how the people would feel about it in America, for they waited a year before they passed the act which has since become famous and is now known as the Stamp Act. George Grenville, who was practically the head of the British government, had prepared the act himself, and it was passed by Parliament in the spring of 1765 and was to go into effect on the following November. Newspapers and almanacs could not be published in America, no papers used in lawsuits could be had, not even a certificate of marriage could be given, unless these stamps, to be had only from the British government, were placed upon them. The declaration that the old Navigation Acts would now be enforced was bad enough, but this Stamp Act was worse, and made the colonists furiously angry. Then when Parliament decided to send British soldiers over here to see that the new laws were obeyed, fuel was added to the fire, for in addition to their hatred of the soldiers, they knew that the redcoats were to be paid from money received from the sale of the stamps, so that in reality the Americans were paying the soldiers who were forcing them to obey laws that they hated and declared to be unjust. Just as soon as word was received in America, it seemed as if the people had been waiting for that one event to bind them together. In every colony the men prepared to resist, though of course at this time they had no thought of becoming independent of England. It was the law and only the few foolish and obstinate rulers that they hated. And indeed it is well known today that all through the War of the Revolution, the heart of the great English people was really with the struggling colonists. But the Americans were just as angry as if they had had no friends across the sea. There were mass meetings held, and such eloquent men as Patrick Henry of Virginia and James Otis of Massachusetts greatly stirred the people by their burning words. The speakers were on fire, and the audiences ready to take fire, so that it is no wonder that flames speedily burst forth. What a pleasure it would have been to us today if only we could have heard the words and seen the excited crowds. We have some of their speeches, but they are only words. All the excitement, anger, and determination of the men cannot be handed down. Just as fast as the different assemblies of the various colonies met, they declared that Parliament had no right to tax the colonies, and the people here would never submit. Organizations of men called Sons of Liberty were formed to help the resistance. And then, what angered and astonished Lord North and King George more than all else, just as soon as the stamps were sent over here, they were seized and burned by what the English called mobs. If they really were, quote, mobs, unquote, they were very orderly ones, for they went quietly about their work, and no other property suffered any damage. The stamp officers themselves were so frightened by the anger of the people that they very quickly resigned. And so it came to pass that when the day in November 1765 came, when the Stamp Act was to go in effect, the law fell flat for the simple reason that there were no stamps to be sold and no stamp officers to sell them. In Virginia, Patrick Henry had introduced a series of resolutions in the Assembly that declared the people of America were free-born men and would remain free or die in the defense of their liberty. Some of the Tory members shouted treason and called upon him to stop. But the young orator was too excited to heed them, and most of the men felt just as he did. In Massachusetts, James Otis had suggested that a circular should be sent to all the colonies, and that each colony should send delegates to a general congress to be held in New York to devise and consider what further could be done to resist the hated act. All except 4 of the colonies at once agreed to the proposal and sent delegates to the Congress, which was held in New York on the 7th day of October, 1765. Virginia had no representatives there, for her governor had succeeded in breaking up the assembly, and so none could be appointed. But Patrick Henry's resolutions had been printed and scattered throughout the colony, and everyone understood just how the people felt and what they were willing to do. Georgia, North Carolina, and New Hampshire were the other 3 colonies that had no one to represent them in New York, but their people were as strongly stirred as were those of the others. There was a British fleet off the city at the time when the Congress met, and General Gage had a force of regulars there, but neither guns nor redcoats could stop the angry Americans. They passed resolutions and declared what they believed the rights of the colonies to be, and united in a petition to the king and Parliament to respect those rights. The language of the Congress was very mild, much milder than that which the people were using. But if Lord North had only stopped to think of what the meaning itself was, he might have read between the lines and seen the danger that was threatening. Very naturally, the actions of the American people surprised England and her rulers, who had never thought that the colonies would take their deeds so seriously. The friends of America, and particularly the English manufacturers who had no desire to have their goods rejected by the buyers in America because of the unjust tax, pleaded for a repeal of the hated law, and so strong were their protests that within a year the Stamp Act was repealed. Parliament still declared that it had a right to tax the colonies if it chose to do so, and as the Americans now thought they had nothing more to fear, they made no formal protest, although some of them, including the New York Assembly, still refused to provide supplies for British soldiers that had been quartered upon them, and others were having constant quarrels with their governors who had been appointed by the Crown. For the most part, however, the colonists declared themselves to be, quote, loyal subjects of the king, God bless him, unquote. They still continued to plead for a representation in Parliament, declaring that then, when they had a voice in making their own laws, no possible trouble could arise between the mother country and her children across the sea. Many of the prominent Englishmen were in favor of granting this request, and declared that it was only just and reasonable. But the king was a very obstinate man, and said that he would never yield to such a demand, and would soon show his rebellious subjects in America that they would be brought to terms in a manner that would convince them that it was never wise to dispute the will of their divinely appointed ruler. What would have been the effect if the just request of the Americans had been granted, and they had secured a representation in Parliament, we may never know. But in all probability, the history we are reading would have been of a very different character from that which it now is. Matters became more quiet after the repeal of the Stamp Act, but only for a brief time. In 1767, Parliament passed an act that angered the Americans even more than the previous law had. A tax was now to be placed upon the tea and some other articles which were exported to America. Revenue commissioners were to be sent to the colonies, and aided by the redcoats, they were to punish any who refused to pay the tax. And the New York Assembly was forbidden to make any more laws until it should provide supplies for the British regulars, as long before it had been ordered to do. The effect of this new act was immediately evident. The people began to understand that it was tyranny they were resisting. There was no more talk of sending representatives to Parliament, and some of the bolder men, like John Adams of Massachusetts, though they did not talk about it openly, began to believe that there was no hope of relief so long as the colonies remained joined to the mother country. Without any formal action, most of the people quietly resolved that they would neither buy nor drink any more tea if it had to be bought of England and the detested tax upon it paid. It is true there were 2 parties in America, the one in favor of resisting the new law, being known as the Whigs, and those who believed the king could do no wrong, and that whatever he commanded must be right, known as the Tories. The Whigs, however, so greatly outnumbered the Tories that it almost seemed as if the entire nation was aroused. For a number of years now, everything seemed to be going from bad to worse. In North Carolina, the people had so severe a quarrel with their royal governor that they had shut him up in prison and declared they could and would govern themselves. Another governor they drove out of the colony. In Boston, the British revenue collectors had seized John Hancock's sloop Liberty, but this action had made the people so angry that they chased the officers until they were compelled to take refuge in a frigate at that time anchored in Boston Harbor. General Gage and 4 British regiments were then stationed in the town, but the people did not appear to be very greatly alarmed by the presence of the redcoats. There was constant quarreling and frequent street fights, and even the boys joined in the fray, pelting the soldiers at times with their snowballs. One day, the 5th of March, 1770, the soldiers became so angry that they fired on the people, killing 3 and wounding many others. This was known as the Boston Massacre, and served to increase the hatred and anger of all the colonists still more. In 1772, a number of Rhode Island men captured and burned the Gaspee, one of the king's boats that had been collecting the revenue from the ships that had entered Providence. In New York City, there had been fights between the people and the soldiers who were sent there for the help of the revenue officers. And, indeed, all over the colonies, the same spirit of resistance seemed to be becoming bolder and bolder. Parliament called the people, quote, rebels when it learned of these deeds, but calling names did not appear to have much effect. Those who had burned the Gaspee were ordered to be sent to England for trial, but as it was necessary first to catch the men before they could be sent, there was necessarily a failure to obey the command. Learning that Americans were not greatly alarmed by threats, Parliament tried a new plan. The East India Company, which sent most of the tea to America, was not becoming very rich now that the determined people simply refused to drink their tea, or if they did drink any, they were very certain that it came from Holland and not from England, and they added their pleas that something might be done to bring about a better condition of affairs. So Parliament took off all the taxes that had been imposed on goods sent to America, except that on tea, and this they thought they had fixed all right when arrangements were made with the English tea merchants in 1773 to send cargoes of tea to America, at a price that was 3 pence lower than that which had been before paid. And this they thought they had fixed all right when arrangements were made with English tea merchants in 1773 to send cargoes of tea to America, at a price that was 3 pence lower than that which had before been paid. The tax of 3 pence, or about 6 cents a pound, still remained. But at the new price, not only was it thought that no more tea would be bought of the Dutchmen, but that at this price the Americans would buy English tea and pay the tax when the price was no higher than it had been before the tax had been placed upon it. It was a shrewd plan, for what the king wanted was mainly to get, quote, his rebellious subjects in America, unquote, to acknowledge his right to tax them if he chose to do so. But it failed to work. The people in New York, Philadelphia, and some other places just refused to permit the tea ships to land their cargoes, and sent many of them straight back to England with the same load they had brought over here. At Boston they tried to do the same thing, but there were so many of the king's soldiers there that the officers would not permit the tea ships to leave the harbor. This angered the people so much that they had what has since been called, quote, the Boston Tea Party, unquote. A band of men, quietly and in perfect order, having disguised themselves as Indians, boarded the ships, and on December 16, 1773, threw the tea, consisting of 340 chests, into the harbor. There was another, quote, tea party, unquote, held not long afterward, which was just as remarkable as the one in Boston, although not much was ever made of it. Perhaps there was no one to, quote, write it up, unquote, as the New England men did of their, quote, party, unquote. The East India Company, not being willing to give up the attempts to have their tea used in America, and having failed at Boston, sent some ships down the shore, thinking perhaps that Philadelphia would not prove to be quite so obstinate as the New England town had been. The vessels ran up the Cohansey Creek in New Jersey, where they thought the cargo could be quietly and safely landed, and the tea carried into the towns without any disturbance having been aroused. But the young Jersey men were as bold as the Boston men, and perhaps even a little bolder, for in broad daylight, without even stopping to disguise themselves as Indians or as anything else, they seized the tea on board the vessels in the Cohansey Creek and, making a pile of it, had a bonfire that must have delighted the hearts of the small boys of that day. Of course, the revenue officers were very angry, and as the young men who engaged in the deed were known, 2 of them were young preachers, they tried to have them indicted. But as the sentiment of the people of the region was too strong to be resisted, it was found impossible to bring a charge against them, and as the war itself broke out not long afterward, the matter was dropped for greater things. The feelings of the people were daily becoming more strongly aroused. The newspapers also had no small share in fanning the flame, and the words they figuratively hurled at one another and at the people that opposed them were such as would seem very strange to us today. For example, in the Pennsylvania Gazette, a strong Whig paper, there appeared for a year a picture of a snake broken into 10 pieces, and underneath it were the words, quote, unite or die, unquote. This design was copied and used by others of the patriotic papers, some substituting, quote, join or die, unquote, for the motto of the Gazette, but the effect upon the readers was the same. Rivington's Royal Gazette of New York was the most prominent Tory paper, and one of its writers referred to the cut in the Pennsylvania Gazette as, quote, a scandalous and saucy reflection, unquote. He, in turn, was answered by one who signed himself, quote, New Jersey, unquote, and in his reply dropped into poetry. That New England's abused, and by sons of sedition, is granted without either prayer or petition, and that his a scandalous saucy reflection that merits the soundest severest correction is readily granted. How came it to pass? Because she is pestered by snakes in the grass, who by lying and cringing and such like pretensions, get places once honored disgraced with pensions. And you, Mr. Pensioner, instead of repentance, if I don't mistake you, have wrote your own sentence. For by such snakes as this New England's abused, and the head of the serpent, you know, must be bruised. Mr. Rivington himself, the editor of the Royal Gazette, was a very courtly man, exceedingly genial and pompous in his manner, a very strong Tory, and was trusted implicitly by the officers of the king. One time, when he had had something in his paper expressive of his supreme contempt for the rebels, the words were shown to Ethan Allen, the bold, rough soldier who afterward captured Ticonderoga. Allen was so angry when he read the abusive words that he declared he would, quote, lick Rivington the first opportunity he had, unquote. Word of his intention was brought to the Tory editor, who prepared himself to receive his visitor. The story of that meeting is related by Mr. Rivington himself. I was sitting, after a good dinner alone, when I heard an unusual noise in the street, and the huzzah from the boys. I was in the second story, and, stepping to the window, saw a tall figure in tarnished regimentals, with a large cocked hat and an enormous sword. He came up to my door and stopped. I could see no more. My heart told me it was Ethan Allen. I was certain the hour of reckoning had come. There was no retreat. I shut down my window and retired behind my table and a bottle of Madeira. Mr. Staples, my clerk, came in paler than ever, and clasping his hands said, quote, Master, he has come, I know it. He entered the store and asked if James Rivington lived here. I answered, yes. Is he at home? He said. I will go see, I replied. And now, master, what is to be done? Show him up, I said. There was a fearful moment of suspense. I heard him on the stairs, his long sword clanking at every step. In he stalked. Is your name James Rivington? He demanded. It is, sir, and no man could be more happy than I to see Colonel Ethan Allen. Sir, I have come— Not another word, my dear Colonel, until you have taken your seat and a glass of old Madeira. But, sir, I don't think it proper— Not another word, Colonel. Taste this wine. I have had it in glass for 10 years. He took the glass, swallowed the wine, smacked his lips, and shook his head approvingly. Sir, I have come— Not another word until you have taken another glass. And then, my dear Colonel, we will talk of old affairs, and I have some droll events to detail. In short, we parted as good friends as if we never had cause to be otherwise. So Ethan Allen, the captor of forts, was himself taken, but the incident shows the feelings of the people, and perhaps the power of the press at the time. Certainly it shows the power of James Rivington, the editor of the most prominent Tory paper. Not only the newspapers, but also the pulpits were now doing their part to stir up the people, who apparently did not require very much arousing. The lawyers, orators, and writers were becoming bolder every day. The strain could not be endured much longer, and at last the tie that had bound the two countries together was snapped. Blood was shed, though the first battle was not fought at Concord and Lexington, as we have sometimes been told. It took place far from New England's soil, and the determined men who entered the action were aroused not only by the Stamp Act and the tax on tea, but by the 4 acts which Parliament, now angry and acting foolishly as most angry people do, soon passed. Quote, the 4 intolerable acts, unquote, as they were called, became the last that the English king inflicted upon the colonies. For though he did have other acts passed afterward, they had no effect upon America, which had virtually, though not openly, cast off the ties that bound it to Old England. And before the fighting patriots themselves were fully aware of what they were doing, they had become an independent nation, though as yet they could not be said to be a free people. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3, Young Folks' History of the American Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colonel Gary Bohannon, GaryBohannon.com. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution by Everett Tomlinson, The First Bloodshed. It was in North Carolina, May 16th, 1771, when the first real battle between the colonists and the forces of the king took place. During the troubles with the French, the people of North Carolina had been very true to their own rulers, and not only had they furnished many men for the war, but at times had voted large sums of money for the soldiers. Their loyalty, however, had apparently not been appreciated, and long before the passage of the Stamp Act, they had been becoming angry and restless. The men in the North were in reality contending more for the principle than they were from any personal suffering they had been compelled to undergo. But in North Carolina, the people were suffering greatly from the personal injustice and oppression of the officers of the king. The judges were corrupt. The public officers did not seem to care for anything except obtaining by every means in their power the largest sums of money possible from the people, who for the most part were poor, and altogether there was scarcely a man in the colony who had not suffered from the rapacity of those who were in control. When the Stamp Act itself had been enacted, the North Carolina men had been as bitter in their opposition to it as had their northern friends. To make matters still worse, Tryon, who afterward became the Loyalist governor of New York, was, in 1765, made governor of North Carolina, and a more vain, arrogant, and unjust man probably had never been known before in the New World. Colonel Ashe, who, at the time, was the energetic speaker of the lower house of the North Carolina Assembly, and well knew the feeling of the people, informed Governor Tryon that the Stamp Act would be resisted to the very last, and furthermore that it ought to be resisted too. The governor dismissed the assembly, but when in January 1766 the sloop of war Diligence sailed up the Cape Fear River with its stamps on board, Colonel Ashe himself was one of the men who marched at the head of the local militia to Brunswick, where the sloop had come to anchor, and boldly declared that the stamps must not be landed. Tryon, meanwhile, had directed the men who had been appointed to distribute the stamps to go to the Diligence and apply for them. As soon as they learned that the officials were coming, the resolute militiamen left part of their force to guard and watch the sloop, and the others, taking with them one of the boats that belonged to the Diligence, started for Wilmington. They put a flag in the boat, then placed the boat on a cart, and with the mayor and many of the prominent men of the town in the procession, to say nothing of the small boys, marched through the streets with Colonel Ashe still at their head. They marched straight for the governor's house, and then began to shout and call for James Houston, who was the stamp master, to appear. Very naturally, he did not long delay, and as soon as he came out of the house, the crowd hurried him to the public marketplace, where the frightened man declared, taking a solemn oath, that he never again would have anything to do with the stamps. The old records inform us that he took the oath, quote, voluntarily, unquote, but the crowd of excited men were not perhaps just the best judges of that. At all events, they were apparently satisfied, and after giving 3 cheers after the manner in which all true Americans have ever expressed themselves when their words have been used up, they led the frightened man back to the house of the governor, and then dispersed, doubtless feeling very well satisfied with what they had accomplished. Governor Tryon was frightened when he found out what the people had done, and as he was a man who wanted to be popular, in spite of his cruelty and tyranny, he thought he would make everyone good-natured again if he gave them a great barbecue. He had an ox roasted for the occasion and barrels of beer provided, but the very first thing the men did when they came was to throw the ox into the river and pour all the beer on the ground. Not satisfied with that, they proceeded to make fun of the governor, and that he could never forgive. So he called upon his friends, including some of the officers of the Diligence, to stand by him. And there was a disturbance, which almost might be called a riot, that lasted for 7 days, during which 1 man was killed. What course events might have followed, of course we do not know, but the repeal of the hated Stamp Act served to calm the North Carolina people, and for a time everything seemed to be quiet. But the peace did not last long. The men were becoming more and more restless, and finally the Sons of Liberty, under the leadership of a Quaker named Herman Husband, who had refused to take off his hat and bow low before the governor when he chanced to meet him, drew up a written complaint which also called for a general meeting of delegates of the people to discuss the condition of affairs and consider what might be done. This was considered only fair and reasonable, and so a meeting was held. But as not so many delegates were present as was desired, another meeting was called. At this second meeting it was declared that, quote, the Sons of Liberty would withstand the Lords in Parliament, unquote, for so ran the preamble of the resolutions, and measures were adopted which practically declared that the people of the colony could, and would if it became necessary, govern themselves, at least as far as the civil laws were concerned. That was the beginning of what was known in North Carolina as the Regulation, or the Regulators, which became a very strong body and had much to do with the history of the colony. How vain and foolish Governor Tryon was never better shown than by a demand he made at this time upon the Assembly, which for the most part was made up of men who were willing tools in his hands. He told the Assembly that he wanted $25,000 voted, with which to erect a palace, quote, suitable for the residence of a royal governor, unquote. The money was voted, and also $50,000 additional, and so the royal residence was erected at Newbern. The angry people, who already were paying taxes that were very heavy, were made still more angry by this extravagance. They declared that Lady Tryon, the governor's wife, and her sister were the ones who had demanded the fine house that they had been compelled to pay for, and the anger became still greater. Lady Tryon, who must have been a very fascinating woman, if half the stories told of her are true, tried to make peace with the people by giving grand balls and many great dinners in the palace. Some of the people, of course, accepted the invitations to be present on these occasions, but the very luxury they witnessed usually made them forget what a good dinner they had had, and so they went away feeling more angry still. The Regulators now began to make themselves felt, and they assembled in such force that the governor was alarmed, and sent word to them that if they would disperse, he would call a meeting to talk over the troubles of which they complained. And as the people had not yet lost all confidence in him, they consented very readily. It was not long, however, before they learned of their mistake, for Governor Tryon sent a force of 30 horsemen to arrest Herman Husband and William Hunter, the leaders of the Regulators, and before the surprised people were fairly aware of what was being done, they learned that these 2 men had been cast into jail. This action roused all the men of the region, and under the leadership of Ninian Bell Hamilton, a sturdy old Scotchman 70 years old, they marched to Hillsborough to free the 2 men who had been confined in the prison there. The governor's men, when they learned of the coming of the Regulators, were frightened, not knowing just what the determined men would do. However, they very quickly decided to set the 2 prisoners free, and then just as the angry people came to the bank of the stream on which the town was located, the leaders of the governor's men came to the opposite side. There, taking his stand, the leader, who was a man by the name of Fanning, and very much hated by the North Carolina people for his injustice and cruelty, held up a bottle of rum in one hand and a bottle of wine in the other, and called out to Hamilton not to come any closer, but to send a horse for him to use in crossing the river, as he wanted to treat him and have a friendly talk. The sturdy old Scotchman was not to be cajoled by any such foolishness as that, and it would seem as if Fanning might have learned that the, quote, treats, unquote, given by Governor Tryon and his wife had had the effect only of still further increasing the rage of the determined people. At all events, Hamilton not only refused the proffered refreshments, but declined as well to send over a horse for the official to use, and shouted, "You're none too good to wade, and wade ye shall if ye come over." So the governor's men waded across the stream, which was not very deep, but at first their bottles and words were alike rejected. Finally, when the others too had crossed the river, after a promise had been given that if the Regulators would disperse, every grievance of which the patriots had complained should be redressed, the Assembly yielded and dispersed. Within a day or 2 a petition was drawn up in which the matters of which they complained were set forth, but to the surprise of the Regulators, the angry governor refused to pay any attention to it, and told the colonists that they ought to be content with the privilege they had of paying taxes. It is true that he tried to flatter and cajole the people, but when he sent his officials to collect the taxes, those servants of the governor were very glad to get away without having any of their bones broken, to say nothing of not having been able to collect any of the money said to be due for taxes. Then the governor held court, declaring that justice should be measured out to all, to his own officials if they had done nothing wrong, as well as to others. He had marched through the country at the head of the troops he had collected, but the people were not very badly frightened and were also not very backward in showing how much they detested Tryon and his menials. At last the court was held. How deeply interested the North Carolina colonists were is apparent from the fact that more than 3,000 people assembled near the courthouse at the time of the trial, though they were so quiet that Tryon ought to have perceived that it was like the lull before the storm. At the trial, the Quaker, Herman Husband, the leader of the Regulators, was acquitted, and Fanning, the governor's right-hand man, was fined 1 penny on each of the 7 charges of extortion brought against him. Indeed, the governor promised to pardon all the Regulators except 13, for even then it seemed as if there was something magical in that number. Some of the English writers delighted to make fun of the Americans for cherishing the number 13 as they did. and one writer in particular afterwards declared that General Philip Schuyler was bald on the top of his head except for 13 hairs which his good wife, Mistress Catherine Schuyler, carefully preserved and braided into a queue every morning. We can afford to let them laugh today, for the 13 colonies have shown that instead of there being anything to fear in the number 13, as some people have superstitiously believed, perhaps it is the best of all numbers. Governor Tryon, however, had no thought of magic or superstition when he left only 13 of all the regulators to suffer for daring to rebel against his authority, for he was hoping that his clemency would be appreciated and order would be restored in the colony. But order was not restored, though there were few organized outbreaks. The people steadily refused to pay the unjust taxes and drove away the collectors and even beat some of the more bitter Tories. Indeed, it must be said in all fairness that the regulators committed many acts of which doubtless their leaders were afterward heartily ashamed. This was due not to the desires or plans of the leaders, but to the fact that in every movement of the kind there are always some men drawn into the excitement from no other motives than a desire to make trouble, and perhaps a hope of gaining something for themselves in a time when laws are being broken and property is changing owners. At one time the regulators assembled in force and declared they were marching to set Herman Husband free, for they had heard that he had been cast into jail again. The governor hastily put his palace in a condition to withstand attack, for he believed the angry men would now lay hands upon him, and the frightened assembly voted him $2,000 to expend in raising troops. But the regulators disbanded without doing any damage, and so peace was apparently once more restored. But it was only apparently. For as soon as Tryon understood that he was really not to be attacked, he at once issued a proclamation forbidding anyone to sell powder or shot until he should give permission. This was the most foolish thing he could have done, for it only made the regulators furiously angry. So angry were they that Tryon felt that now he must do something more to assert his authority and restore quiet in the regions where he had heard the regulators were making a deal of trouble. And at last, with some artillery and baggage wagons and 300 trusty militiamen, the governor set forth from New Bern in the spring of 1771. His little army received reinforcements from the Tories on the march, and his friend General Waddell was ordered to collect more men and join the governor's forces. While the governor was waiting for some powder to be sent to him, some of the regulators blackened their faces and fell upon the men who were carrying the powder to the governor, and after their attack there was no powder to be sent on. They fixed a trap for General Waddell, too, for they sent him a message while he was marching that it would be better for all concerned if he would turn back in his tracks. A good many of his men did so, but the general and a few of his men managed to get away and at last joined the governor's army. As soon as Tryon heard of what had happened to his friend, he started with his force towards the Alamance, where he understood that the regulators had assembled and were waiting to meet him. On the 15th of May, 1771, the regulators sent word to him suggesting that matters might still be adjusted, and demanded an answer within 4 hours. Governor Tryon promised to send one at noon on the day following. As we know, the governor was a very vain and stubborn man. He utterly failed to understand the people of the colony, but at this time he was made very angry by hearing that Colonel Ashe, who had at one time opposed him, but was now on his side, and several others whom he had sent out as scouts, had been taken by the regulators and severely whipped. Not even the leaders of the Patriots approved of this act, and the only excuse that can be given is that the regulators were very angry that one who had been their champion should now have joined the side against which they were contending, and that is really no excuse at all. Without waiting for the hour to come when he had promised to give the regulators a reply to their demands, Tryon and his little army crossed the Alamance before it was fairly light on the following morning, and marched swiftly and silently toward the camp of regulators until he was distant from it about a half-mile, and then he formed his line for battle. Aware that the militia were upon them, and still being very desirous of avoiding bloodshed, some of the regulators advanced to Tryon's lines and begged that the pleas of the patriots might yet be considered, and that no fight should be permitted. Tryon was too angry to be reasonable, and sharply declared that he would now receive nothing but an unconditional surrender. Indeed, he went still further, and held as prisoners some of the men who had come to him for the conference. One of these was so indignant at such treatment that he told Governor Tryon to his face just what he thought of him, which was certainly a very foolish thing to do, no matter how just his anger may have been, for it is usually better to suffer wrong than do wrong, and never yet has one wrong made another wrong right. Truth was the very thing that the vain governor least loved, and so enraged was he by the outspoken words that he seized his gun, and before anyone realized what he was about to do, he had shot the prisoner, who fell dead at his feet. Probably Tryon would have given much to recall the act as soon as it was done, but that was impossible. The Regulators had seen murder, and now they were almost beside themselves with rage. When the governor sent a flag of truce to them, they fired upon the men who bore it. In vain did their leaders beg of them to disperse. They were like madmen in their rage, and the worst of it was they had too much justice on their side to make them willing to listen even to counsels that afterward they knew to be wise. Tryon's rage had instantly returned when he beheld his men shot down. With a voice choked with passion, he turned to his soldiers and shouted, "Fire!" The militiamen hesitated. The men before them were friends and neighbors. Some of their own blood relatives were in the ranks. It might be all well enough to differ in opinion, and even to go to law over their quarrels, but not yet were they ready to shoot down their own friends and kindred. Doubly furious when he perceived his command was not obeyed, Tryon rose in his stirrups and glanced back at his men. Just then a loud derisive laugh came from the Regulators, and a shout daring him to fire upon them was heard. This was more than the vainglorious governor could endure. Shouting to his followers, he said, "Fire! Fire on them or on me!" A volley immediately was poured into the ranks of the Regulators, and the cannon were brought into the action. The sturdy patriots returned the fire, and evidently Tryon was their target, for his hat was carried from his head by a ball. Perhaps sobered by his own peril, he once more sent forward a man with a flag of truce, but the Regulators were in no mood to listen, and the bearer of the flag was shot. There was a forward rush of the patriots, and they even seized some of the cannon, but as no one knew how to fire them, they were useless in their hands. The fight was now begun in earnest. The Regulators were fighting, every man for himself, for Herman Husband, who up to that time had been their leader, now declared his Quaker principles would not permit him to enter the battle. Men fell dead or wounded upon every side. There were cries and cheers, and, for a time, the patriots held their places behind a ledge of rocks to which they had retreated. At last they were driven from this shelter, and the battle was ended. The Regulators had had 9 of their number killed, and the militia had lost 27, and large numbers on each side were wounded. After the engagement, Tryon became more savage and brutal than ever. His cruelty found free play as he confiscated property, burned houses, destroyed crops, and offered rewards for the bodies of the Regulators, quote, "dead or alive," unquote. What the end would have been we cannot say, but Tryon was just then sent away to be governor of New York, and Josiah Martin, his successor, was a man of peace, and soon quiet was restored to the colony. But the first real battle of the Revolution was fought between the forces of Governor Tryon and the Regulators near the Alamance in North Carolina on the 16th of May, 1771. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4, Young Folks' History of the American Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colonel Gary Bohannon, GaryBohannon.com. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution by Everett Tomlinson. The Resort to Arms. Although the events recorded in the preceding chapter occurred at a time earlier than some we have already described, they form a link in the chain that ought not to be forgotten, in spite of the fact that they have been ignored for the most part by those who have written of the Revolution. North and South, East and West, the entire people were becoming more enraged with every passing month. In 1774, the, quote, 4 intolerable acts of Parliament, unquote, to which reference has already been made, were passed, and the effect of them was to make even those who had been hopeful of a peaceful issue almost despond. Parliament, which was unaware of the true state of the feeling in the colonies and was ready to do what the king and his foolish advisers wished, now became angry too, and angry men are fit neither to make laws nor to obey them when they are made. So it happened that the, quote, 4 intolerable acts, unquote, were passed. The first of these was known as the Boston Port Bill and forbade all vessels either to enter or leave Boston Harbor. It was confidently expected by the British that this new law would so trouble the New England people, whose commerce, as we know, had all the time been steadily increasing, that they would be brought to their senses, and when their pockets were affected, they would give up their foolish rebellion. Its effect, however, was directly opposite, as it only made the New Englanders still more angry at their rulers. The second act was the Massachusetts Bill, which changed the charter of that colony, taking from the people the right to select their own rulers and bestowing it upon the agents of King George. The effect of this was to anger all the other colonies as well as Massachusetts, for now no one knew when the same method might be applied to every one. The third act was the Transportation Bill, which ordered that any American who should, quote, commit murder, unquote, in resisting the officers and enforcing the laws of, quote, the gracious king, unquote, should not be permitted to a trial in his home, but should be sent across the ocean and should be tried in England. As everyone thought he knew just what the result of such a trial would be, very naturally the act increased the bitter feeling of every independent man in the colonies. The fourth act was the Quebec Bill, which was to make all of the country east of the Mississippi and north of the Ohio a part of Canada. This act did more than any or all of the others to unite the colonies in the struggle. They had helped to win this very territory from King Louis of France. They had furnished men and means for this war. And more than all, the king himself had given the land to them. And they did not like this taking back a gift once bestowed, which among the colonists was known as, quote, Indian giving, unquote. The excitement of the people now rose to the highest pitch it had as yet attained. So outspoken were many of the assemblies in the colonies that royal governors dismissed them, fearful of what the effect of their bold words might be. But such acts could not quiet the people. By many, the day when the port of Boston was closed was observed as a day of fasting and prayer. Everywhere men were talking of the tyranny of their rulers. And finally, almost as by common consent, a Continental Congress was called to consider what could be done to help the suffering Americans. So it came to pass that the First Continental Congress assembled at Philadelphia, September 5th, 1774. Every colony except Georgia had delegates in the body, and the people of Georgia were thoroughly in sympathy with the act. Her royal governor, however, had succeeded in preventing the appointment of delegates, and so Georgia was the only colony without representation. It was a marvelous gathering of men that met in Philadelphia in that First Continental Congress. Even the leaders of Parliament acknowledged that much, and some of them declared that the debates and papers were superb. Peyton Randolph of Virginia was chosen president of the body, and such men as John Adams, Samuel Adams, George Washington, Lee, Dickinson, and a host of others, whose names are worthy of remembrance, were also there. For 4 weeks, the Congress deliberated and debated with a dignity and seriousness that were worthy of the assembly, and at last, as a result of it all, a new, quote, Declaration of Rights, unquote, was made, and it was declared that the colonies ought to be permitted to govern and to tax themselves. It commended the people of Massachusetts for the stand they had taken, and sent Paul Revere to Salem as the bearer of their message. It drew up an agreement which was called the Articles of Association, whereby the people pledged themselves neither to buy nor to sell goods to England until Parliament should revoke the acts to which attention was called, whereby the rights of the colonies were taken away. Now the cry was changed from, quote, no taxation without representation, unquote, to, quote, no legislation without representation, unquote. And then last of all, after calling for a new session of Congress in the May following, the Assembly adjourned until that time. Benjamin Franklin was sent to England to present the plan of Congress to Parliament, but he was refused permission to speak there, and soon sailed for home without accomplishing anything. Instead of listening to the appeals, Parliament went still farther and forbade the New England fishermen from fishing near Newfoundland. It was also voted to increase the force of regulars at Boston to 10,000 men, and after blaming General Gage for not having done more, William Howe was chosen in his place as Commander-in-Chief of the British forces in America. Howe had boldly declared his opposition to what the King and Lord North were doing. Indeed, he was himself for peace, and all through the long war that followed, Sir William Howe was ever ready to bring the struggle to an end by granting more than his rulers had been willing to yield. But when he was appointed to the new position, he could not refuse to serve. And as his brother Richard at the same time was appointed admiral of the British fleet in America, the two brothers came across the sea. There is no doubt that Sir William believed that he would be able to bring about a settlement of the troubles, for he came, as Lord North smoothly said, quote, not only with a sword, but also with an olive branch, unquote. How sadly even the good-hearted Sir William Howe was deceived, the events which rapidly followed proved. Meanwhile in America, the determination to resist was becoming stronger, particularly in Massachusetts, where it was feared serious trouble would first break out. Men were meeting on the village greens and drilling as soldiers. There was a tension in the very speech of the people. Powder and arms had been collected, and it was understood that 20,000, Minutemen, were ready to respond to a, minutes, call, and march at a, minutes, warning. These men were sturdy farmers and farmers' boys for the most part, and had become so skillful in the use of their muskets and rifles that as marksmen they were probably much superior to the regulars in the ranks of General Gage in Boston. Of course, they had no uniforms, and when it came to military tactics, the well-disciplined regulars laughed heartily at their awkward movements. Nevertheless, General Gage was in no pleasant frame of mind, in spite of the large number of soldiers in his command. He had come to understand the temper and feelings of the colonists, and openly declared that he must have more men if he was to deal with them successfully, a statement that made Lord North and others of the king's advisers laugh heartily. Not for 1 minute did they conceive of the rough farmers' boys being able to stand before the well-dressed, well-trained, and well-equipped soldiers of King George III. General Gage was so worried, however, that he began to erect fortifications on the neck that joined Boston to the mainland, and as the reports of the doings of the country people became worse, he sent his spies to find out, if possible, just what was going on. When, one time in the spring of 1775, he heard through his spies that the Minutemen had collected a supply of military stores at Concord, a little village about 20 miles distant from Boston. He ordered 800 of his regulars to march to the place and destroy all the powder there, and with that order the War of the American Revolution really began. This force was to march very quietly and go in the night. So that the Minutemen might not be able to learn of its plan until it was too late to save their stores. But the friends of the colony were as watchful as the British general himself, and by the time the force had started, the people were aware of what was going on. All through the night, men went riding through the country, stopping at the scattered farmhouses and rousing the inmates with the startling cry, "The regulars are coming," Signals were also displayed, bells were rung, and when, just at sunrise on the eventful morning of April 19, 1775, the British marched into Lexington, a little village on the road between Boston and Concord, they were surprised to discover about 60 Minutemen assembled there on the village green. Doubtless the redcoats laughed when they beheld the motley company. They were not very well dressed. Not all of them were armed. And such an idea as that these men would really dare to stand before them never once entered their minds. The leader of these regulars, Major Pitcairn, roughly ordered the, rebels, to disperse. When to his surprise and disgust he perceived that his command was not obeyed, he angrily ordered his men to fire. The sound of their volley rang out. There were a few shots fired in response, and then the Minutemen scattered, leaving 8 of their companions dead upon the village green. This was the shot that was, heard round the world, The struggle which lasted for 8 years had at last begun. Though it did not seem at the time as if the little handful of farmers who had fired and then fled before the regulars had done very much after all. But then who does realize that any deed is very great at the beginning? The victorious British, leaving Lexington, marched on to Concord. Others of the Minutemen were there, but they could not stand before the redcoats, and were speedily dispersed. Then, when the stores had been destroyed, the British prepared to return to Boston. By this time, a large force of the Minutemen had been drawn to Concord. Church bells had been ringing, messengers had been sent in every direction, and it seemed as if all the people of the region came up in arms. At first the redcoats marched along the country road in good order. They had done the duty assigned them, and soon would be back among their comrades, and the Minutemen had been taught a good lesson, or so they believed. But from behind the barns and trees, from the rocks along the roadside, from the very houses themselves, which the returning regulars passed, came the shots of the Minutemen. They were good marksmen, and their aim was deadly. Man after man dropped from the ranks of the British, and no return fire seemed to avail against the concealed men who attacked them. The British lines were not keeping up their orderly march now. Every man was beginning to fear that he was the target of the hidden enemy, and before they had gone as far back on their way as Lexington, they were actually running. Just think of it. British regulars running from a lot of countrymen and farmers. At Lexington, 900 men from Boston with cannon met the retreating redcoats, and under their protection, the wearied soldiers stopped for a brief rest. So completely worn out were they that it is said they cast themselves at full length upon the ground and lay there, quote, with their tongues hanging out of their mouths like dogs after a chase, unquote. As soon as the regulars started again, the Minutemen started after them, still firing from behind the sheltering trees and stone walls. Even down to the waterside did the angry countrymen follow their enemies. But as the ships of war were anchored there, the regulars found shelter under their protecting guns. And, as the night drew near, the battle, if battle the struggle might be termed, was ended. Not more than 400 of the Minutemen had been engaged in the fight at any one time. But so deadly had been their aim that in killed, wounded, and missing, the British loss had amounted to 273. The loss of the Minutemen had been variously stated from 88 to 103. So the Revolution had fairly begun, although few realized it at the time. The soldiers of King George had used powder and balls to assert their rights over the rebellious colonists, and the colonists had replied in kind. This was war, and having once begun, neither side was likely to give up until victory should decide the issue of the contest. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colonel Gary Bohannon. GaryBohannon.com. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution by Everett Tomlinson. The Choice of a Commander. It was a bold stand which the hardy Americans had taken. If they had been thoroughly united themselves, it would have been different. But the New England men had been so eager and determined that they had not waited for others to join them, but had gone ahead on their own responsibility. In all the 13 colonies, the entire population was only about 2,600,000. And though this may seem like a very small number from which to draw forces to contend against King George, we must not forget that the people of Great Britain were also much fewer in number than they are today. As soon as the result of the battle between the Minutemen and the regulars was known, the angry colonists began to start for Boston to join their bold fellow patriots. Israel Putnam had been plowing in his fields at Pomfret, Connecticut, when the report came to him. Instantly abandoning his task, he left word for the militia to follow him, and leaping on the back of his horse, he rode so swiftly on his journey of 100 miles that in about 18 hours he arrived at Cambridge, where the Minutemen were assembled, at the same time when John Stark came down from New Hampshire with the first company of men from that colony. Benedict Arnold, who was then a captain, had taken 60 men from the assembly of students and people in New Haven, and soon he too was with the little patriot army. So from the farms and hillsides, from the villages and hamlets, the angry colonists came, and in a very brief time General Gage and his soldiers found themselves besieged in Boston by an army that was made up of 16,000 rude and poorly equipped but very determined men. Apparently no one knew just what to do next. It was determined to hold the redcoats in the city, but what to expect or what the next move was to be, there was no one to decide. On the 10th of May, 2 events occurred which did much to decide the future of the colonies and the war. One of these was the capture of Fort Ticonderoga by Ethan Allen and his Green Mountain Boys, and the other was the assembling of the Continental Congress in Philadelphia. The chief problem before the Congress was the relation of the colonies to the army, and the appointment of a commander-in-chief. In the Congress were most of the sturdy men who had been present at the preceding session. Franklin had come back from his fruitless errand in England, and he and John and Samuel Adams were already of the opinion that a declaration of independence must be made. Peyton Randolph of Virginia, who had been the first president, could not attend this session, and so Thomas Jefferson was sent in his place. John Hancock, quote, King, unquote, Hancock, many called him, because he was so arrogant and unyielding, was chosen as president, and it was commonly understood that he himself desired the appointment as commander-in-chief. Of his patriotism no one had any question, for he had already suffered the loss of much of his property, and he was so hated by the Tories that he had been, quote, proscribed, unquote. But his fellows did not seem to care very much for that, for they elected him president in spite of the threats of the king's men. but he was not to be the commander of the colonial forces, as we shall soon learn. The deliberations of the body continued for a month, for when so many men get together, there must always be a lot of useless talking done, though probably never did an assembly have less of that than this Second Continental Congress. One morning in June, not long before the hour when the Congress was to assemble, John Adams was walking up and down the street in front of the building in which the meeting was to be held. His hands were clasped behind his back, and his head was bowed, so that it was evident that he was seriously troubled. His meditations were interrupted by the approach of his cousin, Samuel Adams, who, as he hailed him, said, "What is the topic with you this morning?" "Oh, the army, replied John Adams. "I am determined to go into the hall this morning and enter upon a full detail of the state of the colonies, in order to show an absolute need of taking some decided steps. My whole aim shall be to induce Congress to appoint a day for adopting the army as the legal army of the United Colonies of North America, and then to hint at my election of a commander-in-chief." "Well," said Samuel Adams, "I like that, Cousin John, but on whom have you fixed as that commander?" "I will tell you, George Washington of Virginia, a member of this house." "Oh, that will never do, never," replied Samuel Adams in surprise. "It must do. It shall do, and for these reasons." Then John Adams proceeded to call his cousin's attention to the exact condition of the country. For the success of the cause, it was absolutely necessary that the middle and southern colonies should be heart and hand with the eastern. The American army was then at Cambridge, made up largely of New England men, and in command of General Artemas Ward, himself a New Englander. Already some of the men from other sections of the country were holding back and protesting against the prominence the New England men were taking, and apparently were disposed to hold. As a means of keeping all together, the only course seemed to lie in the selection of a commander-in-chief from outside the eastern colonies, thereby uniting all sections in one body, a body that John Adams declared would then be irresistible. Samuel Adams listened thoughtfully to his cousin's words, and then suggested that the devotion of the eastern men to General Ward would be a serious obstacle to such a selection. He recounted the distinguished services of Artemas Ward, his scholarship — he was a graduate of Harvard — his success in the French and Indian War, and the esteem in which he was held by all who knew him. He also referred to the well-known fact that John Hancock desired the position for himself. John Hancock's claims were lightly put aside by John Adams, who had slight love for his colleague, as is well known. Then he willingly assented to all that his cousin had said in favor of Artemas Ward, but still clung to his purpose to have the Virginia colonel selected for the position. He referred to the remarkable services Washington had rendered in the wars of the colony, his well-balanced mind and large experience for so young a man, which more than atoned for his lack of training in the schools, and to the marked confidence which the people of all parts of the country had in his integrity and manhood. After a further conversation, Samuel Adams promised, quote, "to second the motion," unquote, and both men entered the hall where the assembly had now convened. John Adams soon took the floor and in one of his most impassioned speeches urged the adoption of the army by the Continental Congress. He was himself ready, he declared, quote, "to arm the army, appoint a commander, vote supplies, and proceed to business," unquote. Fears and objections were raised by some of his more timid hearers, and then, with a warmth he could not conceal, John Adams again arose and said, quote, "Gentlemen, if this Congress will not adopt this army, before 10 moons have set, New England will adopt it, and she will undertake the struggle alone. Yes, with a strong arm and a clear conscience, she will front the foe single-handed," unquote. His burning words swept away all opposition. The time for the vote was fixed, and then after a heated debate, the army was adopted by Congress. The next problem was the election of a commander for the army, which now was no longer a, quote, "mob of rebels," unquote, but belonged to the United Colonies of North America. And naturally, all looked again to John Adams to lead. And he was ready to lead, too. On the appointed day, he was in the assembly and began his speech. First, he entered into a description of General Ward, and bestowed upon him such praise as must have satisfied even the warmest friends of the sturdy New England soldier. Then, drawing himself up to his full height, he paused for a moment before he added, quote, "But this is not the man I have chosen," unquote. The scene was intensely dramatic, and the eyes of all the assembly were fixed upon the speaker. At his right was seated George Washington, clad in his uniform of a Virginia colonel, and he, too, was leaning forward with breathless interest, eager to hear the name of the man whom John Adams would propose. More quietly, then, John Adams went on to portray the qualifications which the new commander must have. Becoming more eloquent as his speech drew to an end, he closed with these words, quote, "Gentlemen, I know these qualifications are high, but we all know they are needful at this crisis in this chief. Does anyone say they are not to be obtained in this country? In reply, I have to say they are. They reside in one of our own body, and he is the man whom I now nominate. George Washington of Virginia." The startled Washington, as he heard the words, leapt to his feet and rushed into an adjoining room. The entire body sat silent and astonished. In the midst of the silence, Samuel Adams, acting upon a promise he had previously given his cousin, rose and moved for an adjournment, that time for consultation and deliberation might be had. The motion prevailed, and the assembly was dismissed. Doubtless there were many conferences between the members of Congress, the records of which have never been preserved. But on the 15th of June, 1775, Thomas Johnson of Maryland arose and formally nominated George Washington to be the commander-in-chief of the American army, and he was unanimously elected to the position. In the presence of Congress, and in response to the formal declaration of his election by the President, John Hancock, George Washington stood and made the following response, quote, "Mr. President, though I am truly sensible of the high honor done me in this appointment, yet I feel great distress from a consciousness that my abilities and military experience may not be equal to the extensive and important trust. However, as the Congress desires it, I will enter upon the momentous duty and exert every power I possess in their service and for the support of their glorious cause. I beg they will accept my most cordial thanks for this distinguished testimony of their approbation. But, lest some unlucky event should happen unfavorable to my reputation, I beg it may be remembered by every gentleman in this room that I this day declare, with the utmost sincerity, I do not think myself equal to the command I am honored with. As to pay, sir, I beg leave to assure Congress that, as no pecuniary consideration could have tempted me to accept the arduous employment at the expense of my domestic ease and happiness, I do not wish to make any profit from it. I will keep an exact account of my expenses. Those, I doubt not, they will discharge, and that is all I desire." Unquote. Modest and sincere as his speech of acceptance was, perhaps the true feelings of Washington found expression in the letter he wrote his wife on the following day. Quote, "You may believe me, my dear Patsy," his pet name for Martha Washington, "when I assure you in the most solemn manner that so far from seeking the appointment, I have used every endeavor in my power to avoid it, not only from my unwillingness to part with you and the family, but from the consciousness of its being a trust too great for my capacity, and that I should enjoy more real happiness in 1 month with you at home than I have the most distant prospect of finding abroad, if my stay were to be 7 times 7 years. Unquote. Profoundly moved by the modest address of the newly elected commander, Congress at once appointed Richard Henry Lee, Edward Rutledge, and John Adams a committee to draft a commission and instructions for the new general. And 4 days afterward, the following commission was given George Washington. Quote, "To George Washington, Esquire. We, reposing special trust and confidence in your patriotism, valor, conduct, and fidelity, do by these presents constitute and appoint you Commander-in-Chief of the Army of the United Colonies and of all forces now raised or to be raised by them, and of all others who shall voluntarily offer their services and join said army for the defense of American liberty and repelling every hostile invasion thereof. And you are hereby vested with free power and authority to act as you shall think for the good and welfare of the service. And we do hereby strictly charge and require all officers and soldiers under your command to be obedient to your orders, and diligent in the exercise of their several duties. And we do also enjoin and require you to be careful in executing the great trust reposed in you, by causing strict discipline and order to be observed in the army, and that the soldiers be duly exercised and provided with all convenient necessaries. And you are to regulate your conduct in every respect by the rules and discipline of war, as here given you, and punctually to observe and follow such orders and directions from time to time as you shall receive from this or a future Congress of these United Colonies, or Committee of Congress. This commission is to continue in force until revoked by this or a future Congress. Signed, John Hancock, President." Unquote. This commission was afterward preserved in a glass case in the capital of the nation. On June 21st, 1775, General Washington, as he then became, started from Philadelphia for the camp at Cambridge. All along the march he was greeted enthusiastically, and his reception at the camp itself on July 2nd was the most enthusiastic of all. There was now an army, a commander-in-chief, a Congress, and a war that was to last for many long years. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colonel Gary Bohannon, GaryBohannon.com. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution by Everett Tomlinson. The Fall of Fort Ticonderoga. On the very day when Congress had assembled in Philadelphia, just a few hours before the time of the meeting, another event occurred away up on the shores of the beautiful lake that lies in what in the early times was the thoroughfare between Montreal and Albany and New York. The shores of Lake Champlain and Lake George had afforded some of the bloodiest of battlegrounds in the French and Indian War. It was by this route that Frontenac had sent the band of Indians and Frenchmen who had planned to go to Albany but had turned aside and massacred the innocent people of Schenectady. At that time on the border of the settlements in New York, some of the strangest of traditions and the most stirring of stories had come down from the earliest settlers of the brave deeds of white men and red in this region, where now the summer tourists go in great numbers and see only a beautiful lake, dotted with fairy tale-like islands and framed by towering mountains that make one of the most beautiful spots in America. It was in 1755 that the French had built a fort on the high bluff which looks out over the surrounding country and guards the narrow passageway between the two lakes. To this fort they had given the Indian name Ticonderoga, which means the sounding waters, but this name came after the close of the war to be known as Ticonderoga. Here, in the summer of 1758, the English General Abercrombie had been defeated by the French and Indians when he tried to capture the fort, and after a desperate struggle, in which his regulars and colonial forces had fought, as only the men of the Anglo-Saxon race can fight, he had lost almost 2,000 men. About a year afterward, General Amherst, with an army of 11,000 men, had determined to retake the fort, and take it again he did, for he was wise enough not to try to storm it, but decided to lay siege to it and compel the garrison to surrender. Hunger will sometimes do more than powder and ball, and after a brief time the discouraged Frenchmen dismantled Fort Ticonderoga, and abandoning it, fled to Crown Point. So Amherst secured for the English, without a gun having been fired, what Abercrombie had failed to take after a fearful struggle. Fort Ticonderoga, or Fort Ty as it was commonly known in the year 1775, was still in the hands of the English. Captain de la Place, with a little garrison of 48 men, was in charge of it, and never a thought of fear or of trouble seemed to have entered their minds. I have no doubt the captain and his pretty young wife, who was with him in the beautiful and lonely spot, often bewailed the fact that they were stationed in such a remote post, and heartily wished that they were somewhere else. Wherein they are not entirely unlike some men and women who still believe that if they were in other places than those in which they find themselves, they could be much happier. However, both Captain de la Place and his beautiful wife were speedily to learn that even old Fort Ty was not to be without an excitement of its own, and the manner in which it came to pass was as follows. When Benedict Arnold had arrived at Cambridge, where the hardy little army of the colony was assembled, as we know, he had at once suggested that he, with a suitable force, should be sent to capture Fort Ticonderoga. The location of the fort, its supplies, and the quantity of ammunition stored there, and the help it would be if it was decided to invade Canada, were all matters to be considered. Perhaps Arnold was already thinking of entering Canada, but whether he was or not, he was a man of such tremendous energy that he had to be doing something. The result of his pleadings was that the Massachusetts Congress gave to Benedict Arnold a colonel's commission, and authorized him to raise 400 men in western Massachusetts, and take command of them, and capture the old fort, if he thought he could do so. In high spirits Arnold set forth, for he had never a misgiving in the matter. But he soon learned that the plan had been thought of by others also. Ethan Allen, the leader of the Green Mountain Boys, which was a brand of Vermont men who had associated themselves to resist the demands of New York, which claimed a good part of Vermont as its own, had already been authorized by Connecticut to undertake this very task of capturing Fort Ticonderoga. The Massachusetts Congress had supplied Arnold with some money and horses and ammunition, but as soon as he heard of Ethan Allen's march, he at once gave up trying to enlist men and hastened forward to join the band that was advancing on the fort. Benedict Arnold was a bold and very determined man, but so was Ethan Allen. The latter was a soldier of great bravery. He had a very strong and vigorous body, was almost always successful in the rough wrestling matches and rough and tumbles of the camps, and his followers were very proud of him as well as devoted to him personally. Allen also prided himself upon his being a thinker and writer, and had even written a book or pamphlet. Certain it was that both these men could not at the same time be leaders of the expedition. Arnold very soon learned that Allen's men would listen to no other than their own doughty commander. So, making a virtue of necessity, he pushed forward with the band, apparently content to be one of its members if he could not be the commander. In the night of May 9th, the entire force arrived at the shore of the lake opposite Ticonderoga. Ethan Allen at once applied to a farmer he knew there for a guide, and the farmer's own boy, Nathan Beeman, who knew the lake, and the fort too, for he had been in it many a time, became the guide. Only a few boats could be found, however, and these were put to good use at once, but with all their efforts, when the gray of the dawn of the morning of May 10th appeared, only Allen and Arnold and 83 men had been landed. Ethan Allen was not easily disheartened, and so assembling his few followers, he harangued them after a manner we can easily imagine, and then silently in 3 ranks they all started for the fort. The first sentinel they met snapped his fusee at the bold leader, but it misfired, and the man was at once seized. The next sentinel made a thrust at one of the leaders with his bayonet, but Allen struck him on the head with his sword, and he too ceased to trouble the advancing band. As soon as the men had entered the fort, they gave such a united shout as only the men of that time knew how to give, and hastily formed in line in front of the barracks, from which the startled soldiers rushed forth, only to find themselves prisoners. Instantly Ethan Allen, having young Nathan Beeman to show him the way, rushed up the steps of the door to the quarters of Captain de la Place. Stopping before it, Ethan Allen grasped his sword, and with the hilt of it rapped 3 times, and at the same time, in his loudest tones, summoned the captain to come forth and give himself up. We do not know what the captain's dreams had been, but only partly awake and partly dressed he opened the door, while from behind him could be seen peering the frightened face of his young wife, who was as alarmed as her husband was angry at the rude and startling summons. As soon as Captain de la Place beheld Allen, he at once recognized him. Most of the people of that region were acquainted with the bold and reckless leader of the Green Mountain Boys, and angrily demanded what he meant by creating such a disturbance at such an unseemly hour. Ethan Allen pointed with his sword at his followers and said, "I order you to instantly surrender." "By what authority do you demand it?" "In the name of the great Jehovah and the Continental Congress," thundered Ethan Allen in reply. Perhaps Captain de la Place did not even know there was such a body as the, quote, Continental Congress, unquote, but there was no mistaking the man before him. And so the fort was quickly given over, and the garrison, with the women and children, were sent to Hartford. It was in this way that for the second time, Ticonderoga was surrendered without a gun having been fired. With the fall of the fort, 120 pieces of cannon, 50 swivels, 2 10-inch mortars, 1 howitzer, 1 cohorn, 10 tons of musket balls, and 3 cartloads of flints, some new carriages, and a large quantity of material for boat building, as well as a goodly store of provisions and powder, fell into the hands of the bold captors. In the morning, the men who had not been able to cross the lake in the night joined their comrades in the fort, and soon after, on the 12th of May, Crown Point was also easily taken. Arnold tried to assume the command of Ticonderoga as soon as the fort was surrendered, but his claims were either laughed at or ignored. The men declared that it was Connecticut, and not Massachusetts, that was paying them for this work, and only to the leader they had followed would they listen. Arnold had only a few men, but he was determined to do something anyway, and so when, a few days later, a few more of his own men joined him, he started down Lake Champlain and captured St. John's and its garrison, and also a sloop of war that was lying at anchor there. These startling events greatly elated some of the men of the colonies, almost staggered others, and some were evidently badly frightened by them. They declared that England would be very angry when she heard such news, and that the punishment she would visit on the colonies would be such as they would long remember. And indeed it did seem so. Great Britain was so powerful, and the colonies were so feeble and, worse than all, apparently were so far from being united, as the clash between Benedict Arnold, appointed by Massachusetts, and Ethan Allen, appointed by Connecticut, has already shown us, that it did seem as if the alarm was well grounded. How well grounded it was we shall learn as we enter further into the story of the struggle. When the Congress at Philadelphia heard of what Ethan Allen had done, the delegates, that is, some of them, were greatly alarmed. This was going altogether too far, the timid ones declared. This was rebellion and open war, and that was not what they were aiming at. They wanted their rights, but had no thought of making war upon the mother country. At last, in spite of the words of the bolder members, Congress recommended to the committees at New York and Albany that the cannon and stores taken by Ethan Allen and his men should be removed to the south end of Lake George, and that a strong post should be erected there. They also advised that a careful inventory of the stores should be made, quote, in order that they might safely be returned when the restoration of harmony between Great Britain and the colonies, so earnestly desired by the latter, shall render it prudent and consistent with the overruling law of self-preservation, unquote. In spite of the stilted and high-flown words, some could not conceal their alarm, while others were as openly rejoiced at the turn of events. And meanwhile the strength of the colonies was being tested and developed after a manner that was as surprising to the friends as it was to the enemies of the rebel cause. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7, Young Folks' History of the American Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colonel Gary Bohannon, GaryBohannon.com. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution by Everett Tomlinson, Bunker Hill. Boston, in the year 1775, was situated on the peninsula covering the middle of the harbor. There were hills on the mainland extending about this peninsula, and on these hills the poorly equipped but desperate and determined Yankee farmers were assembled. Men were rushing to join their hardy comrades, and from all the neighboring colonies powder and shot were being hastily carried. Some of the most exciting experiences of the entire war were had by the hardy colonists as they hastened to Cambridge with the ammunition, for the Tories were watchful and doing their utmost to take the supplies and cut off the men who were rallying to the aid of their comrades. The people were becoming thoroughly aroused now, and the bitter feelings that lasted until long after the war was ended were expressing themselves in a manner that did not always reflect credit upon the leaders. Mass meetings were held, and though in many instances the men who addressed them were dignified, in others it is to be feared that they were not always careful to see that their hearers were kept back from deeds of which doubtless afterwards they were thoroughly ashamed. The following clipping from the Pennsylvania Packet of May 15, 1775, gives us an idea of how angry and excited the people conducted themselves. Quote, "The committee of Bucks County, Pennsylvania, met yesterday, and recommended the people to associate themselves into companies and learn the military exercise of arms. The unanimity, prudence, spirit, and firmness which appeared in the deliberations of yesterday do honor to Bucks County, and will, we hope, in some measure wipe off those aspersions they too deservedly lay under." A large number of the inhabitants assembled, and the resolves of the day being made public, they testified their highest approbation of the conduct of the committee. A disciple of that species of creatures called Tories, being formally introduced to a tar barrel, of which he was repeatedly pressed to smell, thought prudent to take leave abruptly, lest a more intimate acquaintance with it should take place. Unquote. It is to be feared that the tar barrel was a too common attendant at the patriotic meetings, and the only excuse that can be offered for its use is that the people were suffering from excitement as well as from injustice, and did not always bear in mind that the measures they employed were not justified even by oppression. New Jersey appropriated the money then in the treasury of the colony, arguing that as the Jersey men had first given the money, it now by right belonged to them. In South Carolina, the committee urged people, even when they went to church, to carry arms. In North Carolina, the warm-hearted Scotch-Irish patriots of Mecklenburg County declared that the address of Parliament and the King in the preceding February had, quote, annulled and vacated all civil and military commissions granted by the Crown, and suspended the Constitution of the colonies," unquote, and that these rights now belonged to the colonies themselves. This action of the Mecklenburg patriots has been known as the, quote, Mecklenburg Declaration of Independence, unquote, and has been called the first act of its kind. But the matter is somewhat hazy, and evidently was the work of a few men in whatever light it may be viewed, and consequently can hardly be dignified by the title bestowed upon it. It was a sample expression of the feeling, however, which now seemed to have seized upon the greater part of the people in every one of the colonies. General Gage and his army were practically shut in and besieged in Boston town, at least from the land side. But on the 25th of May, Howe, Clinton, and Burgoyne arrived with reinforcements, and so the number of redcoats was raised to about 10,000 men. There had been no ships to oppose the landing or entrance of these men, for the Americans were practically without a navy at that time. General Gage, reassured by the coming of the new troops and confident that the rebellion would be speedily crushed, at once issued a proclamation in which he offered pardon to all the rebels who would at once lay down their arms and promise to be true to King George, that is, all except John Hancock and Samuel Adams, who, in his eyes, were much too wicked ever to receive pardon in this world or in the world to come. Gage also, and very unwisely from his point of view, threatened, in his proclamation, to hang every man taken with arms on his person. How angry this made the colonists, and how little effect his words had, may be known by the following extract from a poem that appeared in one of the strongest Whig papers of that time. Quote, "Tom Gage's proclamation, or blustering denunciation, replete with defamation, threatening devastation and speedy subjugation of the new English nation, who shall his pious ways shun? Whereas the rebels hereabout are stubborn still and still hold out, refusing yet to drink their tea, in spite of Parliament and me, and to maintain their bubble right, prognosticate a real fight, preparing flints and guns and ball, my army and the fleet to maul, mounting their guilt to such a pitch as to let fly its soldiers' breech, pretending they designed a trick, though ordered not to hurt a chick, but peaceably, without alarm, the men have conquered to disarm, or, if resisting, to annoy, and every magazine destroy, all which, though obliged to bear, through want of men, not of fear, I'm able now by augmentation to give a proper castigation. For since the addition of the troops, now reinforced as thick as hops, I can, like Jemmy at the Boyne, look safely on, fight you, Burgoyne, and mow like grass the rebel Yankees. I fancy not these doodle dances. Yet ere I draw the vengeful sword, I have thought fit to send abroad this present gracious proclamation, of purpose mild the demonstration, that whosoever keeps guns or pistol, I'll spoil the motion of his systole. But every one that will lay down his hanger bright and musket brown shall not be beat, nor bruised, nor banged, much less for past offences hanged. But if on surrendering his Toledo, go to and fro, unhurt as we do. But then I must out of this plan lock both Samuel Adams and John Hancock, for these vile traitors, like debentures, must be tucked up at all adventures, as any proffer of a pardon would only tend those rogues to harden. But every other mother's son, the instant he destroys his gun, for thus doth run the king's command, may, if he will, come kiss my hand. And to prevent such wicked game as, pleading the plea of ignoramus, be this my proclamation spread to every reader that can read, and as nor right nor law has known, since my arrival in this town, to remedy this fatal flaw, I hereby publish martial law. Meanwhile let all and every one who loves his life forsake his gun, and all the council by mandamus, who have been reckoned so infamous, return to their habitation, without or let or molestation. Thus graciously the war I wage, as witnesseth my hand, Tom Gage. By command of Mother Carey, Thomas Fluker, Secretary. Fearful of what the effect of Gage's proclamation might be, it was determined by the little army that was besieging Boston to act before the British could do anything to carry out this threat. Accordingly, 1,200 men were to be sent to occupy Bunker Hill. This hill was one of several just north of Boston, and if once it was fortified, it would enable the guns to be trained upon the fleet lying in the harbor below. How seriously the Patriots entered into the work can be judged from the fact that on the night of June 16, 1775, the 1,200 men selected for the task of occupying Bunker Hill before they were started from the camp were paraded on Cambridge Common, and the president of Harvard College, Dr. Langdon, offered a public prayer for them all. Then, silently, with Colonel Prescott, who had seen much service in the French and Indian War, in command, they started for the hill. When they arrived there, it was decided to go on a little farther and use Breed's Hill instead of the one to which they had been sent, for acting upon their own responsibility, they thought this would give them a better place from which to command both the town and the British fleet in the harbor. This change proved to be all right in the end, but if the redcoats had adopted a different plan from the one they followed, it might have fared badly with the Patriots, as they might have been cut off from their comrades and besieged until they were compelled to surrender. It was almost midnight when the Patriots at last stood on Breed's Hill, but with pick and shovel they at once began to work. Steadily and with the least possible noise the men toiled on. It was too late to stop now, and the only thing they could do was to go on. When at last the June morning of the 17th dawned, the enemy on the ships discovered what the Yankees had been doing. Doubtless they had heard of the wonderful lamp Aladdin had, and how in a single night by the aid it afforded a magnificent palace had been erected. But here, right before their eyes, was something almost as marvelous. The busy Patriots had thrown up entrenchments within a few hours, and that too right within the hearing of the call of the British sentry at night. The startled sailors were immediately summoned to duty, and the roar of the great cannon roused everybody in or near Boston. The people in the town ran to the roofs of the houses and watched the actions of the men on the fleet and those on the hill. But the Yankees kept right on with their labors, and as long as the British only made a noise, they did not seem to care, but worked steadily on the entrenchments. More men and leaders had come now. There was Dr. Warren, the Boston physician, who had just been made a major general, but who preferred to serve with his gun as a private. Colonel Stark was also there, and so was doughty Israel Putnam, and their presence was an inspiration to every man toiling with a spade or pickaxe. As a matter of course, General Gage was as angry as he was startled when he discovered what those despised Yankees had been doing. In the morning, while the guns of the fleet were thundering, and the shot fell harmless against the slope of Breed's Hill, he was holding a consultation with the other leaders of the British who had recently arrived upon the scene of action. They were all agreed that it would never do to permit the Yankees to plant their guns on the height they were attempting to fortify, but as almost everyone was of the opinion that the rebels would never stand before the veteran soldiers of King George, wiser counsels were disregarded, and it was decided to send 3,000 men to drive the farmers from the hill. And all through these hours the despised farmers were working as busily as bees at the task to which they had set themselves. It was about noon when the redcoats were seen to be crossing the river in their boats. Without doubt the desperate men on Breed's Hill did not enjoy the sight, but the brave man is not the one who never feels fear, but the one who goes right on with his duty in spite of his alarm. After the British had landed, they formed in two divisions, one to move upon the line of rail fence on the hillside, and the other toward the entrenchments. Their uniforms and glittering weapons must have presented a sight that might well have caused the poorly equipped and inexperienced farmers to tremble, but not one left his place. Grim, desperate, and determined, they watched the oncoming ranks and, with their guns in their hands, waited. The people on the housetops almost held their breath in their excitement. Steadily the scarlet-clad soldiers moved up the hill, and a silence almost like death itself rested over all. The very stillness encouraged the British, who did not for a moment believe the peasants, as some termed the Yankee soldiers, would wait to receive the charge of the regulars. Nearer and nearer they came, and at last were within 150 feet of the Patriots. And then the waiting farmers, at the word of their leaders, suddenly poured a terrible volley into the front ranks of the redcoats. Men and officers fell, and for a moment it almost seemed as if the advancing line had blotted out. The redcoats, however startled they may have been, were no cowards, and holding their ground, tried to return the fire, but in a moment the line wavered, then broke, and in great disorder turned and fled down the hillside. Then such a shout went up from the patriots as can be heard only when an action like that which had come to the desperate men occurs. They were ready to leap over the embankments and chase the fleeing redcoats into the water, but, though it was with great difficulty, the officers restrained them, and the exultant Minutemen remained behind the breastworks. There was a break in the fight now, and during the interval the fleet began to fire shells into Charlestown, where the few wooden houses were soon in flames. But the sight of the burning houses only increased the rage of the men on Breed's Hill. Again the British formed in line, and the scarlet ranks advanced up the hill. This time the patriots waited until they had come within 90 feet of the trenches, and then again they poured their terrible fire into the ranks that were so near that they could almost behold the whites of their eyes. There was a brief and desperate struggle, and once more the regulars wavered, and then broke and fled, leaving hundreds of their comrades dead or wounded upon the field. And the farmers had been so well protected by their embankments that they had lost only a few men. The delay which now followed was longer than the preceding one, and though the men in Cambridge were trying to come to the aid of their comrades, not much was done. The powder was almost gone, and their only hope seemed to be in a hand-to-hand fight. We know now that the British soldiers themselves were not in favor of trying the attack again, but the words of their leaders prevailed, and for the third time the scarlet-clad soldiers started up the sloping sides of Breed's Hill. There was now hardly sufficient powder among the Americans to permit the soldiers to fire even one volley at the approaching redcoats, but they did what was in their power, and did it with a will. Then the determined redcoats, chagrined by the former defeats and resolute as the Saxon always is, with their bayonets fixed, charged on the works. The Americans were just as stubborn, but they had few bayonets and no powder, and so they were driven slowly from the place they had so gallantly held, and Breed's Hill, and Bunker too, fell into the hands of the redcoats. But they had not gained the victory, if victory it can be called, without losing 1,054 of their brave men, while the Americans had also lost 449. So the Battle of Bunker Hill, for the name of the hill to which the patriots first had been sent was given to the fight, was fought and ended, and it is said that so impressed were the veterans of King George that never again did they willingly move upon the Americans when they were entrenched. It was a terrible fight, but it was glorious in its effect, and the memory of Bunker Hill is still an inspiration to everyone whose home is in these United States, and the story will never grow old. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colonel Gary Bohannon. GaryBohannon.com. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution by Everett Tomlinson. The Continental Soldiers. The effect of the Battle of Bunker Hill was electric. Although General Joseph Warren had fallen just as the retreat was begun, not even the death of that beloved man could check the enthusiasm, for had not the British regulars been almost defeated? General Washington had set forth from Philadelphia for Cambridge June 21st, and attended on his way by a company of light horse, had been greeted with enthusiastic cheers and a warm welcome along the line of his march. It was 4 days after his departure from Philadelphia when he arrived at New York, and, although the new royal governor, Tryon, came there from England on the very same day, there was no doubt as to which was welcomed with the greater enthusiasm. News from the Battle of Bunker Hill was there received by Washington and his men, and added not a little to the spirits of the friends of the colonies. At New York, Washington held a conference with General Philip Schuyler, who was soon, as we shall learn, to take an active part in the struggle, and dismissing his body of light horse and attended by Charles Lee and his guard resumed his journey to Cambridge, where he arrived on the afternoon of July 2nd. At 9 o'clock on the following morning, after the troops had been drawn up on the Cambridge Common, accompanied by several of his officers, Washington walked from his quarters, and taking his stand in front of the assembled ranks, spoke a few words, drew his sword, and formally assumed the command of the Continental Army amidst the greatest enthusiasm. It was a great day in the new commander's life, and in the life of America. At once Washington began the hard work that was to continue for many weary years. He called a council of war, and it was decided that the first task must be to organize the army, for up to this time the feeling of independence had extended even to the individual soldiers, who did not like to have their own liberties curtailed, and by them obedience was a virtue yet to be learned. Indeed, though it seems hard to acknowledge it, drunkenness, thieving, and profanity were prevalent. This does not mean that every soldier was guilty of these crimes, but the vices were common and led Washington to issue the very day after he assumed the command the following general order. Quote, "The Continental Congress, having now taken all the troops of several colonies which have been raised or may be raised hereafter for the support and defense of the liberties of America into their pay and service, they are now the troops of the United Provinces of North America, and it is hoped that all distinction of colonies will be laid aside, so that one and the same spirit may animate the whole, and the only contest be who shall render, on this great and trying occasion, the most essential service to the great and common cause in which we are all engaged. It is required and expected that exact discipline be observed, and due subordination prevail throughout the whole army, as a failure in these most essential points must necessarily produce extreme hazard, disorder, and confusion, and end in shameful disappointment and disgrace. The general most earnestly requires and expects a due observance of these articles of war, established for the government of the army, which forbid profane cursing, swearing, and drunkenness. And in like manner, he requires and expects of all officers and soldiers not engaged on actual duty a punctual attendance on divine service, to implore the blessings of heaven upon the means used for our safety and defense." Unquote. The very fact, however, that this model order was necessary may teach us after all that our own times are not worse than those which have preceded us, as some people are ever trying to have us believe. Naturally, Washington arranged the divisions of his army by colonies so that friends and neighbors might be kept together, and the jealousy felt by one colony for another, a source of constant trouble, might be guarded against as much as was possible. Altogether, about 16,000 men were in the American army. What the life and duties of the soldiers were may perhaps be better understood by the following letter of William Emerson, a chaplain in the army at Cambridge, written not long after Washington assumed command of the forces. Quote, "New lords, new laws. The generals, Washington and Lee, are upon the lines every day. New orders from His Excellency are read to the respective regiments every morning after prayers. The strictest government is taking place, and great distinction is made between officers and soldiers. Everyone is made to know his place and keep in it, or be tied up and receive 30 or 40 lashes according to his crime. Thousands are at work every day from 4 till 11 o'clock in the morning. It is surprising how much work has been done. The lines are extended almost from Cambridge to the Mystic River, so that very soon it will be morally impossible for the enemy to get between the works, except in one place which is supposed to be left purposefully unfortified to entice the enemy out of their fortress. Who would have thought 12 months past that all Cambridge and Charlestown would be covered over with American camps and cut up into forts and entrenchments, and all the lands, fields, and orchards laid common? Horses and cattle feeding in the choicest mowing land, whole fields of corn eaten down to the ground, and large parks of well-regulated locusts cut down for firewood and other public uses. This, I must say, looks a little melancholy. My quarters are at the foot of the famous Prospect Hill, where such preparations are made for the reception of the enemy. It is very diverting to walk among the camps. They are as different in their form as the owners are in their dress, and every tent is a portraiture of the temper and taste of the persons who encamp in it. Some are made of boards and some of sailcloth, some partly of one and partly of the other. Again, others are made of stone or turf, brick or brush. Some are thrown up in a hurry. Others are curiously wrought with doors and windows, done in wreaths and withes, in the manner of a basket. Some are your proper tents and marquees, looking like the regular camp of the enemy. In these are the Rhode Islanders, who are furnished with tent equipage and everything in the most exact English style. However, I think this great variety rather a beauty than a blemish in the army." Unquote. The bulk of the army at Cambridge had been made up of men from New England colonies, of whom naturally Massachusetts had provided the largest number. Others were hastening, however, to join the ranks, and in some of the colonies, notably Pennsylvania, so great was the enthusiasm that measures had to be taken to restrict the numbers. One of the colonial newspapers informs us of the unique method employed by one leader to enable him to select the best men without giving offense to those who might not be chosen. He took a piece of chalk and drew on a board the picture of a nose of ordinary size. Then he placed his drawing at a distance of 150 yards from the line and declared that those who could shoot nearest to the mark should be chosen to go to Cambridge with him. More than 60 hit the mark, and the newspaper sagely concludes its description of the incident by remarking, quote, "General Gage, take care of your nose," unquote. Daniel Morgan's riflemen, composed for the most part of pioneers from Virginia, together with a few from Maryland and western Pennsylvania, were among the best of the recruits, although the New England men were not as cordial in their welcome as they might have been owing to their prejudice against Irishmen, for the majority of this band were of Irish birth. They were famous for their skill with the rifle, and it is said that on the run through the forest they could load their guns and that every man was able to hit a running squirrel at a distance of 300 yards. The garb of these sharpshooters was also unique, and every one wore a loose hunting shirt, on the front of which were the well-known words of Patrick Henry, quote, "Liberty or death," unquote. The leader of this band, Daniel Morgan himself, was as unique as his men. Born in New Jersey, of Welsh descent, he was a giant in stature and possessed of a physical strength almost beyond belief. At one time he had received 500 lashes on the bare back by the order of a British officer, and at another he had escaped from the Indians after having been shot through the neck by a rifle ball. Among the leaders were also many men destined to become famous. There was Nathanael Greene, next to Washington, the ablest general of the Revolution. It is said that this young Rhode Island blacksmith or iron worker, in spite of the fact that he was the son of a Quaker, had become so fond of the study of military science that he endured a sound whipping when he was a grown man at the hands of his irate and peaceful father, rather than abandon his pursuits. Young Greene had left the Friends at this time, however, but whether it was because of his fondness for the camps or the influence of his sprightly little wife, Kate Littlefield Greene, is not known. Then there was Benedict Arnold and John Hart and John Sullivan and Artemus Ward, Heath, Knox, and a host of men who little realized at the time the part they were to take in the history of a nation that was not yet born. Israel Putnam, who had left his plow for the camp, as we know, was also at Cambridge, and Old Put was to prove himself worthy of his name. He had served throughout the French and Indian War and had been wounded 15 different times. At one time the Indians had made him a prisoner, and after scalping him, had tied him to a tree and were about to put an end to his life with a tomahawk, when a French officer happening at the time to pass near the unfortunate man, quickly freed him and thereby saved his life. Last and lowest of all was Charles Lee. Though next to Washington in his position, feared and looked up to by many of the Americans for the simple reason that he had fought in Europe, it would have saved Washington and the little nation many a hard blow if the ugly, smooth-tongued but treacherous and unreliable man had never crossed the sea to claim his estates in Virginia. But come he did, and of his treachery we shall soon learn. With these leaders and men differing in their opinions and training, enlisted for different terms of service, quartered by themselves and keeping alive not only a bitter feeling for England, but each a jealous love for his own colony, with no common country though they had a common cause, with flags of different kinds floating over the camps. The most common flag was known as the rattlesnake flag, from the fact that it had as a design a coiled rattlesnake and the words, quote, "Don't tread on me," unquote. The new commander was striving to hold the British in Boston as well as to bring his followers into some form of discipline and order. There was frequent firing between the lines and occasional minor skirmishes, but there was no serious engagement as the summer passed. The following extract from a letter from Cambridge, written for the New York Gazette at the close of July, will perhaps explain the character of the work and experience of the opposing armies. Quote, "During a severe cannonade at Roxbury last week, a bomb 13 inches in diameter fell within the American lines and burnt furiously, when 4 of the artillerymen ran up and one kicked out the fuse, saved the bomb and probably some lives, a stroke of heroism worthy of record. The regulars have so hardened the provincials by their repeated firing that a cannonading is just as much minded as a common thunder shower. All things look well." The provincials are now as strongly posted as are the regulars. Neither side are willing to attack the other in their lines." Unquote. The monotony of camp life was to be rudely broken, however, and assuming the aggressive Americans were resolved to carry the war into the country of the enemy, and the desperately courageous but unsuccessful expedition led by Benedict Arnold against Quebec was soon undertaken. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colonel Gary Bohannon, GaryBohannon.com. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution by Everett Tomlinson. The March on Quebec and the Evacuation of Boston. While Washington was trying to get his army into form about Boston, other events, and of a very stirring kind, were occurring not far away. General Philip Schuyler was now in command of the division along Lake Champlain, where, as we have already learned, Benedict Arnold had gone to capture Fort Ticonderoga, but had been compelled to yield the leadership of the expedition to Ethan Allen. Although he had only a few followers, Arnold succeeded in taking the few British boats on the lake, but he did not enjoy holding a position inferior to that of Allen, and at last became so angry that he wrote a savage letter resigning the position to which the Provincial Congress of Massachusetts had elected him, and then returned to Cambridge with many complaints about his ill usage. Benedict Arnold was a very brave man, one who never asked his men to do what he was not willing to do himself, and when action was required, his boldness was as magnetic as his example. He was, however, of a very jealous disposition, and quick to sulk whenever he fancied that he had been slighted or ignored. Washington fully appreciated the man, and was quick to use him, and perhaps, if his words had been followed, we never should have heard of Arnold the traitor. But this does not in the least excuse Arnold for his treachery, though he was very unjustly treated. But it may in part explain the causes that led to his overthrow at last. At this time Arnold, and indeed many other men as well, were very strongly in favor of invading Canada. He had already written Congress suggesting a plan by which he confidently believed that 2,000 men might easily win all of that country. He declared that Carleton, the governor of Canada, had only 550 men under him who were of any account, and that word had already been received that the gates of Montreal would be thrown open to the Americans the moment that a strong force of Continentals appeared before the town. He wanted very much to lead the expedition himself, and declared that he was willing to assume all responsibility of the proposed movement. Congress, however, as we know, was timid. The body had no clearly defined power. Many of its members were strongly opposed to doing anything more than was absolutely necessary to protect themselves, and still fondly believed that the king and Parliament would listen to their pleas. Ethan Allen had also made a similar proposal, and he later visited Philadelphia himself, though his chief object seems to have been to secure pay for the soldiers who had been with him at Ticonderoga, and to get permission to raise a new regiment. It is said that Allen and his companions appeared in person before Congress, and orally made known their wants. And so strong was the impression made by the rough soldiers that the desired permission to raise the new force of Green Mountain Boys was obtained, and the enthusiastic men hastened back to join Schuyler and Montgomery, who were in command at Ticonderoga and Crown Point. The fear that the British in Canada would strive to retake Ticonderoga, together with several other strong reasons, at last led to the decision to send an expedition to Canada, and in September 1775, the forces of Schuyler and Montgomery appeared before St. John's at the Sorrel. The fort was more strongly garrisoned than they had thought, so instead of trying to assault it, Schuyler hastened back to Ticonderoga for reinforcements. The reinforcements were speedily sent, but Schuyler himself was taken ill and could not return, and so the command was left to Montgomery, who proved himself to be more than equal to the occasion, for after a siege of 50 days, he captured Fort Chambly and Fort St. John's, and then pushing on soon afterward, on November 12, 1775, entered Montreal in triumph. Without delaying long at Montreal, the young leaders started on for Quebec. where he was to lay down his life as gloriously as Wolfe had done a few years before this time. It is to be feared that even the Americans in later years have almost forgotten this brave hero in the common glory which has been ascribed by England and America alike to Wolfe. But common justice demands that the one should not receive less praise as the other has received his great and merited honor. As Montgomery had served under Wolfe, perhaps he had learned his lessons from that great leader. At all events, he had proved himself to be a worthy pupil. Meanwhile, Colonel Benedict Arnold was to have the fondest desire of his heart gratified, for Washington had detached 1,000 of the New England infantry and Morgan's riflemen, and also 2 companies of the Pennsylvania men, and placing them under the command of Arnold, ordered them to start for Quebec. The winter would soon be coming on. The advance was to be by the Kennebec and Chaudiere rivers, and through an unbroken wilderness. But this seems to have been the very thing that Arnold most enjoyed. When his men were rowing against the swift currents of the rivers, or pushing or crawling through the thick underbrush, or wading through the half-frozen swamps, it was his example and presence that cheered his followers on. Their clothing torn, their shoes worn out, their supplies gone, and the game of the forest by no means plentiful, slight cause for wonder is it that many of the men became ill and died on the way, and that before the fearful march of 33 days had been completed, 200 had perished, and as many more had turned back toward Cambridge, carrying with them others who were sick or helpless. It is said that the wives of some of the men accompanied their husbands on this terrible march through the wilderness, and that they endured the hardships even better than the men did. This was not to be the only time, however, when the determined American women were to share the hardships of the camps and armies, and lend the inspiration of their presence to the struggling soldiers of the colonies. At last the march was completed, and as bravely as if he had all of Washington's army at his back, Arnold with his little force of 700 men crossed the St. Lawrence, climbed the Heights of Abraham, and as boldly as Ethan Allen had demanded of the astounded commander the surrender of Ticonderoga, called upon the garrison to come out and fight or else surrender the town. Very wisely the garrison refused to do either, for why should they? They were comfortable, well protected, and had everything to lose and nothing to gain by leaving the forts. Just the reverse of the conditions which Arnold and his men would be compelled to face. And it was more than likely that the cold of the winter would be sufficient of itself to conquer the intrepid Americans if he should be so reckless as to remain. So Arnold had to try to be patient and wait for the arrival of Montgomery. But doubtless the delay had much to do with the reckless attempt to storm the town that soon afterward was made. For whatever else he might do, Benedict Arnold did not know how to wait. That test of a great man he always failed to meet. General Carleton, a few days afterwards, managed to slip into Quebec all unbeknown to the Americans, and on December 3rd Montgomery and his little band, which swelled the numbers of the besiegers to 1,200, joined Arnold. Again and again they demanded of Carleton that he should come forth and fight, but the British general was too shrewd to be tempted by the taunts of his enemies to leave the shelter of the forts, and at last Arnold and Montgomery decided to storm the place, all of which, quote, was magnificent, but it was not war, unquote. And their plan almost succeeded, though then, as now, almost is but to fail. It was 2 o'clock in the morning of the last day of 1775. It was bitterly cold, and the driving snow almost prevented every soldier from seeing a yard before him. On one side of the town Montgomery and his men advanced, and on the other moved Arnold and his forces. Strange as it may seem, Montgomery, aided by the surprise and the storm, almost gained his side of the town. Steadily, doggedly, he moved forward, and just at the moment when it seemed as if success was to be his, the intrepid young general fell dead with 3 bullets in his body. His followers, staggered by the loss, hesitated, stopped their advance for the moment, and then, as the approaching reinforcements of the garrison at that moment were seen, the soldiers, without a leader, and not knowing what to do, fell back. Had they held the ground they had won, Quebec would have fallen, for Arnold was fighting with desperate zeal on the other side of the town. His sword was the sword of 10. His voice, his arm, his zeal, all appealed to the men beside him. Stubbornly, bravely, recklessly, they all fought on. Arnold fell to the ground terribly wounded, and was carried from the field, but still the fight went on. Daniel Morgan and his riflemen rushed to the front at the fall of Arnold. They stormed the battery. They even made their way into the town, but neither Montgomery nor his men were there to meet him, and soon cut off from support, the Virginia men were prisoners, and Quebec was still held by the British. Though driven back, Benedict Arnold still did not give up, for he did not know how. He had lost the aid of Montgomery, and now had less than 1,000 men with him, but moving to a place about 3 miles distant from the town, he dug entrenchments and prepared his camp, hoping to be able to prevent supplies from being carried into Quebec and thereby bring the garrison to terms. The British General Carleton, who was well aware that just as soon as spring came and the ice had gone out of the St. Lawrence, reinforcements would be sent to him, simply did nothing but wait, and so displayed the very best of generalship. How the terrible winter was endured, with the cold, hunger, and smallpox accomplishing far more destruction among his men than the bullets of the enemy had been able to effect, only Arnold himself could have told. It was true that his force had been increasing by the coming of other men until it numbered 3,000, but with 800 of these ill with the smallpox, it was not a force which Carleton naturally stood in any great fear. April 1st, General Wooster came from Montreal, and as he was superior in rank to Arnold, he assumed the command of the besieging force. It was warmer now, and the men were able to work, so batteries were erected and the cannon were brought to bear upon the town, though no damage was done. It was at this time that Arnold's horse one day slipped and fell upon the general's leg, which had been so terribly wounded in the attack on the town. This latest incident rendered Arnold unfit for service, and so he obtained permission to leave for Montreal. As he did not love Wooster any more than he had loved Ethan Allen, the permission was granted without any very great regret on either side, and Arnold withdrew to Montreal. In May, General Thomas came, but as Carleton at the time also received large reinforcements, the Americans were forced to beat so hasty a retreat that they were even compelled to leave much of their stores and many of their sick behind them. It is a pleasure to record that the latter were kindly treated, and afterward were sent to their homes. At the Sorrel, after having received reinforcements, General Thomas tried to halt and prepare to meet the British, but smallpox seized upon him and soon carried him away. His death left the sterling General Sullivan, of whom we shall hear much later, in command, but not even he was able to withstand the advancing forces of Burgoyne, and soon all the American army had returned to their own country, and the invasion of Canada was at an end. Before this had come to pass, however, Washington had succeeded in driving the British out of Boston. On the 4th of March, deceiving the British by heavy fire from other directions, he had sent 2,000 men to Dorchester Heights, and at the dawn of the following morning the redcoats were astonished to behold the great guns in place on the heights above them. The admiral bluntly declared that unless those entrenchments were taken, his fleet would be withdrawn, for he did not care to expose his vessels to the fire which he knew would not be vain. Lord Percy was at last bidden to take 3,000 men and advance to storm the place held by the Americans. But it is one thing to say what ought to be done, and quite a different one to do it. The redcoats had not forgotten Bunker Hill, and as a hard storm just then swept over the region, it afforded an excellent pretext for delay. On the following day, when the storm had passed, it was discovered that the hardy Americans had not stopped for the rain, and their fortifications were now too strong to be attacked, and nothing was left for the British to do but to evacuate Boston. Threatening to burn the town if his troops were fired upon, Washington wisely, but greatly to the disgust of some of his men, agreed that his guns would be silent during the departure. The 8,000 British troops embarked on the fleet and sailed away for Halifax. And from that day, March 17th, 1776, until this, many men have been accustomed when in anger to bid their enemies depart for the same destination. The British had left powder, cannon, and stores behind them when they departed, and the needy American troops were almost as rejoiced to gain these supplies as they were over the departure of the redcoats. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10, Young Folks' History of the American Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colonel Gary Bohannon, GaryBohannon.com. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution by Everett Tomlinson, Independence. 3 events had occurred outside the armies that did very much towards hastening the separation between the colonies and the mother country. One of these was the refusal of the king and Parliament even to receive, much less to listen to, the delegate who was sent by Congress to present the last appeal of the patriots for justice and kindness at the hands of their rulers. As we already know, the mass of the people, as well as of the members of Congress, had been opposed to independence. They declared that they still loved England, the home of their fathers and the former home of many of them, and that they had no desire to cut loose from that land. Some of the leaders deeply revered the name of that nation of which they still claimed to be a part. Others, who were property owners, were fearful of the losses that would be theirs in case of a revolution, and still others were of that conservative class which is ever bitterly opposed to anything like radical change in existing conditions. Nearly all the people in America, however, were agreed that the colonies were being treated very harshly, and when the last petition was curtly rejected, and even the man who carried it to England was not listened to, and his very prayer was not heard, it began to make some think that mild measures were not to be relied upon longer. Benjamin Franklin, John Adams, Samuel Adams, Thomas Paine, and others had for some time believed that independence was the only hope remaining. But they had been in such a minority that even these bold men had not deemed it wise to say very much about their own convictions. The second event that inflamed the feelings of the Americans was the wanton burning of Falmouth, Maine, now Portland, October 16, 1775. Captain Mowat, with 4 British vessels, had sailed into the harbor and set fire to the town. Churches, public buildings, and houses were all treated alike, and when the sun went down on that day, less than 1/4 of the town remained standing, and more than 1,000 men, women, and children were without a shelter of any kind, and had no protection from the cold weather which would soon be upon them. And, worst of all, there was absolutely no excuse for this wanton deed, and even the anger of those who had thus far not entered into the spirit of the struggle soon burned as fiercely as the blazing town of Falmouth when the news was spread over the land. Congress learned of the British captain's cruelty on the 31st of October, but even the report of the sad plight of the Maine people was somewhat overshadowed by the news that King George had hired 20,000 Hessian soldiers to come with his own reinforcements to America, and assist, by one strong, vigorous campaign, in forever putting his rebellious subjects in America into the proper attitude of body and of mind. Again and again, rumors had been current that George III was about to employ mercenaries to help him subdue the colonies. But even the most bitter Tories had indignantly denied that their ruler would ever be guilty of the baseness of using hired soldiers to kill his own subjects. Nor were the angry Americans the only ones to express such sentiments, for Empress Catherine of Russia, to whom King George had first applied for troops, had, at the time when she refused to provide the men, almost taunted him with the very same words used by the colonists themselves. But the king had succeeded in obtaining the men from the Landgrave of Hesse Castle. It is said that the gambling debts of the petty prince played no small part in the transaction, and so it came to pass that 4 of the most successful European generals and 20,000 of the best drilled troops were to be sent to America, in addition to such troops as England's king could spare from the wars in which he was then engaged or with which he fancied himself to be threatened. How the Americans did hate those Hessian soldiers! They did not stop to think that the men themselves were not to blame, but the fault was to be charged to their rulers, who had sold their services and compelled them to leave their homes and kindred and cross the sea to shoot men against whom they had no grievance, and for whose quarrel they themselves cared nothing at all. Dutch butchers, the angry Americans termed them, and the hatred and contempt they felt for the foreign soldiers cannot fully be appreciated today. The language spoken by the Hessians sounded strangely gruff in their ears. For the most part, they were large men, and their very dress, to which they very foolishly and tenaciously clung in all sorts of places and in all kinds of weather, added much to the strangeness of their appearance. Their high fur hats, their long jack boots that came to the thighs, each foot being equipped with a long, heavy, and cruel spur, the thick short broadsword, the short carbine, and the heavy gun with which every soldier was supplied made up a strange garb. But more impressive than any or all of these was the heavy black mustache each soldier permitted to grow long, which he was also said to dye every morning with shoe blacking. This imparted a ferocious aspect to their faces, to which the smoothly shaved Continentals were in no wise accustomed. These three events, like the last straws which are said, in connection with all the rest of the load, to break the back of the proverbial camel, provided to be too much for the long-suffering Americans. North Carolina, where the first bloodshed of the war had occurred, was now also the first to declare herself in favor of independence, and so to instruct her delegates to the Congress at Philadelphia. Other colonies followed her example, until at last all but New York had recorded themselves in favor of the action which was forever to separate the new land from the old. Although New York had not been able to express herself in favor of the proposed declaration, it was well understood how the most of her people felt concerning the matter, and the men in Philadelphia proceeded with their deliberations as confidently as if a formal vote in New York had been secured. It was on June 7, 1776, when Richard Henry Lee of Virginia had risen in the presence of the Congress, and with his clear, ringing voice, he was a marvelous orator, had fearlessly read aloud the resolution, quote, that these united colonies are, and of right ought to be, free and independent states, and that all political connection between us and the state of Great Britain is, and ought to be, totally dissolved, unquote. John Adams quickly seconded the resolution, though for the sake of the safety of the lives of the two men, Congress directed its secretary to omit from the records the name of each man. The wide world knows, however, all about it today. The consideration of the resolution was after 2 days postponed until the 1st of July, by which time it was believed that every colony would have put itself on record and instructed its delegates how to vote. A committee was nevertheless appointed to prepare a declaration, and the following men were named as members of it: Thomas Jefferson of Virginia, John Adams of Massachusetts, Benjamin Franklin of Pennsylvania, Roger Sherman of Connecticut, and Robert R. Livingstone of New York. Naturally, we should suppose that the name of Richard Henry Lee, who had introduced the resolution, would have been placed on this list, but the illness of his wife had compelled him to leave for home, and his absence therefore accounts for the non-appearance of his name. He was there in spirit, if he was compelled to be absent in the body. On the 1st day of July, 1776, with Benjamin Harrison in the chair, the resolution was brought up for action. The Declaration of Independence had been drawn up by Thomas Jefferson, who had been appointed chairman of the committee. He was a very young man at this time, a delegate from Virginia, not very much of a speaker, though his pen had already become known not only as that of a ready writer, but of an able writer as well. Jefferson had desired John Adams to draw up the document, but Adams, as far-sighted as he had been when he had secured the appointment of Washington as commander-in-chief of the army, and for the very same reasons, insisted upon his young colleague doing the work. In his autobiography, John Adams gave the following reasons for declining to do the work and for his insistence that Jefferson should do it. Quote, 1. That he was a Virginian, and I am a Massachusettsian. 2. That he was a Southern man, and I a Northern one. 3. That I had been so obnoxious from my early and constant zeal in promoting the measure that every draft of mine would undergo more severe scrutiny and criticism in Congress than one of his composition. 4. And lastly, that it would be reason enough, if there were no other, I had a great opinion of the elegance of his pen, and none at all of my own. I therefore insisted that no hesitation should be made on his part. He accordingly took the minutes, and in a day or two produced me his first draft. Unquote. Richard Henry Lee was absent on that 1st day of July, as we have said, owing to the illness in his family, and John Adams was called upon to defend the resolution he had seconded. Perhaps he was not the fiery, magnetic speaker that Lee was, but he was a man of great intellect, and his speech was a powerful one. Doubtless many of those who are reading these pages have declaimed in their school days portions of that speech, or supposed portions, before admiring audiences, and have declared that, quote, sink or swim, survive or perish, unquote, they were unhesitatingly in favor of independence. Samuel Adams of Massachusetts, Dr. Witherspoon of New Jersey, Edward Rutledge of South Carolina, and others also spoke warmly in its favor. The resolution was opposed by some, for what measure ever yet existed to which all men agreed. The strongest speech in opposition was made by John Dickinson, who brought forward points that in one form or another have been urged against every new movement since the world began. Quote, The country would not be any stronger. Proposed alliances with France, Spain, or other foreign nations were all uncertain. There would be no hope of future favors from Great Britain. The colonies themselves had no settled government. And first, all these details should be arranged, and then America might take her place among the nations of the world, unquote. All of which was not without weight, but after all was very much like the consent of the anxious mother for her boy to enter the water after he had learned to swim, or telling a young teacher or physician that he will be employed after he shall have had some experience. Learning comes by experience, and centuries ago a writer declared that all such reasons as those advanced by John Dickinson against any movement which of itself was right would usually prevent the measure itself from being entered upon. Quote, "He that observeth the wind shall not sow, and he that regardeth the clouds shall not reap." Unquote. The resolution declaring the colonies to be free and independent was unanimously adopted on the 2nd day of July, 1776. 9 colonies the preceding day had voted in favor of it. New York was still silent because, as we have said, her delegates had not been instructed. Pennsylvania voted nay, and so did South Carolina. Delaware was also counted in the negative, although one of her delegates cast his vote in favor of adopting the resolution. The final vote was unanimous, at least as far as 12 colonies were concerned, for the New York delegates, though not opposed to it, did not feel that they ought to vote for it. The form drawn up by Jefferson was modified and slightly changed, and after a full discussion was adopted July 4th, 1776. It was 2:00 in the afternoon. A great crowd of excited people had assembled in the streets, for by this time all the people of Philadelphia were aware of what was in the air. The slow moments passed, and many began to fear that Congress, after all, had become alarmed and the measure would fail. The old bellman was up in the steeple waiting anxiously for the signal. He had stationed a lad in place where he could easily perceive him, and the boy was to inform him just as soon as the vote had been taken. Still the time dragged on. Would the end never come? At last a sudden great shout went up from the assembled crowd. The boy clapped his hands and joined in the outcry, and the old bellman knew that the moment had arrived. And instantly the great iron tongue of the Liberty Bell sent forth its clamor, heard like the reports of the guns at Concord and Lexington, around the world. Cannon were fired, people shouted and sang, there were bonfires and illuminations in the evening, and grown men, as well as the ever-present small boys, seemed to be beside themselves with joy. It was a great day. It is a great thing to be free. To declare that a country is free is one thing, and to be free is, however, quite a different one, as the excited colonists were yet to learn by many sad and terrible experiences. But the birth of these United States of America was an assured fact from the day when the Continental Congress assembled in the old State House at Philadelphia, and the Liberty Bell sent forth its peals, which are yet ringing. Although few realized what the Declaration meant, they all, or nearly all, entered into the celebrations that followed. The 56 men who had signed it were very much in earnest, and their own feeling, as well as the Declaration itself, helped to arouse others. In New York, whither Washington with his army had come after the British had departed from Boston, what was done was recorded in one of the newspapers as follows. Quote, "This afternoon, July 10th, 1776, the Declaration of Independence was read at the head of each brigade of the Continental Army posted at, and in the vicinity of, New York. It was received everywhere with loud huzzas and the utmost demonstrations of joy. And tonight the equestrian statue of George III, which Tory pride and folly raised in the year 1770, has been by the sons of freedom been laid prostrate on the dirt, the just deserts of an ungrateful tyrant. The lead wherewith the monument was made is to be run into bullets, to assimilate with the brains of our infatuated adversaries, who, to gain a peppercorn, have lost an empire." Footnote: Lord Clare had said openly in the House of Commons that a peppercorn in acknowledgement of Britain's right to tax America was of more importance than millions without it. End of footnote. A gentleman who was present at this ominous fall of leaden majesty, looking back on the original hopeful's beginning, pertinently exclaimed in the language of the angel to Lucifer, quote, "If thou beest he, but ah, how fallen, how changed." Unquote. Still, The King of Lead did more good to the struggling soldiers than ever the King of Flesh had done, for the store of bullets was largely increased by the melted statue. The real celebration in Boston occurred July 17th, when to a vast crowd of excited people assembled at Faneuil Hall, Colonel Crafts read the entire declaration. The great assembly had been silent throughout the reading, even the jubilant small boys realizing that something of an extraordinary nature was going on. But when at last the final paragraph had been read, such a shout went up that it is said to have shaken the old cradle of liberty. Then the guns of the nearby batteries began to roar, giving vent to the feelings of the people by firing 13 rounds. In Philadelphia there had been an exciting time, not only when the old bell had been rung after the vote in Congress had been taken, but on July 8th, when there was another special celebration. There was an immense crowd on Walnut Street to hear the reading, and as soon as it had been completed, the arms of the king were torn from their place in the courtroom and burned in a huge bonfire in the street. The bonfires and shouts and parades were kept up till midnight, when a heavy thunder shower at last dampened the ardor of the crowds and sent even the boys home for shelter. Nor were the celebrations confined to the large towns. Throughout the colonies there were banquets, anvils were fired, parades marched up and down the streets, and the first celebration of the 4th of July certainly was not lacking in noise, although different dates were selected by different towns for the occasion. The college boys at Nassau Hall, Princeton, made almost as great a commotion as they do now over a victory in football won over a rival college. Trenton, New London, Charlestown, Savannah, Newport, and other towns were particularly noticeable for their noisy delight. At Elizabethtown, Elizabeth, New Jersey, the old newspapers recorded the words of one worthy mother that became familiar during the war and have not been forgotten since. While the people were celebrating, doubtless as noisily as in the other towns, there came a rumor that the British were about to attack the town. Instantly the men prepared for the more serious work of defending their homes, and among those who eagerly offered themselves were 4 brothers, all young men. Although they were the only boys she had, the mother, when they were ready to go, instead of showing any fear, boldly said to them, quote, "My children, you are going out to fight in a just cause, for the rights and liberties of your country. You have my blessing and prayer that God will protect and assist you. But if you fall, His will be done. Let me beg of you, my boys, that if you fall, it may be like men, and that your wounds may not be in your back parts." Unquote. The world has ever made much of the old Spartan mothers, but surely the mothers of the Revolution are also worthy of a place in our regard. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colonel Gary Bohannon. GaryBohannon.com. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution by Everett Tomlinson. Moore's Creek and Sullivan's Island. The colonies, although they had declared themselves to be independent of Great Britain, were still far from being united among themselves, and many weary years were to pass before they were to become one true nation. At the time of the Declaration, however, 2 events had occurred which greatly strengthened the faith of the people, and both of these were in the South. In North Carolina, as has already been related, had occurred the first bloody engagement between the colonists and the forces of the king. This same colony had also been the first to declare herself in favor of independence. And at this very time another event took place within her borders that added much to the enthusiasm of the people of other colonies, as well as of her own. Many Scotchmen, Highlanders for the most part, had within a few years left their homes and crossed the ocean to make for themselves new abodes in the upper parts of North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia. These people were devoted Tories, and although they had in the old country fought for liberty, in the new land they seemed to be opposed to the efforts of their neighbors to resist the tyranny of the king. Relying upon the aid which it was supposed they would give the redcoats, Sir Henry Clinton, with some 2,000 troops, in January 1776, had sailed away from Boston for the Cape Fear River. The governor of the colony of North Carolina had promised to add at least 1,600 Highlanders to Clinton's force, and at the same time it was expected that ships and regiments from Ireland would arrive to join the army there. The patriots of North Carolina were not asleep, however, and a hastily assembled force of men took their stand by the road where the Scotchmen were to pass on their way to join Clinton. Nor had they long to wait, for very soon the men were seen to be approaching, and at the bridge over Moore's Creek the battle began. It was not much more than a beginning, however, for in a half hour the Scotchmen were ready to quit, but the Americans were of another mind, for they not only held about 900 of the men who tried to flee, but also captured a goodly sum of money, and what was of still greater importance, some 2,000 stands of arms. The Scotch leader, who was known as his wife's husband, being none other than Allan MacDonald, whose wife Flora had at one time saved the life of Charles Edward, was cast into jail, and the effect of the daring stand of the patriots, outnumbered as they had been almost 2 to 1, had about the same effect in the South that Ticonderoga and Lexington and the evacuation of Boston had had in the New England colonies. And the 1,000 men who had stopped the march of the Scotch at Moore's Creek, February 27, 1776, were speedily increased to 10 times that number. So Henry Clinton very soon decided that South Carolina was a more promising field for his efforts than North Carolina, and as the fleet had not yet arrived from Ireland, he spent the most of his time in cruising about Albemarle Sound. Parker's fleet arrived in May, and then Clinton and Parker began to talk over the best plan of driving the Americans out of the little fort which had been built on Sullivan's Island. This fort commanded the harbor, and Clinton's only question was not whether the place could be taken or not, but how it could be best done, and with the least possible loss to his own men. As soon as the fort should fall into his hands, then South Carolina, where the Tories and Whigs were both unusually active, would be at his mercy, or so he fondly believed. Colonel William Moultrie had built this fort, using piles of sand and logs of palmetto in its construction, and at this time had about 1,200 men under his command, while in Charleston itself was Charles Lee, who had been ordered there to protect the town and command the 5,000 militiamen who had assembled. Lee knew all about it, or declared he did, which sometimes impresses others almost as much as genuine knowledge. He had fought in Europe, a fact he did not forget, nor was he likely to let anyone else forget it either. He laughed at Moultrie, poked fun at the fort, and very kindly showed him just how everything ought to be. But Colonel Moultrie had a mind of his own, and was not to be overawed by Lee, even if the latter had fought in Europe. And as John Rutledge, who was then president of the South Carolina Congress, was of the same mind, Moultrie had his own way, and as the event proved, greatly to his credit. Although all the time Lee, with his characteristic bluster, claimed all the glory of the victory, and many of the ignorant colonists believed him too, for had he not fought in Europe? It was the 28th day of June, 1776. Clinton had decided to land 3,000 of his men on a sandbar in the harbor and let them wade to the fort. And if the Americans showed any disposition at all to stand before the redcoats, then the guns of Parker's fleet were to attend to them. The redcoats were planning to use their bayonets, and did not dream that the rude and poorly equipped militia would stand for a moment before them. News traveled slowly in those days, and perhaps Clinton's soldiers had forgotten what had occurred about a year before this time on Bunker Hill. The redcoats landed on the sandbars, but to their consternation they discovered, when they tried to cross the shoals, that instead of water coming only to their waists, it was in places over the heads of the tallest. As they stood there in the water, another enemy appeared, which was nothing more than the mosquitoes, which seemed to be just as eager for the red blood of the redcoats as ever the mosquito of the New Jersey colony had been. Though there were people then, as there are now, who professed to believe that the little torment is no respecter of persons at all. At all events, they fell upon the British soldiers in swarms that day, and so busy were the redcoats trying to find footing in the shoals and some defense against the mosquitoes that most of the fighting was between the fleet and the fort. Somehow the Americans did not seem to be so badly frightened by the cannon shot after all, and although they did not have sufficient ammunition to give back shot for shot, they made almost every one that they did fire tell. And at last, when 10 hours had passed, only one of the 10 vessels in the British fleet was fit to sail in. The flagship was almost a wreck, and the loss in killed and wounded was 205, while the Americans had a loss of only 37. The despised palmetto log fort was practically unharmed, and only one gun in all the hours of the fight had been put out of action. The fort on Sullivan's Island has been known since that time as Fort Moultrie, and certainly a better name for it could not be found, for it was the sturdy colonel who, though he had never fought in Europe, still knew enough to understand the value of sand and palmetto logs, and by his valor and that of his men had saved Charleston, and indeed the whole of South Carolina, for a time from the attacks of the British. Clinton and Parker, delaying only long enough to do such repairing as would enable their boats to put to sea, after 3 weeks sailed away for New York. It was said afterward by some of the men who best knew Colonel Moultrie that the only reason why he never rose to the very front rank was that he was never punctual. At another time he delayed in the city until he was too late to use the tide, and so the expedition he was to lead was lost, and many men laid down their lives that might have been saved had Moultrie been on time. The same writer quotes the words of a great Englishman who declared that his habit of being not only on time, but a quarter of an hour in advance of each appointment had made him Lord High Admiral of Great Britain. Footnote: Johnson's Traditions and Reminiscences of the American Revolution. End footnote. Doubtless other qualities besides that of punctuality are required to make a Lord High Admiral of Great Britain, and without a doubt Moultrie was still a brave and noble man in spite of his habit of being behind time. If the habit brought him sorrow afterward, and prevented him from obtaining the success he might have won, it cannot detract from his glorious defense of the fort that soon bore his name, nor from the inspiration that his bravery gave to the little nation that had declared itself to be free and independent at a time when Moultrie's victory over Clinton and Parker was proclaimed throughout the land. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colonel Gary Bohannon. GaryBohannon.com. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution by Everett Tomlinson. The Struggle on Long Island. With Parker there had come to America a British soldier who was destined to play a very important part in the struggle which was then going on. This man was Lord Cornwallis, and when Clinton returned to New York, he at once became an active worker in Howe's army. For the British, who had sailed away from Halifax when they had evacuated Boston, had now come to New York, as Washington had thought they would do long before this time. Led on by his belief, the American leader had left Boston, and with his men, had himself marched hastily for New York, well aware that the struggle would now be transferred to the Middle States. New England did not suffer much throughout the remainder of the war, for the British, knowing how rough the coast there was, and how rugged were the men, and at the same time aware of the many Tories who were to be found in and near New York, and of the greater wealth there, and influenced also by the fact that their ships could be a great aid to the soldiers, decided upon that region as their next battleground. The South also, for some time after the defense of Fort Moultrie, was not to be seriously troubled, for there was no great wealth to be found there. The Patriots were very stubborn, and if the British could secure New York and the Hudson, they trusted that their armies in Canada would be able to make their way up through Lake Champlain and join their comrades in Albany. And so, by effectually splitting the colonies apart, particularly Massachusetts and Virginia, they would be able to crush the rebellion that very summer. Howe was, as we know, a man who felt great sympathy for the struggling Americans. He had come across the ocean reluctantly, and only because he had been ordered to come, and he was in great hope that he might, by offering the olive branch, as he expressed it, be able to bring about peace once more. Washington had arrived at New York some time before the coming of Howe, and had used his army in fortifying various places and making such provisions for defense as lay within his power. At this time the men in his ranks were better fitted to use the shovel than the gun, but with all his efforts, the American commander was not able to do very much. And so few were his followers that he could not even station anyone on Staten Island to dispute the landing of the British there. The redcoats accordingly occupied that island on the 28th of June, and their presence greatly alarmed the Whigs in the surrounding region. Harshly as the Whigs were at times treated, the British army seemed to be even more angry at the Tories, and blamed them for all the trouble that had arisen, which was not altogether just or fair. When Washington had come to New York, Governor Tryon had fled for safety to a British ship in nearby waters. But so bitter was his hatred that he and the mayor of New York, David Matthews, and various other prominent men, formed a plot that was as dastardly as it was cruel. This plot was to blow up the magazines of the Americans and capture General Washington, who was either to be murdered or tried for treason and hanged. There were reports, current at the time, that the scheme was to poison Washington, and it is even said that his cook had been bribed to place poison in a dish of peas, of which the general was known to be very fond. The following account is taken from a newspaper, the Pennsylvania Journal, of those days. Quote, "Since Friday last, a most barbarous and infernal plot has been discovered among the Tories in New York. 2 of General Washington's guards are concerned. A third, whom they tempted to join them, made the first discovery. The general report of their design is as follows. Upon the arrival of British troops, they were to murder all the staff officers, blow up the magazines, and secure all the passes of the town." Gilbert Forbes, a gunsmith in the Broadway, was taken between 2 and 3 o'clock on Saturday morning and carried before our Congress, who were then sitting. He refused to make any discovery, upon which he was sent to jail. The Reverend Mr. Livingston went to see him early in the morning, and told him he was very sorry to find he had been concerned, that his time was very short, not having above 3 days to live, and advised him to prepare himself. This had the desired effect, and he requested to be carried before Congress again, promising to discover all he knew. Several have since been taken, between 20 and 30, among them the mayor. They are all now in confinement. Their party, it is said, consisted of about 500. Unquote. 2 other extracts from the newspapers of the time will explain the methods employed by the angry soldiers to protect their leader and bring the plotters to justice. Quote, "Yesterday, 23, the mayor was examined twice and returned prisoner under a strong guard. We have now 34 prisoners, and many more it is expected will be taken up. A party of our men went over to Long Island on Saturday last to take up some of the Tories. They returned yesterday and brought to town one Downing, who is charged with being in the hellish plot. They took 6 more prisoners and put them in Jamaica jail on Long Island. The Tories made some resistance and fired on our men in the woods. Our men returned their fire, wounding 1 man mortally. They then called for quarter." Quote, "This forenoon, June 28, was executed in a field between Colonels McDougall and Huntington's camp, near the Bowery Lane, New York, in the presence of nearly 20,000 spectators, a soldier belonging to His Excellency General Washington's Guards, for mutiny and conspiracy. Being one of these who formed, and was soon to have put in execution, that horrid plot of assassinating the staff officers, blowing up the magazines, and securing the passes of the town on the arrival of the hungry ministerial myrmidons. During the execution, Kip, the moon curser, suddenly sank down and expired instantly." Unquote. Lord Howe, upon his arrival July 12, 1776, and we may be well assured that he had no sympathy for the fiendish plot in which Tryon and the others had been engaged, moved, first of all, by his sincere desire for peace, sent a letter to Washington, in which was a proclamation that promised forgiveness to all who would desist from rebellion and aid in restoring tranquility. This letter he addressed to George Washington, Esquire, not having power or permission to recognize officially that there was such a thing in existence as a Continental Congress or a commander of an army sanctioned by that body. In a dignified manner, Washington declined to receive a letter addressed after that fashion, and insisted that Lord Howe, if he wrote as a commander, should also recognize him as another. Howe, we know, was very desirous of avoiding bloodshed, and when his messenger returned with the word he had received, quote, that there was in the American camp no such individual as George Washington, Esquire, unquote, He waited a few days and then sent Colonel Patterson with another letter. This officer was of high rank and influence, and it was thought that such a man would be received by the American general. Washington did permit him to come into his presence, but when the letter he carried was seen to be addressed to, quote, George Washington, Esquire, etc., unquote, again the leader refused to receive it, though by the gracious manner in which he received the British officer, he won that soldier's love and admiration. When Howe perceived that his opponent would not yield, still hoping to bring about peace without fighting for it, he sent the officer of the pardon he was authorized to grant to the loyal governors of the various colonies. But unfortunately, these gentlemen were in no position to scatter his gracious words. Tryon was on shipboard, and apparently had no disposition to try to land until the redcoats had provided a safe landing place. Other governors had been cast into prison by the angry Whigs, and so they too were powerless to aid the good wishes of the British leader. Congress, however, came to the aid of Lord Howe, and of their own accord ordered his proclamation to be printed and scattered, and when the people read it, they looked upon it as simply a huge joke, and gave it no serious thought at all. When the English admiral and his brother perceived that the patriots intended to fight for what they believed to be their rights, they too prepared for battle, not dreaming that much of a stand could be made against them. Altogether, including the Hessians whom Lord Howe had brought with him, the British force consisted of more than 25,000 men, and greatly outnumbered those in Washington's army. Besides, the Continentals were poorly equipped and without experience or training, and the British soldiers were well known to be the very best in the world. While Howe had been delaying and holding forth his olive branch, Washington had been very busy doing the best in his power to strengthen his position, which was a very difficult one to hold. Brooklyn Heights seemed the best place to fortify strongly, and so he had placed trusty Nathaniel Greene there with 9,000 of the troops, and they had been working with desperate zeal through the intervening days. When Howe at last perceived that the Americans were deadly in earnest, he quickly determined to throw the bulk of his army against the place Greene had been fortifying, for he was as well aware as Washington that if this spot could once be occupied, he would hold New York in his power. Unfortunately, Greene was taken ill and was unable to command the men there in person. And Washington, not knowing but that Howe might not after all change his plan and fall upon the city instead of attacking the heights, dared not to come to the Brooklyn side. Perhaps General Howe told the admiral some stories as to the manner in which the farmers had behaved at Lexington and Bunker Hill, but whether he did or not, before the attack on the Americans was begun, he spent several days in arranging his plans, and even sent a part of the fleet up the Hudson, as if he might land a force and attack New York, and so kept Washington inside the limits. The Americans had sunk some old hulks in the Hudson, and tried to make the passage of the river difficult, if not impossible. But Howe's ships paid little more attention to these things than a great mastiff does to the barkings of a tiny terrier. On the 22nd of August, 1776, General Howe landed 20,000 of his men at Gravesend Bay, and prepared to move upon Putnam and Sullivan, who, after the illness of Greene, had been placed in command of the American forces on Long Island. Before the British departed from Staten Island, however, there had been great fear and confusion all along the Jersey shore. It was a current rumor that when Howe should start for Long Island, the Hessians were to come across into New Jersey and fall upon Elizabethtown, Perth Amboy, and all the nearby country. Some of the timid Whigs are said to have kept their horses and coaches all ready before their doors for instant use. Some of the boys used to take canoes and float down the bay near to the shore of Staten Island, and in the darkness fire upon the camp of the Hessians, and then paddle away as fast as their arms could make them go. One of the British boats got around Elizabethtown Point, and word having quickly been sent among the men and boys of the region, they assembled almost as quickly as a crowd gathers today, and before the regulars could rescue the sloop, she had been set on fire. The militia on the New Jersey shore were having frequent skirmishes with the Redcoats and Hessians on Staten Island, and the following quotations from letters written at the time will explain the character of them. Quote, "Last Wednesday noon, 10th, a soldier belonging to one of the regiments on Staten Island, being in liquor, and having wandered from his companions, got on the meadows near Elizabethtown Point, which being observed by Colonel Smith, who had commanded that day at the point, he sent over a party of men who took him prisoner." Unquote. Quote, "Yesterday 9 of our riflemen crossed the river, Sound, in order to harass some regulars who were throwing up a kind of breastwork on the bridge for their enemies, who kept firing on our men for some time without doing any execution, till one of the brave fellows went within a few yards of the enemy and desired them to surrender. At that instant he received a ball through his head, which killed him on the spot. The colonel sent over a flag of truce to the commanding officer on the island, desiring leave to bring off his man, which the officer very politely agreed to, and let him take the man, rifle, and all his accoutrements." Unquote. These events were much like the ripples on the surface of the stream, but they served to show how the British and Hessians passed their time before the Battle of Long Island. The soldiers, particularly the Hessians, had many encounters with the patriotic women left in the island, and were doused with hot water or beaten off with broomsticks when they attempted to seize the pigs or poultry of the thrifty housewives, who were bold to defend their own, although, of course, they were not always successful in their attempts. When at last Howe determined upon the attack upon the American soldiers on Long Island, the information of his departure from Staten Island was conveyed to Washington in the following manner, according to the issue of the Pennsylvania Journal of August 28, 1776. Quote, "This night, August 22nd, we have reason to expect the grand attack from our barbarian enemies. The reasons why follow. The night before last, a lad went over to Staten Island, supped there with a friend, and got back safe again without being discovered. Soon after, he went to General Washington, and upon good authority reported that the English army, amounting to 15 or 20,000, had embarked and were ready for an engagement, that some ships of the line and a number of other vessels of war were to surround the city and cover their landing, that the Hessians, being 15,000, were to remain on the island and attack Perth Amboy, Elizabethtown Point, and Burgoyne, while the main body were doing their best at New York, that the Highlanders expected America was already conquered, and that they were only to come over and settle on our lands, for which reason they had brought their churns, plows, etc. Being deceived, they had refused fighting, upon which account General Howe had shot one, hung 5 or 6, and flogged many. There is an abundance of smoke today on Long Island. Our folks have set fire to stacks of hay, etc., to prevent the enemies being benefited in case they got any advantage against us. All the troops in New York are in high spirits, and have been under arms most of the day, as the fleet have been in motion, and are now, as is generally thought, only waiting for a change of tide. 48 hours or less will determine it as to New York, one way or the other." Unquote. A few hours did indeed determine it, though it did the colonies great good in the end. At that time proved to be very like the bitter draught a sick man is urged to swallow. It may do good in the end, but for the present its chastening is not joyous, but grievous. General Washington's army at this time consisted of about 18,000 men, one half of the number being on Long Island, where all summer long General Greene had been working day and night to fortify Brooklyn Heights, a position which, if it could be held, would assist the Continentals greatly in holding New York. Doubtless Washington had no strong hope of holding the city or the position, but desperate straits demand desperate means, and he was not one to hold back in any crisis. Two difficulties increased the American leader's perplexity, one being his ignorance as to just where Howe would strike first. If more of the patriots were withdrawn from New York, the British commander might move against the city, and if too few were left on Long Island, there would be no question as to what Howe would do in that event. So all that Washington could do was to place half his force in each place and await events. His second special difficulty was that he had been compelled by Greene's illness to place Putnam in command of the forces on Long Island, and though old Put was as brave as he was bold, he did not have the cool head and calm judgment of the young blacksmith general from Rhode Island. The problem was soon solved, however, for on August 22nd, 20,000 of Howe's men were landed at Gravesend Bay, from which place 4 roads extend toward the position held by the Americans. It was in the thorough knowledge of these passes or roads that Greene possessed that he greatly excelled the men who succeeded him, and probably he would have been able to arrange his forces to greater advantage than Putnam did, though that even he could have held out against the overwhelming numbers of the British was hardly to be expected. After the landing of his troops, Howe spent 4 days in perfecting his plans and in reconnoitering, and then, after arranging with his brother, Admiral Howe, to pretend to attack New York with his fleet and thereby hold Washington there, before sunrise on the 27th day of August, 1776, the advance of the redcoats and their allies had been almost perfected. Lord Stirling, with a small American force, was stationed on the road nearest the coast, and against him the Scotch Highlanders, under the command of British General Grant, were sent. The largest part of the advancing army which Howe himself led, taking with him such men as Cornwallis and Clinton, marched all night long over the Jamaica road to gain the rear flank of the Americans, while the Hessians were sent over the Bedford road to attack Sullivan, who was stationed there. Most of the Whigs had fled from the region, and as the people who remained were for the most part extremely bitter Tories, it is no cause for surprise that the movements of the invading forces were kept secret, and were therefore successful. Caught between the Hessians and the redcoats, Sullivan's little body of men was soon thrown into confusion, and almost all of those who were not killed were made prisoners, as was General Sullivan himself. Stirling for 4 fearful hours held his own against the Highlanders. For farmers and countrymen, the raw soldiers were fighting desperately. But at last Stirling saw that he was almost completely hemmed in by his foes, and that his only way of escape was across the Gowanus Creek. It was a forlorn hope for a few to try to keep the redcoats at bay, while the others tried to escape, but still, it was the only hope. Even then the tide in the creek was rising rapidly, and soon no one except the expert swimmers might hope to make even the attempt. Renewing the attack, for 20 minutes the most terrible conflict of the entire battle occurred. The young fellows of the regiments known as Smallwood's Marylanders and Haslet's Delawares, sons of well-to-do farmers, were especially distinguishing themselves for their valor. At last they fought their way to the shore of the creek, across which many of their comrades had already made their way, and though it was claimed at the time that of Smallwood's Marylanders, 259 fell in the fearful conflict, still many plunged into the filthy waters. Some stuck fast in the mud and were drowned, others were shot or captured, and Lord Stirling himself became a prisoner. Of the numbers who fell in the Battle of Long Island, it is difficult to write definitely. In the swift ship which Howe at once dispatched to bear the joyous tidings of his victory to the waiting and expectant court of King George were the claims that the Americans had lost 3,300. The truth probably was that about 1,000 were made prisoners and 400 fell. The British loss was a trifle under the latter figure, showing that, although the untrained Americans had been defeated, nevertheless, they had compelled the victors to pay a price for their victory. The Americans on Long Island were not all prisoners, however, for between 7,000 and 8,000 men were now sheltered behind the fortifications on Brooklyn Heights, before which the victorious British encamped and rested until the morning of the 28th. The Battle of Long Island was a defeat for the Americans, and made many sad hearts among the colonists. And yet, had the Americans won, it would have led to a greater defeat afterward, instead of preparing the way for victory. As we know, there was a sad lack of harmony, to say nothing of union, among the patriot forces. Not only were the colonies jealous of one another, but there was slight willingness to have any common bond or leader. We are told that misery loves company, but whether that be true or not, certain it is that the misfortune on Long Island drove the contending patriots more closely together and made them realize that they must be more willing to recognize the needs of the whole country, as well as the demands of any part, and that out of the discouragements of the weary days that followed, Washington was able to unify his forces as he never had been able to do before, nor would he have been able in the pride and arrogance which would certainly have been manifested had the American soldiers won the fight. A very successful businessman declared not long ago that he had been taught more by his failures than by his successes how to succeed. Certain it is that the defeat on Long Island was a blessing in disguise for the struggling colonies, and though at the time the disguise was complete, today we all can understand it, and it is true of many events besides the Battle of Long Island. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colonel Gary Bohannon, GaryBohannon.com. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution by Everett Tomlinson. Events in and near New York. Washington, although he had scarcely known a moment's rest for the previous 2 nights, had crossed to the aid of his men, who were shut in behind the works which they had previously erected on Brooklyn Heights. He, withal, was uncertain as to what the next move of the victorious British would be, and neither he nor his followers were to be free from anxiety for many hours to come. It has been claimed by some that Washington was eager for the redcoats to attempt to storm the heights, in which event he hoped that the lesson of Bunker Hill would be reviewed and repeated. Others believed that the American leader was aware that his men were too nearly exhausted and disheartened to make a stand against the enemy. But whatever may have been his own feelings or fear, all that Howe did was to arrange his troops in the form of a semicircle in front of Brooklyn Heights and wait, although there were frequent skirmishes during the night and the day that followed. Just why the British general did not act promptly is not known today. Some of his friends in England, who, since they were thousands of miles away from the scene of the battle, naturally thought they knew all that should be done, criticized him very severely for his inactivity, and declared it was due to the fact that he had eaten too much, as he frequently did, and consequently was too sleepy to keep an eye on his wily foe. Others have claimed that the failure to act was due to Howe's clemency, believing, as he did, that by his victory he had crushed the rebellion, and being averse to shedding any more blood than was absolutely necessary. At all events, he did fail to act, and this gave the weary Washington the opportunity for which he was watching. A period of foggy and rainy weather set in, but his watchful scouts brought him word that there were some strange movements going on in Admiral Howe's fleet, which lay out near the Narrows and almost completed the circle around Washington and his men. Some believed that these movements among the vessels implied that the British were attempting to complete this circle and starve out the Yankee soldiers by a siege. Others claimed that the redcoats were getting ready to fall upon New York City itself, which, protected only by half the little American army, would fall as easily as the men of Sterling and Sullivan had been driven by the oncoming Hessians and British. Either horn of this dilemma was apparently as bad as the other, and so, calling a council of his officers, Washington decided that the best thing to do was to evacuate Brooklyn Heights and attempt to cross to New York, where at least all his men would be together. Accordingly, that very night, August 29th, 1776, the crossing was made. Colonel Glover, with his hardy fishermen from Marblehead and Gloucester, who were a few weeks afterward to play such a conspicuous and daring part in the Battle of Trenton, collected all the boats of every kind and description that could be found, and ferried the army across to the New York shore. The fog favored them, but why they were not discovered is one of the mysteries of history. At last, before the dawn of the day, all the men, horses, guns, ammunition, and supplies had been safely transported, and when the British finally were awake to what was going on, it was only to behold the last row of skiffs safe beyond the range of their pistols or guns. It was a marvelous feat, and all the more to be wondered at because Washington and his followers were almost exhausted. But it was his opportunity, and when it came the great American seized it, and thereby disclosed the true secret of his greatness. For the difference between men is not the lack of opportunities, but in the failure to recognize them. It is said that a Mrs. Rapelye, an ardent Tory woman dwelling near the foot of Fulton Street, from which the crossing was made, discovering what the Americans were doing, sent one of her Negroes with information for the British leader. But the black man met a Hessian officer, who could not understand a word that was said, and so the slumbers of Howe were not broken before the morning dawned. The Americans were in New York, though they could hardly be called safe, and the British held the empty earthworks on Brooklyn Heights. Whatever chagrin Howe might have felt, he was justly elated over the success of the recent battle, for which a few weeks afterward he was knighted. But he still had a very sincere desire for peace, and not dreaming that after such a loss as the Americans had sustained, they would seriously think of continuing the war, or the rebellion as he called it, he sent Sullivan, who was now his prisoner, to Congress with the implied promise that he, Howe, would probably be able to influence Parliament to grant the requests of the colonies for the repeal of the laws against which they had rebelled. But he wanted first that a committee of 3 should be appointed to confer with him. The proposal aroused very strong feelings among the members of Congress, some denouncing both Howe, who had made the proposition, and Sullivan, who had brought it, as if Sullivan could have done otherwise. Others were far more suspicious than were the Trojans of the horse the Greeks had left for them, and still others thought no harm could come from a conference with the British general. Against the better judgment of some of the leaders, John Adams, Franklin, and Rutledge were appointed as such a committee, and a conference with Howe was held. The result of it, however, was only to show Lord Howe how determined the Americans had become, not only to have just laws, but also a country of their own, and that he could not hope to win them back to King George without a desperate struggle. The olive branch he had brought across the sea had failed to accomplish the result he had sincerely hoped to gain. Washington and his little army were safe now in New York, it is true, but how long they would remain so was a question. Howe had issued a proclamation in which he not only called upon all loyal subjects of King George now to show their loyalty, but also promised forgiveness for all others who would return. Perhaps it is not surprising that many availed themselves of this offer, but Congress, on the other hand, also provided an oath of allegiance to which the stronger Whigs readily subscribed. Though as many of them took their families and followed the Patriot Army, the patriotism in many ways only served to increase the problems of the great leaders. The city being on an island presented the very best of opportunities for the British, having, as they did, both a fleet and an army to fall upon it. The Americans had erected a number of defenses along the shore, but these were not of a kind to afford much help in case of an attack, and when Washington called a council of his officers, a majority of them agreed with him that the only safe course to follow was to evacuate the city. The stores and the sick and wounded soldiers were sent into New Jersey. General Putnam was left in the city with 4,000 men as a rear guard, and then Washington with the main body withdrew to the banks of the Harlem River. It was during this time that two events occurred that have been almost ignored in our records of the struggle. One was the attempt of Ezra Lee to blow up the Eagle, Admiral Howe's flagship, which was anchored off the shore of Governor's Island. A young mechanic named Bushnell, of Connecticut, had invented what he called a marine turtle, by which he was confident that a daring man could move under the water, approach the hull of a ship, and by fastening his contrivance to the bottom and arranging the clockwork of the turtle, have ample time to escape himself before the explosion followed, which it was confidently believed would blow the largest man of war to splinters. The plan was approved, and daring Ezra Lee was selected to make the attempt. At midnight on the 6th of September, he entered the machine, left the dock at the foot of Whitehall, and started on his perilous venture. Washington and several of his officers who were in the secret waited all night long on the dock for the outcome of the attempt, no one of them hopeful of success, and as the gray of the dawn appeared, not even daring to believe that young Ezra would ever be seen again. Just at that time, however, suddenly a column of water was thrown into the air near the dim outline of the Eagle, and it was apparent that there was a great commotion both on board the flagship and on the nearby shore. No great damage had been done, that was evident. But what had become of Ezra Lee? For a long time the American officers waited, and just as they were about to go back to their men, satisfied that the attempt had failed and that the young man was drowned, he was discovered in the water near the dock. Friendly hands speedily drew him forth, and warm were the words of praise bestowed upon him by all. The attempt had indeed failed, for the bottom of the flagship had been covered with copper. It had been impossible to find a place which the turtle could be fastened. Ezra Lee's spirit and daring had appealed to Washington so strongly, however, that he was chosen by the commander as one of his most trusty scouts, and had an active part afterward in the battles of Trenton, Brandywine, and Monmouth. The other event was the hanging of Nathan Hale. Washington, as we know at this time, had been in great perplexity as to what the next movements of the British would be, and after consulting with his officers, it was decided that some trusty man must be sent as a spy to Long Island to learn of the movements and plans of the British army. Colonel Knowlton, whose regiment was known as Congress's Own, and was composed of very sterling men, was directed to select some suitable man for the task, and his choice fell upon young Captain Nathan Hale of Connecticut, who, provided with passes and letters by Washington that would be helpful among all the armed vessels of the Americans, soon afterward crossed to Long Island, where he made many notes and sketches, and then prepared to recross the Sound to his friends. But as the old story runs, he was recognized by a relative who was a very bitter Tory, and at once was turned over to General Howe. Without even the form of a trial, he was sent to Cunningham, the provost marshal, a man whose deeds within the next few years were to make him one of the most justly detested men in our history, with orders for his execution. Even at this time Cunningham showed his true nature, for he even refused young Hale permission to read his Bible or to have a word with a clergyman before his death. Even the tendered letters he had, by permission of Howe, written to his mother were destroyed, and Nathan Hale was speedily hanged from an apple tree in an orchard that grew near to the present East Broadway. The last words of the brave young martyr were, quote, "I only regret that I have but one life to give for my country." Unquote. The tragic death of Nathan Hale created a feeling of intense anger among the Continentals. The brutality and cold-blooded cruelty that attended it increased the fear of the wavering and strengthened the determination of those who already were committed to the cause of the new nation. Our forefathers were very fond of songs, and frequently went into battle with a song on their lips, and many a campfire was enlivened with the rude, stirring words of a poet soldier. Nathan Hale's death naturally provided a theme of interest, and it may serve to show both the feelings of the time and the rude attempt of the poets to express the sentiments of their fellows if we quote the following war song, written in 1776 by some writer whose name is unknown. Nathan Hale, a Ballad. The breezes went steadily through the tall pines, a-saying, "Oh hush," a-saying, "Oh hush," as stilly stole by a bold legion of horse, for Hale in the bush, for Hale in the bush. "Keep still," said the thrush, as she nestled her young, in a nest by the road, in a nest by the road. "For the tyrants are near, and with them appear what bodes us no good, what bodes us no good." The brave captain heard it, and thought of his home, in a cot by the brook, in a cot by the brook. With his mother and sisters and memories dear, he so gaily forsook, he so gaily forsook. Cooling shades of the night were coming apace. The tattoo had beat, the tattoo had beat. The noble one sprang from his dark lurking place, to make his retreat, to make his retreat. He warily trod on the dry rustling leaves, as he passed through the woods, as he passed through the woods, and silently gained his rude launch on the shore, as she played with the flood, as she played with the flood. The guards of the camp on that dark dreary night had a murderous will, had a murderous will. They took him and bore him afar from the shore, to a hut on the hill, to a hut on the hill. No mother was there, not a friend who could cheer, in that little stone cell, in that little stone cell. But he trusted in love from his Father above, in his heart all was well, in his heart all was well. An ominous owl with his solemn bass voice sat moaning hard by, sat moaning hard by. The tyrant's proud minions most gladly rejoice, for soon he must die, for soon he must die. The brave fellow told them, no thing he restrained, the cruel general, the cruel general. His errand from camp of the end to be gained, and said that was all, and said that was all. They took him and bound him and bore him away, down the hill's grassy side, down the hill's grassy side. 'Twas there the base hirelings in royal array his cause did deride, his cause did deride. 5 minutes were given, short moments no more, for him to repent, for him to repent. He prayed for his mother, he asked not another. To heaven he went, to heaven he went. The faith of a martyr the tragedy showed, as he trod the last stage, as he trod the last stage. And Britons will shudder at gallant Hale's blood, as his words do presage, as his words do presage. Thou pale king of terrors, thou life's gloomy foe, go frighten the slave, go frighten the slave. Tell tyrants to you their allegiance they owe. No fears for the brave, no fears for the brave. The Americans had meanwhile been working with desperate zeal to strengthen their fortifications in and about the city of New York. New entrenchments were dug, hulks of old and useless vessels were sunken in the Hudson, but all their efforts could avail but little against the fearful odds with which they were contending. Many of the men were still in secret terror of the scarlet-clad British soldiers, whom they had been taught from their earliest boyhood to look upon as the greatest fighters in all the world. Their own equipment was sadly incomplete. The time for which many had enlisted had very nearly expired, and altogether it is not strange that the feeling of gloom and depression almost deprived Washington of any such thing as a trusty or reliable force. Howe first sent 10 of his battleships up the Hudson to a point where their fire could rake the city. Among these ships was the Asia, carrying 64 guns, and hated by the Americans for the actions of its officers and crew, as was almost no other British vessel. The Yankee Captain Talbot, inspired with the desire to damage not only the enemy, but this particular ship, set forth in a fireship from Fort Washington, and succeeded in making his way to the side of the Asia with his own boat in flames. But though he greatly frightened the men on the ship, they managed to escape from their peril, and Captain Talbot himself, badly burned, was glad to escape to the Jersey shore with his life. While the 10 ships were pouring their fire into the city, Sir Henry Clinton landed about 4,000 men at the foot of what is now East 34th Street, while another division, chiefly Hessians, landed a little way above the same place. The brigades of Parsons and Fellows, consisting mostly of New England men, were sent to dispute the landing of the enemy, but to the consternation of their officers, the men became terrified and fled without even attempting to make a stand when the first 50 of the redcoats reached the shore. Bunker Hill and Lexington were forgotten, and only Long Island remembered, when the sight of the brilliant uniforms increased the alarm which the fire of the great guns of the fleet in the Hudson had already aroused. The officers begged and threatened, but the frightened men would not listen, and not even when Washington himself, who had heard at Harlem the sound of the cannon and had ridden swiftly to the landing place, added his words and presence, would they stop in their flight. It is said, in his despair at their cowardice, that the great leader grasped his sword, drove his spurs into the flanks of the horse he was riding, and started swiftly towards the enemy, hoping to meet death and find release from the hopelessness which had apparently seized him. One of his aides, however, grasped the bridle and checked the horse, and in a moment Washington was himself again. With the landing of these forces, Howe might easily have cut off the retreat of General Putnam, who was doing his utmost to withdraw and join his comrades on the banks of the Harlem, and the reason he did not succeed was due in part to what Howe's own countrymen declared to be his weakness, his overeating, as they termed it, and also to the quick wit of a woman, Mistress Murray. She, well aware of Putnam's predicament, prepared a tempting luncheon, and upon her urgent invitation, General Howe, together with Sir Henry Clinton and a few others, stopped at her home to partake of it. But when they arose from the table, the American general and his men were safe, having joined their companions and lost but a few men in the flight. With the withdrawal from the Americans from New York in September 1776, they were not again to hold that city until the long war was ended, more than 7 years after this time. On the following day, September 16, 1776, there was a sharp skirmish between parts of the forces, which has since been known as the Battle of Harlem, in which the Americans lost about 60, while their enemies suffered much more severely. It was in this engagement that Colonel Knowlton of the Connecticut Rangers, to which Nathan Hale belonged, fell, and so did Major Leach of Virginia. Had these men lived, it is more likely that their names would have been as famous as those of many of the leaders, for they were brave men and true, but their death ended their labors, though it should not prevent us from still honoring their memory. The British now had their ships of war in both rivers, the Hudson and the Harlem. They held the city, and many began to think that now they would go into winter quarters in the best town in the New World. The Americans were on Harlem Heights, and there was no fear of their attacking, and the place they held, in the memory of Bunker Hill, was almost too strong to be attacked. But just at this time, there was a terrible fire in New York. Before dawn, in the morning of September 21st, with a strong wind blowing from the southwest, it broke out in a low groggery near the foot of the town, and before it was stopped, 493 buildings had been destroyed. Churches, houses, places of business had disappeared, and the victorious British declared that the Americans had set fire to the town rather than have it fall into the hands of their conquerors. This report was untrue, but perhaps that, together with several other reasons, after 4 weeks had passed, led Howe to decide to attempt to gain the rear of Washington's little army, and so cut them off from all hope of a retreat, and compel an immediate surrender, and bring the war to a speedy end. Boats, as has been said, were in each of the 2 rivers. A large force of Hessians and British was in the city, under the command of Lord Percy. So Howe, with the rest of his army, on 90 great flatboats, passed down through the frightful waters of Hell Gate and landed at Throg's Neck, 18 miles from the city, from which place he hoped to march rapidly across the intervening country and gain the rear of Washington's army before the rebel leader could learn of his design. But the American commander was well aware of the movement, and at once sent men to oppose, if they could not prevent, Howe's landing. Other troops had now joined Howe, and though there was constant skirmishing between the contending forces, the Americans were not able to drive the redcoats back. To prevent Howe from gaining his rear, Washington soon decided to move his army still farther from the city, and after leaving what was thought to be a force strong enough to hold Fort Washington, at least for the present, in 4 divisions led respectively by Lee, Heath, Sullivan, and Lincoln, the little American army moved slowly, and at last, behind rudely constructed entrenchments that extended for 13 miles from Fordham to White Plains, it stretched out in front of the British Army. General Greene with his men was now at Fort Lee in New Jersey, almost opposite Fort Washington, and therefore with the forts on each side of the river held by his own men, and confident that Howe could not cut off the troops that were with him, perhaps Washington believed that the end had proved not to be so very bad after all. For a time nothing but skirmishes occurred. The Americans were satisfied to hold their earthworks, and many of the Hessian and British soldiers were apparently well content to frighten the people of the region and spend much of their time in plundering. Few parts of the country suffered during the Revolution as did the region in which were the two armies at this time, and many are the stories related to the brutality of the soldiers, the bravery of the women and boys left at home, and the personal adventures of Whigs and Tories. One story may illustrate the character of the life in the region at this time. A widow living with her only boy, a lad of 12 years, found that the vegetables in her garden were being taken. The lad resolved to watch one night, and so took his place in a dark spot near the garden. His loaded gun was in his hands, and for a while he had no difficulty in remaining awake. After a time, when the novelty of his duty was gone, and he was beginning to feel sleepy, he suddenly discovered some man filling a huge bag with the fruits of the garden. Stepping softly, the boy approached, and presenting his loaded gun at the soldier's rear, ordered him to keep the heavy bag and march before him. Death would be the consequence of any attempt to turn aside or drop the bag. There was nothing to be done but obey. So the huge Highlander, for such the soldier proved to be, was marched to the American camp and given over by the proud young captor as a prisoner of war. Slight cause for wonder is it that the captive grenadier, when at last he ventured to turn his head and perceived who his captor was, should have exclaimed in disgust, "A British grenadier made prisoner by a brat! Such a brat!" Men who attempted to visit their homes or families in this region were watched, and in numberless cases hanged or shot before the very eyes of their children. One man who had ventured to return to his home was traced, and just as the Tories, who were even more bitter than the regulars, were about to break into the house, after the demand for his surrender had been refused, was concealed by his frantic wife in a heap of ashes, and breathing through a long goose quill, even his face being covered, in this manner escaped from his pursuers. Not all of the murdering and plundering was done by the men of one side, but the terror that possessed the region at the time is one of the best commentaries on the horrors of war in any place or period. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14, Young Folks' History of the American Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colonel Gary Bohannon. GaryBohannon.com. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution by Everett Tomlinson. The Flight Across the Jerseys. When Howe at last perceived that he would be unable to gain the rear of Washington's straggling army, he decided to attack it. And on October 28, 1776, after a hard struggle, the invaders succeeded in gaining a part of Chatterton Hill, on which a strong body of the Americans had been posted, although the Redcoats lost nearly 300 men in the fight. Once more, Howe hesitated about following up his advantage in this engagement, which in our histories has been called the Battle of White Plains, but sent back to New York for Percy and reinforcements. On the evening of the 30th, Percy and the additional Redcoats came, and the plan was formed to move upon the position held by the Patriots the following morning. But in the night a fierce storm arose, and Washington, quick to seize the opportunity, and well aware that he had now more to gain by drawing his enemy on than he had by meeting him in open battle, in the darkness withdrew to North Castle, where Howe perceived that it would be a very hazardous matter to attack him. Accordingly, the British commander decided to change his plan, and marched for the bank of the Hudson. For a brief time, Washington did not know whether Howe was planning to attack the two forts there, or to start across New Jersey for Philadelphia. There was little to be gained in seizing that town, except the moral effect of capturing the capital. But the capital of such a nation as the United States then was a shifting matter, and to move from one town to another required no very great effort. However, Washington was soon to learn, and to his sorrow, that Howe had designs both on the two forts, Washington, and Lee, and on the capital as well. After a council of war was held, it was agreed by all that the best thing for the army to do was to cross over into New Jersey, at least for the greater part to do this, while General Heath was left with a force in the Highlands to prevent any advance from Canada, and General Lee was to be left at North Castle with 6,000 or more men, who were to be ready to come to Washington's aid at any time when he might require their assistance. Lee was now the successor of General Ward, and somehow almost all the men in the colonies believed in him, though today we know that he was even a greater traitor than Benedict Arnold proved to be. He had fought in Europe, and to the people of the colonies that fact very naturally meant much. He was a man of marked eloquence, and his persuasive tongue was seldom at rest, and besides, he had just come from the South, after having won a very decided victory there, or at least he was given the credit of having won it, though in reality he had very little to do with it. By the middle of November, Howe was well informed of the true state of affairs in Fort Washington, his own scouts having learned much, and a deserter from Colonel McGraw's men having given him more. In spite of Washington's plan to abandon the fort, Congress, believing in its own wisdom, had sent a message to hold the place, and somehow Greene seems to have had that same opinion. At all events, it was decided in Washington's absence, for he had gone up the Hudson to supervise some work there, to make the attempt. And when, on November 16, 1776, Howe, after having completely invested the place by land and water, sent a messenger demanding the immediate surrender of the garrison. Although his own men were outnumbered by the attacking force nearly 5-1, sturdy Colonel McGraw sent back a reply that, quote, "If Howe wanted the place, his best plan would be to come and take it," unquote. General Howe had probably a sincere desire to avoid bloodshed, and knew he would be easily able to capture the stronghold, but he had foolishly made a threat that if his demand was not complied with, no quarter would be given. And this threat, added to the decision which already had been made to hold the place, only seemed to increase the anger and the zeal of the little garrison, hardly numbering more than 3,000 men. The fight that followed was a terrible one. The Americans fought with the courage of despair, but bayonets and numbers were too great for them to withstand, and at last, when more than 500 of the British forces had been killed or wounded, and the Americans, though they had lost but 150, were simply overpowered, the word to surrender was given. Even then, the infuriated Hessians fell upon the defenseless garrison and bayoneted many of the helpless soldiers, a sight that caused Washington, who now had returned and was watching the battle from Fort Lee, to weep and sob like a heartbroken child. Nearly 3,000 American prisoners, by the surrender of Fort Washington, were added to the numbers the British now held in New York, and great quantities of ammunition and stores, next in value to soldiers themselves, also fell into the hands of the victors. Washington now knew that the enemy without doubt would cross into New Jersey, and so he instantly sent word to Lee at North Castle to join him with his 6,000 or more men, but Lee did not come. Fort Lee, in the confusion and fear, was guarded only on 3 sides, the northern side having been left unprotected, as no one of the Americans believed an attack need be feared from that direction. Howe must have known of this neglect, for in the night time he sent Lord Cornwallis with a force of 5,000 men up the river to a landing place above the fort, and suddenly and unexpectedly, on the morning of November 19th, this division appeared on the northern side of Fort Lee. Washington was not there in person, though he was but a few miles away, but the sight of the redcoats threw the startled Americans into a panic. Without stopping even to eat their breakfast, leaving even their cooking utensils on the fires, abandoning tents, baggage, much of their ammunition and arms, the army, if such it might still be called, fled like a frightened mob. Something like order was at last obtained, and the heavy-hearted Washington began what has become known as the retreat across the Jerseys. And surely he had a right to have a heavy heart. More of his men were prisoners in New York than he had with him on his march. Defeat had followed defeat, loss had followed loss, and it almost seemed as if the proud boast of the British that the rebellion was at an end was only too true. And it is even said that the great leader himself talked over plans by which, in event of the complete rout of his followers, he and a few of his friends might find a hiding place in the vast wilderness beyond the Alleghanies. To make matters worse, the victorious British were in close pursuit, so close that it is said that when the rear guard of the Americans marched out from Newark, they could hear the fifes and drums of the approaching redcoats. The people of the region were demoralized, some who had been friendly to the colonies coming out now boldly on the side of King George, and others with their families and a small part of their possessions having fled, terrified by rumors of what the redcoats and Dutch butchers would do. One poor young mother, forsaken by her family, lifted a board in the kitchen floor of her home and hid her baby beneath it, while she sought safety in the loft of the barn. Probably she thought, in her terror, that Lord Cornwallis and all his redcoats wanted that baby of hers. But her fear was only a sample of that which existed on every side. The British leaders now took it upon themselves to offer a pardon to all who, within 60 days, should, quote, appear before the governor or any other officer in His Majesty's service, unquote, and claim the benefit of the proclamation that had been sent throughout New Jersey. Many of the more timid ones submitted, but the spirit of all was not crushed. In reply to Howe's proclamation, a counter-response was scattered by some of the more hardy friends of independence, the spirit of which may be seen by the following quotations. Messrs. Howe, we have seen your proclamation, and as it is a great curiosity, think it deserves some notice. Unless no one else should deign to notice it, we'll make a few remarks upon what was designed for the public benefit. In this rarity, we see slaves offering liberty to free Americans. Thieves and robbers offer to secure our rights and property. Murderers offer us pardon. A perjured tyrant by the mouths of his hireling butchers commands all the civil and military powers in these independent states to resign all pretensions to authority and to acknowledge subjection to a foreign despot, even his mock majesty, now reeking with blood and murder. This is truly a curiosity, and is a compound of the most consummate arrogance and folly of the cloven-footed spawn of despairing wretches who are laboring to complete the works of tyranny and death. It would be far less wicked, and not quite so stupid for the Grand Turk to send 2 of his slaves into Britain, to command all Britons to acknowledge themselves slaves of the Turk, offering to secure their rights and property, and to pardon such as had borne arms against His Sublime Highness, upon condition of their making peace within 60 days. Messrs. Howe and W. Howe, pray read your proclamation once more, and consider how modest you appear, and reflect on the infinite contempt with which you are viewed by the Americans, and remember the meanest free man scorns the highest slave." Unquote. The bombastic counter-proclamation goes on to refer to all that America was doing and was going to do, but it is evident after all that it was written by someone who was whistling to keep up his own courage and that of some of his faint-hearted friends. On the other hand, Tory writers came forth and printed their words, which were scattered broadcast. The following is one of the forms in which they seemed to find particular delight. The effusion was signed Britannicus, and first appeared in one of the New Jersey Tory papers in December 1776. A fable. Quote, "There was a large forest inhabited by a few sheep. In the neighborhood was a nation of mastiff dogs, another of foxes, another of wolves, and another of boars. The sheep were protected by the dogs till they increased to a great multitude. After a bloody war, in which they were saved by the dogs from both the foxes and the wolves, the sheep imagined themselves to be a very mighty people, and some old stinking rams told them it was not proper that the dogs should any longer rule over them. The dogs had bit them, they said, and intended to bite them more severely, and so the sheep proclaimed themselves a commonwealth of free people. Yet while they complained how the dogs had oppressed them, they boasted with the same breath that so greatly had they prospered that in 12 years they were become a match for the world, though it was evident that before that time they could not depend on themselves against the foxes only. The dogs, upon this, resolved to bring them back to obedience, but the sheep implored the foxes, the wolves, and the boars to attack the dogs, which they gladly performed. And while the best mastiffs were in the country of the sheep, these different tribes so violently attacked their old formidable enemies, the dogs, that they utterly broke their strength and ruined them as a people. But the sheep did not long boast of their profound politics. The foxes, the wolves, and the boars poured in upon them, and soon rendered them the most abject and miserable of all animals. The moral is this: the Americans are, in reality, as defenseless as sheep. It is impossible they can, for several centuries, constitute an empire. They want many requisites. The English are generous, brave mastiffs. The French have always been sly, ravenous foxes. The Spaniards cruel wolves when they conquer. And the Dutchmen wild boars whenever they can effect a settlement. Amboyna and all their settlements witness this. But though, for the fable's sake, I suppose the conquest of the mastiffs, I trust that event is yet very distant, and that 500,000 of determined fighting sheep, with all their ingratitude, a circumstance infinitely more to be feared than the strength of their horns, will never effect so unworthy a purpose. And let me add, there is a circumstance in the natural history of the sheep which greatly resembles American courage. When you go near a flock of sheep, a few will at first run, then the whole body of them will draw up like a line of soldiers, will watch your motions, will seem as if they felt vastly bold, aye, and will stamp their feet on the ground in a menacing manner. But let a mastiff walk up to them, and 500,000 of these determined threateners will instantly take to their heels and fly off in the greatest fear and confusion." Unquote. In spite of proclamation and counter-proclamation, fable and invective, Washington and his army were hastening across New Jersey. Word of the coming of the British army had already reached Philadelphia, and the fear in that city was great. Every day men dropped from the ranks of the patriot army and fled. Still the great leader and his few faithful followers kept on. Homesick, forlorn, hungry, fearful, wretched, it was a band, the thought of which ought to make complaints today seldom to be heard. At New Brunswick, Washington burned the bridge across the Raritan, and then, after a brief delay, kept on his way toward the Delaware. Soon not more than 3,000 men remained with the leader, though at last Lee had entered New Jersey and had advanced to Morristown, but he still did not join Washington as he had been ordered to do. Across the Delaware, at last Washington and his ragged, straggling force made their way. All the nearby boats on the river were seized, and a brief breathing space was given the army. Meanwhile, Lee himself had been made a prisoner. Stopping as he did apart from his soldiers, a Tory learned of his custom, and informing the redcoats of his presence, led the way, and on the morning of December 13th, they surprised the recreant officer before breakfast and bore him away a prisoner, clad only in his nightclothes. The cowardly Lee, afraid for his life, begged piteously for mercy, and his captors took great delight in letting him know he could be tried and hanged as a deserter from the ranks of King George's army. Of course they had no such design, but it was rare sport to torment their whining, cowardly prisoner. The loss of Lee at the time was thought to be another great blow to the colonies. General Sullivan, who had previously been exchanged, was placed in command of the American troops at Morristown, and he at once with his men set forth to join Washington. But the capture of Lee proved to be a blessing in disguise to the desperate American and his men on the farther bank of the Delaware. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colonel Gary Bohannon, GaryBohannon.com. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution by Everett Tomlinson, Trenton and Princeton. Something must be done, and at once, or the cause was lost forever. And Washington was equal to the emergency. In their confidence that the end of the war had come, many of the British soldiers had returned from the march to New York. Some were sent to Newport, and Cornwallis himself was expecting to sail for home within a few days. Upon the Hessians was left largely the responsibility for completing the few duties that yet remained, while the remnant of the American army was still clinging together. The numbers had indeed been slightly increased by the arrival of the troops of Sullivan and Gates, but altogether the great commander did not have more than 6,000 men. Washington's plan was to fall upon the Hessian forces at 3 different places at the same time. At Burlington, where Count Donop had 2,000 men, General Gates was to strike. General Ewing was to cross the Delaware opposite Trenton and attack the town. And at the same time, Washington, Greene, Sullivan, Knox, and others were to cross the river about 9 miles above Trenton and advance upon the place from the northern side. Troubles are said never to come singly, and the great heart of Washington must have been almost ready to despair when the little dandy, Gates, begged off on the plea of illness and started for Baltimore, whither Congress had gone because of the fear that Philadelphia would speedily be in the hands of the redcoats. In addition to the departure of Gates, Cadwalader, who took his place, was not able to get his forces across the river, which was filled with floating ice, and Ewing also failed to perform the task which had been assigned to him. Still determined, Washington kept on. Christmas Eve was the night he had selected, because he rightly believed the Hessians in Trenton would be engaged in their own carousals in celebration of the day, and the British light horse in the town could be overcome. At sunset, when the leader and his force of 2,400 men arrived at the place where the crossing was to be made, it did not seem possible that the little band could gain the opposite shore. The wind and storm were severe, and great blocks of ice were borne swiftly down the river by the strong current. But Glover and his hardy fishermen, who had so successfully ferried the army across from Brooklyn after the Battle of Long Island, were equal to the present emergency. For 10 long hours the boats made their way back and forth across the river, Washington standing all the time upon the bank watching the crossing, and apparently unmindful of the wind and storm. At last all were safe on the Jersey shore. Still, 9 miles remained between the advancing army and Trenton, and the march must be made over half-frozen roads and in the face of a blinding storm of snow and sleet. The men were drenched, their guns wet, their scanty clothing was stiff with ice, their shoeless feet left bloody footprints on the snow. But on they moved, for something of the lion heart of the leader had imparted itself to all his followers. Meanwhile, Washington had not been mistaken in supposing that the Hessians, unsuspicious of peril, would be spending the hours in a carousal. Many of the British light horse were off on foraging or pillaging expeditions, and the Germans were making night hideous with their songs and shouts and drinking bouts. Colonel Rahl himself, the commander of the Hessians, was spending the night in the home of Abraham Hunt, a man who had dealings with both sides and was true to neither. On this particular night, Hunt had invited Colonel Rahl and a few others to a Christmas supper at his house, and far into the night the unsuspecting officers continued their card-playing and drinking. Colonel Rahl was about to deal when his Negro servant, against express orders, entered the room and thrust a note into the Hessian's hand, explaining that the man who had brought it had first begged to be permitted to enter himself, but had been refused, and that then he had written the note, and declared that Colonel Rahl must have it immediately, as it was of the very highest importance. If the colonel had known that the note was a word brought by a Tory who had discovered the presence of the advancing American army, it is more than likely that the history of the Revolution would have been far different from what it was. However, Colonel Rahl did not stop his game, but thrust the note unread into his pocket, and so never knew of Washington's approach until it was too late to act. Many of the greatest events in history have turned upon a pivot no larger than the negligence of the Hessian colonel. Meanwhile, the little American force was steadily approaching in 2 divisions, one led by Sullivan along the lower road, and the other led by Greene on the upper road. With their bayonets, the Americans drove back the startled outposts, and in a brief time the cannon had been so planted that the streets could be swept. Colonel Rahl, who at last had realized the peril and rushed forth from Hunt's house to rally his men, together with 16 others, had been shot, and almost 1,000 of the hired Hessians were speedily prisoners in the hands of the victorious Americans. On the following day, Cadwalader, chagrined when he learned that Washington had crossed the Delaware in spite of the storm and gained a victory at Trenton, at once crossed to Bordentown. But Count Donop and his Hessians had fled to Princeton, Brunswick, and Amboy, for they too had heard of what the American commander had accomplished at Trenton, and they had no mind to be treated after the same fashion. 4 days afterward, Washington, who had crossed back over the river after his victory, again recrossed, and with his troops once more occupied the town he had captured. So the town, almost 1,000 prisoners, 6 brass field pieces, 1,000 stands of arms, 12 drums, and 4 colors had fallen into the hands of the victors, and all with the loss of only 4 men, 2 of whom had been frozen to death on the terrible march to Trenton. The loss of the colors was not the least in the estimation of the Hessians, On their standards were engraved the words Nescit Pericula, and this fact led one of the patriot newspapers to print the following epigram, quote, "The man who submits without striking a blow may be said, in a sense, no danger to know. I pray thee, what harm by the humble submission at Trenton was done to the standard of Hessian?" The parole of honor which the Hessian officers signed is still in existence. It is hardly necessary to write of the consternation of the news of the victory of Trenton produced in New York. Cornwallis naturally gave up all thoughts of his return to England, passage for which had already been engaged, and started post-haste for Princeton, for he was fearful that Washington would at once move either upon that place or New Brunswick, where many of the British stores were kept. General Greene, with about 600 men, had been sent to bother him on the march, but the horrible condition of the roads delayed the British general far more than the little force of Continentals could do, though they of course were not idle. On January 2nd, Lord Cornwallis started with almost 8,000 men from Princeton for Trenton, and when, near nightfall, after a hard and trying march, he arrived at his journey's end, he found his enemy encamped on the opposite bank of a little stream that flowed into the Delaware, not far from Trenton, named the Assunpink or Assunpink. Across this there were bridges, and at first Cornwallis started to cross there, but the desperate Americans poured such a fire into the advancing ranks that this plan was speedily abandoned, at least until morning should come. But the British leader was jubilant, for now, as he declared, he was confident that at last he, quote, had bagged the old fox, unquote, as he nicknamed his foe. What was Washington to do? Close before him was his enemy, eager and ready for battle. His own men were almost worn out, and even if they could hold the bridges, there were fords nearby through which the redcoats could easily gain the side on which the Americans were encamped. Washington soon decided to call a council of his officers, and calmly listened while one after another gave it as his decided opinion that the only thing to be done was to leave the place in the darkness as fast as they could go. After listening to the words of all, the commander gave his own opinion, which was that leaving a few men in the camp to keep up an appearance of digging trenches and to keep the fires burning, the rest of the army should start for Princeton and attack the redcoats that were there. Almost every officer was aghast at the suggestion, and hardly one believed that the proposal was wise. The roads were heavy with mud, the enemy was too strong to be attacked, and various other objections were offered. But at that very time the wind died away, and the air became intensely cold, so cold that the very mud in the roads began to freeze solidly. Almost hopeless of success, the plan of Washington was at last agreed to, and after leaving just men enough to handle the picks and shovels within the hearing of the British sentries, and to supply the fires with fence rails, the entire body silently departed from the bank of the little stream and started grimly for Princeton. It was near sunrise when, near to Princeton, they met the advancing force of Colonel Mawhood, who had started for Trenton to join Cornwallis. Instantly the redcoats fell upon the straggling Continentals, believing as they did that they were trying to run away. Run they did, but it was not away from, but directly toward the approaching British. Back and forth the opposing lines were driven until brave Hugh Mercer, the Jersey general, fell under the bayonets of the redcoats, who, mistaking him at first for Washington, clubbed him upon the head and body until he was covered with bruises. His men, almost overwhelmed by this loss, were beginning to fall back, but just at that moment Washington himself, very much alive and terribly in earnest, rode into their midst, rallied the men, and the battle became fierce again, until in a few minutes the British lines were cut, and one part was running towards Trenton, and the other making equally good time over the road toward New Brunswick, while 200 of their recent comrades lay dead or wounded on the field, and 300 more were prisoners. The Americans had not lost 100 men all told in the fearful struggle, which had lasted less than half an hour. It was at this time that Cornwallis, back near Trenton, opened his eyes and could hardly believe what he saw, a camp deserted by his foes. At the same time there came sounds from the distance that were very like thunder, but the British general instantly knew it was not thunder, and quickly understood what it really was. Washington, the old fox, had left the Assunpink and was fighting at Princeton. Instantly he started to the aid of his comrades, but the morning sun softened the roads which had been hard enough to bear the weight of the cannon of the Americans, and his progress was slow. so slow that when he arrived the only sight he beheld was that of men destroying the bridge over Stony Brook. These were scattered by his cannon, but not until the planks had been thrown into the brook and the men had escaped. Into the cold, rushing waters the eager redcoats dashed and then rushed on towards Princeton. But when a 32-pounder at the west end of the village was fired at them, the British halted, Cornwallis thinking that Washington was intending to make a stand there and give him battle. An hour was spent in reconnoitering, and then, when the scarlet-clad forces entered the village, just one of the rebels was to be seen, for Washington, with all his men, was chasing 2 British regiments toward New Brunswick. So the Battle of Princeton, January 3, 1777, was quickly added to that at Trenton, and the crisis of the Revolution had been safely passed. Once more Washington consulted his fellow generals as to what was best to be done, and just as they had all a brief time before opposed his advance upon Princeton, so now they all, proud of the success that had been won, were eager to push on for Brunswick. But again the great leader opposed their counsel and declared that they must abandon that attempt and seek winter quarters among the hills of northern New Jersey. The men were too poorly equipped, he declared, and were almost exhausted by the continuous strain which they had borne for the past few weeks, and it was better to rest on laurels already won than to endanger all by entering another contest in which the odds would be decidedly against them. Reluctantly his advice was followed, and while the desperate British pushed on for Brunswick to protect their stores in that town, Washington and his little army, confidence in a measure restored by the 2 victories won, started for Morristown, where they went into winter quarters. Several skirmishes afterward occurred, but with the sole result of the British withdrawing into New York and Brunswick and Sandy Hook. All that the redcoats had really succeeded in taking, besides many prisoners and stores, had been New York City and Newport, Rhode Island, which they had also seized in December, 1776. The effect of the victories of Trenton and Princeton quickly became marked, and Congress vested powers in Washington that almost made him a dictator in the New World. Measures were taken for increasing the army. Many of the soldiers had been induced to remain, and Washington had, in addition to his pleadings with his men, declared that he himself would become personally responsible for the small bounty he had promised. The promise of a tract of 100 acres of land was also held out to each soldier who would enlist for 3 years or until the end of the war, and while the country rang with his praises, the commander began to think he really saw a ray of hope in the struggle, which it was now his plan to make a long one rather than a sharp, short contest. In money matters, which in a new country, and one almost without resources, we may be sure presented a very trying problem, Washington had been greatly aided by Robert Morris, whose quiet work, though it was not generally known, really was one of the strongest forces in the building of the new nation. While the patriots were singing the praises of Washington, word of his success was brought to his mother, who was living in a quiet home near Fredericksburg, Virginia, which her son had selected for her. She was a strong woman, with affection that was very deep, but which she seldom showed. Indeed, Lafayette declared that she was almost a type of the Spartan mother, and that he honored her as he did but few women in the history of the world. Not one word of praise did she bestow upon her son for his great deeds, but doubtless both fully understood what her true feelings were. From his quarters at Morristown, January 25th, Washington sent forth the following proclamation, or as the Tory papers sneeringly termed it, quote, the proclamation of the Lord Protector, Mr. George Washington, unquote. Washington's proclamation, quote, whereas several persons, inhabitants of the United States of America, influenced by inimical motives, intimidated by the threats of the enemy, or deluded by a proclamation issued the 30th of November last, by Lord and General Howe, styled the King's Commissioners for granting pardons, etc., now at open war and invading these states, have been so lost to the interest and welfare of their country as to repair to the enemy, sign a declaration of fidelity, and in some instances have been compelled to take the oaths of allegiance and engage not to take up arms or encourage others to do so against the King of Great Britain. And whereas it has become necessary to distinguish between the friends of America and those of Great Britain, inhabitants of these states, and that every man who receives protection from and is a subject of any state, not being conscientiously scrupulous against bearing arms, should stand ready to defend the same against hostile invasion. I do, therefore, in behalf of the United States, by virtue of the powers committed to me by Congress, hereby strictly command and require every person, having subscribed such declaration, taken such oaths, and accepted such protection and certificate, to repair to headquarters or to the quarters of the nearest general offices of the Continental Army or Militia, until further provision can be made by civil authority, and there deliver up such protection, certificate, and passports, and take the oath of allegiance to the United States of America. Nevertheless, by granting full liberty to all such as prefer the interest and protection of Great Britain to the freedom and happiness of their country, forthwith to withdraw themselves and families within the enemy's lines. And I do hereby declare that all and every person who may neglect or refuse to comply with this order within 30 days from the date hereof will be deemed adherents to the King of Great Britain and treated as common enemies of these American states. This proclamation had a very marked and immediate effect, though it was bitterly assailed and ridiculed by the Tories of New Jersey. Meanwhile, the many prisoners in New York City were treated after a manner that is almost beyond belief today. This in part was due to the anger of the British over their failure to subdue the rebellion, in part, no doubt, to the easygoing good nature of Howe, who probably did not fully understand all that was being done, and still more to the brutality of the men in charge of the wretched prisoners, of whom the infamous Cunningham was the leader. No better description of their condition and sufferings can be given than that which was contained in one of the patriot papers of that time. Quote, as soon as they were taken, they were robbed of all their baggage, of whatever money they had, though it were of paper, and could be of no advantage to the enemy, of their silver shoe buckles and knee buckles, etc., and many were stripped almost naked of their clothes, especially those who had good clothes were stripped at once, being told that such clothes were too good for rebels. Thus deprived of their clothes and baggage, they were unable to shift even their linen, and were obliged to wear the same shirts for even 3 or 4 months together, whereby they became extremely nasty, and this of itself was sufficient to bring on them many mortal diseases. After they were taken, they were in the first place put on board ships and thrust down into the hold, where not a breath of fresh air could be obtained, and they were nearly suffocated for want of air. And yet these same persons, after lying in this situation for a while till the pores of their bodies were as perfectly opened as possible, were of a sudden taken out and put into some of the churches in New York. Without covering or a spark of fire, they were suffered as much by the cold as they did by the sweating stagnation of the air in the other situation, and the consequence was that they took such colds as brought on the most fatal diseases and swept them off almost beyond conception. Besides these things, they suffered extremely for want of provisions. The commissary pretended to allow a half a pound of bread and 4 ounces of pork per day, but of this pittance they were much cut short. What was given them for 3 days was not enough for 1 day, and in some instances they went for 3 days without a single mouthful of food of any sort. They were pinched to a degree that some on board the ships would pick up and eat the salt which happened to be scattered there. Others gathered up the bran which the light horse wasted and ate it, mixed with dirt and filth as it was. Nor were men in this doleful condition allowed a sufficiency of water. One would have thought that water was so cheap and plentiful an element that they would not have grudged them that. But there are, it seems, no bounds to their cruelty. When winter came on, our people suffered extremely for want of fire and clothes to keep them warm. They were confined in churches where there were no fireplaces that they could make fires in, even if they had wood. But wood was only allowed them for cooking their pittance of victuals, and for that purpose very sparingly. Nor had they a single blanket or any bedding, not even straw, allowed them till a little before Christmas. At the time those were taken on Long Island, a considerable part of them were sick of the dysentery, and with this distemper on them they were first crowded on board the ships. Afterward, in the churches in New York, 300, 400, or 500 together, without any blankets or anything even for the sick to lie upon, but the bare floors or pavements. Of this distemper numbers died daily, and many others, by their confinement and the sultry season, contracted fevers and died of them. During their sickness, with these and other diseases, they had no medicines, nothing soothing or comfortable for sick people, and were not so much as visited by the physician by the month together. It seems that one end of their starving our people was to bring them, by dint of necessity, to turn rebels to their own country, their own consciences, and their God. For while thus famishing, they would come and say to them, "This is the just punishment of your rebellion. Nay, you are treated too well for rebels. You have not received half you deserve, or half you shall receive. But if you will enlist into His Majesty's service, you shall have victuals and clothes enough." As to insults, the British officers, besides continually cursing and swearing at them as rebels, often threatened to hang them all, and on a particular time ordered a number, each man to choose his halter out of a parcel offered, wherewith to be hanged, and even went so far as to cause a gallows to be erected before the prison, as if they were immediately to be executed. They further threatened to send them all to the East Indies, and sell them there for slaves. To these circumstances we subjoin the manner in which they buried those of our people who died. They dragged them out of their prisons by one leg and one arm, piled them up without doors, there let them lie till a sufficient number were dead to make a cartload, then loaded them up in a cart, drove the cart thus loaded out to the ditches made by our people when fortifying New York. There they would tip the cart, tumble the corpses together into the ditch, and afterwards slightly cover them with earth. As the only prisons in New York at the time were the New Jail and the New Bridewell, a number of the Presbyterian and Dutch Reformed churches, the buildings of Columbia College, the hospitals, and 3 great buildings known as sugar houses, were all made use of and filled with the suffering, despairing men. Amidst the horrors of these surroundings, not the least of the heroism in the struggle for liberty was exhibited, and many died for their country there as certainly as did others on the field of battle. Unquote. They being dead, yet speak. Years afterward, William Cunningham, when dying, made and signed the following confession. Quote, "I was appointed Provost Marshal to the Royal Army, which placed me in a situation to wreak my vengeance on the Americans. I shudder to think of the murders I have been accessory to, both with and without orders from government, especially while in New York, during which time there were more than 2,000 prisoners stored in the different churches by stopping their rations, which I sold. There were also 275 American prisoners and obnoxious persons executed, out of all which number there were only about 12 public executions, which chiefly consisted of British and Hessian deserters. The mode for private executions was thus conducted. A guard was dispatched from the provost about 12:30 at night to the Barrack Street, now Chambers, and the neighborhood of the upper barracks to order people to shut their window shutters and put out their lights, forbidding them at the same time to presume to look out of their windows and doors on pain of death. After which the unfortunate prisoners were conducted, gagged, just behind the upper barracks, and hung without ceremony, and there buried by the black pioneer of the provost." Unquote. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16, Young Folks' History of the American Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colonel Gary Bohannon, GaryBohannon.com. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution by Everett Tomlinson, Arnold and Carleton. Meanwhile, the success of Washington had not been the only encouraging event of the year 1776. Up on Lake Champlain, Benedict Arnold and his bold men had been defeated in the first engagement between a British and an American fleet. But his defeat, like that which so frequently occurred during the Revolution, had been of a character that really encouraged the struggling patriots. Perhaps the best test of a true man or nation, after all, is in the spirit with which apparent disaster is faced. It was a favorite scheme of the British, not only in the early years of the struggle, but afterward, as we shall learn in the course of this record, to split apart the United Colonies by invasion from Canada, which should secure the waters and defenses of Lake Champlain and Lake George, and by holding the Hudson not only open a waterway between New York and Montreal, but also present a barrier which neither part of the separated colonies could break through. After the failure of the American expedition against Quebec, it was believed, and indeed learned beyond a doubt, that Carleton would assemble a large force, already increased as it was by reinforcements of vessels and men from England, and make his way up Lake Champlain, attack Crown Point and Ticonderoga, and then push on for Albany or New York. General Gates, who at the time was in command of the Northern Army, having superseded Schuyler in that office, although Washington well knew that Philip Schuyler was much the better man, in spite of the petty jealousies and rivalries of the colonies that prevented him from following his own better judgment, had called a council of his officers and decided that Arnold was the man to provide and command a fleet to harass, if it could not drive back, the oncoming force of Great Britain. With all his accustomed energy and enthusiasm, Arnold threw himself into the task. Men from the coast of Connecticut and Massachusetts came to his aid, and within a few weeks after the time when they began their work, Arnold's men had felled the great trees of the nearby forests, cut and fashioned the timbers, and by the middle of August, 1776, a small squadron had been made and rudely equipped. A sloop of 12 guns, a schooner with the same number, 2 schooners with 8 guns each, and 5 gondolas, each with 5 guns, comprised the Navy, which Carleton, with a fleet composed of a number of very strong vessels, 20 gunboats, and more than 200 transports, of which 40 were boats loaded with provisions, was advancing to meet. It is claimed that 12,000 men were in Carleton's army at the time. Arnold had planned to go as far down the lake as Isle aux Têtes, near Rouse's Point, but finding out that the Tories and Indians were assembling near him, and hearing numerous reports of the size of Carleton's force, he fell back with his own fleet, which had meanwhile been somewhat strengthened, until, in the narrow little channel between Valcour Island and the New York shore, he found a place where he was somewhat protected, and there awaited the coming of his foe. It was early in the morning of Friday, October 11th, when the long-expected British force appeared, and the sight of it must have been one to stir the hearts of Benedict Arnold and his men. Greatly outnumbered, facing a fleet manned by experienced sailors, other men than Arnold might have tried to flee, but personally talking to his followers, appearing at any moment among his men when he was needed, the doughty fighter waited, and at noon of that day the battle began, and within an hour every vessel was engaged in the fearful conflict. For nearly 5 hours the smoke of the battle rested over the waters. The American vessels suffered terribly. About 60 of their men had been killed or wounded. The rigging was torn with shot, masts were broken into splinters, but the intrepid Arnold had never a thought of giving up, for that was not what he had been sent to do. With his own hands he aimed the guns, and his voice and shouts and example were the constant inspiration of his men. When darkness fell, victory had not yet been won by either side, and the two fleets were within speaking distance of each other when the men ceased their efforts. The night that followed was dark, and there was a strong wind from the north, and after consulting with his officers, Arnold decided to attempt to withdraw from the place he held, satisfied that if the battle was resumed in the morning, the outcome could not long be doubtful. Accordingly, about 10 o'clock that evening, the little crippled fleet weighed anchor, and with Arnold's vessel bringing up the rear, crept slowly and safely away from the overconfident boats of the enemy, and were more than 9 miles away when Carleton discovered that he had been fooled. Immediately the British gave chase, but the wind had shifted, and it was not until early morning of the 13th that the enemy was close enough to fire upon the retreating fleet. Arnold's vessel was still the rear guard, and soon this was receiving the terrible fire of 3 of Carleton's gunboats. One of the American fleet, the Washington, soon struck, and the men on board were made prisoners, among whom was the notorious Joe Bettys, who, after he was taken to Canada, entered the British service and became one of the most detested spies of all the war. He seemed to be filled with hatred for his former comrades and friends, and at last, after having been captured and pardoned, and then breaking his promise, he was justly hanged. Soon 7 of the British fleet were united in an attack upon the Congress, Arnold's flagship, but though it was soon punctured with holes and was such a wreck that it could hardly be kept afloat, Arnold apparently did not know how to give up, but still fought on. By his command, some of the other vessels were sent ashore and set on fire by the men after they had landed, but still the flags were flying on the Congress, and her cannon had not been silenced. When, however, the other men had safely gained the shore, Arnold at last joined them and marched so rapidly for Crown Point that the Indians, who had been sent ahead to form an ambush, let him pass before they knew he was gone, and he safely gained the fort, whither one of his schooners, one galley, one sloop, and one gondola, all that now remained of his fleet, had already made their way in safety. The British had lost about 40 men in the two fights, and the Americans about twice that number. But they had inflicted so much damage upon Carleton's fleet, and fought so stubbornly, that the British commander, though he at once took possession of Crown Point, which the Americans had speedily abandoned for Ticonderoga, the fort they particularly desired to hold, he did not know whether it was wise to follow up his victory or not. Carleton is to be given credit for the kindness with which he treated his prisoners, for he ordered the same care to be given to them that was bestowed upon his own wounded men. For a few days the men in Fort Ticonderoga were in great fear lest the enemy should move upon them, and there can be no doubt that the place would have fallen had the British leader acted promptly. But he explained to his superiors, who were very indignant at his failure to use and follow up the victory he had won, that the cold weather would soon be at hand, and if his fleet should be held in the ice, he knew not what would happen to him. Accordingly, after a brief delay, Carleton sailed away for Canada, and his great expedition had in reality accomplished nothing, except to destroy a few rude vessels that the Americans had hastily constructed of green timbers in the summer days. Without any doubt the credit of all this was due to Benedict Arnold. It was his ability, bravery, and example that had cheered his men and virtually held the enemy back. Even his own enemies, and they were many, for he was a man who seemed to have a strange facility for arousing opposition, acknowledged this. But in spite of all that he had done, when the new generals were appointed, Arnold was ignored by Congress. His bravery and ability certainly had entitled him to the promotion, and Washington himself was strongly in favor of it. But once more the petty rivalries and jealousies of the men from the different colonies prevailed, and it was declared that Connecticut already had too many officers, and now should have no more until some others had received their just recognition. Arnold was furiously angry at this slight, and it was only by the earnest personal solicitation of the great Washington himself that he did not leave the army then and there. All this injustice, for it was nothing less, although it affords no reason for the treachery of Arnold which followed in the year 1780, still provides something of an excuse. If he had been a really great and true man, he would have preferred to suffer wrong rather than do wrong. But all that belongs to another part of this history, and for his wonderfully brave work on Lake Champlain in October 1776, he is entitled to the thanks and admiration of all the lovers of America. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colonel Gary Bohannon, GaryBohannon.com. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution by Everett Tomlinson. Preparing for a New Campaign. The winter and spring months that followed were busy ones for both nations engaged in the contest. In England there was still a feeling of strong confidence that the rebellion would soon be crushed, and the same confident spirit was manifest among the British soldiers and their allies in America. Some of the Hessian soldiers, it is true, had been induced to desert by the promise which the Americans had caused to be written out on small bits of paper and enclosed in little packages of tobacco that they took pains to have scattered among the Dutch butchers, whereby a home and a goodly number of untilled acres should be given to each soldier who withdrew from the service of King George, but the main body was still intact. Congress and those who had charge of the finances were busy with their own problems, and Benjamin Franklin had gone to France to try to induce that nation to assist the colonies in their efforts to gain their freedom. Franklin himself became very popular with many of the leading Frenchmen, though the King of France probably did not favor him overmuch. With many, the inducement to help America was born not of a love for that land so much as of a bitter hatred for England. But at this time the aid largely consisted of promises and of sometimes turning a blind eye toward the American privateers, many of which were fitted out or found a place of refuge among the ports of France. Practically, the newly formed states had no navy, but along the coast, particularly in New England, were many daring, hardy sailors whose services in the battles of Long Island and Trenton we have already related. Others of these men were given commissions as privateers in the hope that by preying upon the commerce of Great Britain, the mother country would the sooner be brought to see that the Americans were in deadly earnest. Indeed, Franklin had carried with him on his voyage to France a number of such blank commissions signed by John Hancock as President of the Congress, and he was to use his own good judgment in filling them out. Ezekiel Hopkins, John Paul Jones, and others whose names and deeds we shall have occasion to refer to elsewhere were among these daring privateers, and so bold had been their deeds that the insurance rates on English shipping became very high, and many of the French vessels were at this time engaged in carrying English trade. Perhaps one little story will better illustrate the conditions than any detailed account could do. In the crew of one of these American vessels, the Reprisal, was a young sailor named Conyngham, a keen, daring young man, not 25 years of age. So successful had he been in escaping from the English prisons when he was captured, and so confident were his superiors in his ability, that he was induced to take command of one of the vessels of the fleet then being fitted out at Dunkirk for privateering purposes. Already his name had become a familiar one to the English, and he was familiarly known as the Arch Rebel. And pictures of him representing him not as he was, a slim, dapper young fellow, but as a great, coarse, roistering pirate were stuck up in the shop windows of London, and even the nursemaids were accustomed to point to them to frighten the children in their care. Indeed, it is said that one time, when he had just escaped from an English prison, he joined the crowd in front of one window and with them gazed at what was supposed to be a picture of Conyngham the arch rebel, but no one detected the resemblance, and so he went free. Early in the spring of 1777, he set sail from Dunkirk in the privateer Surprise, and in less than a week had captured the Joseph, a trim British brig, and a packet, the Prince of Orange. When he sailed back to France, the Englishman made such a time over his exploits that the Frenchman compelled him to give up the prizes and his prisoners, and even declared that he and his own men must also be held as prisoners of the English. That was a great state of affairs in Conyngam's eyes, and in the eyes of others too, for the matter of that. But before the English man-of-war arrived to carry him to England, through the aid of Ben Franklin and some of the Frenchmen, he assembled a new crew and set sail in the Revenge, and so escaped. The purpose of the Revenge was to intercept the English transports carrying Hessians to America, but though he failed to take any Hessians, off the West Indies he fell in with an English schooner and took that. Among his prisoners were 4 young American ladies who were naturally greatly frightened when they discovered that they were in the hands of the terrible Conyngham, the arch rebel. However, they soon recovered from their terror, at least one of them did, for not long afterwards she became the wife of the privateer. So sturdy a lass was she that afterward, when her husband was taken again by the British, and this time they boasted that nothing could save him from the hanging they declared he deserved, she herself went to see Washington, and in person begged of Congress for help for her husband. Her plea prevailed, and Congress authorized Washington to retaliate and hang a British captain if Captain Conyngham should be harmed. Perhaps it is not necessary to relate that the arch rebel was not hanged. In New York, the captive American general, Charles Lee, was plotting with Howe and trying to show him just how he could gain an easy victory over Washington, the Fox. Howe listened, though what he himself must have thought of his prisoner no one knows. But later events showed that after a trial he abandoned Lee's suggestions and followed his own plans, with greater success than otherwise he could have gained. The American army was being strengthened somewhat. That is, strengthened as much as a Congress without money and men without experience could accomplish, and all were looking forward to a springtime of 1777, with a full realization that the struggle was only begun. Some of the efforts were made to strengthen the American cause on the sea, and in November 1776, it had been decided that the equivalent offices of the naval force should be that an admiral should rank as a general, a vice admiral as a lieutenant general, rear admiral as major general, commodore as brigadier general, captain of a 40-gun ship and upward as a colonel, captain of a ship of 10 to 20 guns as a major, and lieutenant as a captain. The pay of the various officers had been fixed as follows per month. Major general, $166, except when he was acting in a separate department, and then it was to be $330. Brigadier general, $125. Adjutant general, $125. Commissary general, $80. Quartermaster General $80, his deputy $40, Paymaster General $100, his deputy $50, Chief Engineer $60, 3 aides-de-camp for the general, each $33, his secretary $66, and commissary of the musters $40. Certain it is that it was not the money they received that was the inducement of the officers of the Continental Army. And yet it would be hardly just to suppose that every soldier was an ardent patriot, for such was not the case. Though there were many men fighting for freedom for its own sake, there were others who had no such patriotic motives, and out of this varying material, and the petty jealousies between colonies and men, and treachery on the part of some of the leaders, was to be constructed an army that should ensure the liberty of the men of America. The real cause of wonder is that Washington ever could have done what he did. The year of 1777 was to be a trying one. Carleton had practically failed in the preceding year to open the way along Lake Champlain from Montreal to Albany and New York. This project was dear to the hearts of many of the British leaders, and this year the attempt was to be made under the leadership of a man who, if words, and particularly his own words, were to be believed, did not know the meaning of failure: John Burgoyne. "Britons never retreat" was a favorite expression with him, but he was to learn that every rule has its exception, and this statement, though it had been proved to be true many a time, was not to be different from others. General John Burgoyne, almost from his boyhood days, had been in the service of the British Army, and had particularly distinguished himself in the War of Portugal with Spain when England had been aiding the former nation. He was a man of a genial nature, made friends easily, and was particularly proud of the literary work he had done, for he had written 1 or 2 plays and some poems which were greatly admired in the court of King George, with whom Burgoyne was a favorite. He had no small talent as a general, too, but he was so supremely confident of his own ability, and so thoroughly despised the country bumpkins who opposed him, that his very overconfidence led to his failure. When Lord George Germain, after listening to the plan Burgoyne laid before him, for Burgoyne had previously been in America and was at Boston when the Battle of Bunker Hill occurred, secured for him, through his influence with the king, the command of the force which was to make the invasion from Canada, there was no happier man in the British Army than he, and many were his boasts as to what he would accomplish. It was well he did his boasting before his campaign, for he had no opportunity afterward. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colonel Gary Bohannon, GaryBohannon.com. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution by Everett Tomlinson, Burgoyne's Plans and Tryon's March upon Danbury. As we know, Carleton had retreated into Canada. The British held New York and Newport, and the plan now formed was for Burgoyne to advance upon Albany, by way of Lake Champlain, while Colonel Barry St. Leger, with a force of regulars and Indians, was to go up the St. Lawrence from Montreal and to sweep down through the Mohawk Valley and join Burgoyne at Albany. At the same time, Clinton, with another force, was to come up the Hudson from New York and join the other 2 men, and so effectually split and hold apart the eastern from the middle and southern colonies. Certainly, as far as the plan was concerned, it was a good one, but to plan is one thing, and to do is a very different matter, as John Burgoyne soon learned to his sorrow. Before entering upon the story of this invasion, however, we must refer to a project of Sir William Howe's that had a marked effect upon the Patriots. All through the winter of 1776 through 77, the hardy patriots had been gathering stores at Danbury, Connecticut, and word of this having been received at New York, it was decided to send a force to seize these valuables, and so inflict a blow upon the stubborn farmers that might aid in bringing them to their senses. Accordingly, Tryon, who, as we know, had had such serious trouble when he was governor of North Carolina, and indeed afterward as the governor of New York, was given 2,000 men, with whom he sailed away for Fairfield, Connecticut, and there landed. They then marched across the country to Danbury, and after seizing the stores set fire to the town and started on their march back to Fairfield. But the militia, boys and old men joining the ranks of the patriots, followed the retiring invaders, and shooting from behind rocks and trees kept up a galling fire on the returning redcoats. Benedict Arnold was in New Haven at the time, and, for the moment forgetful of his own slights, with 600 men rushed to Ridgefield, where he joined Wooster, who was in command of the militia, and there a stubborn fight took place April 27, 1777. Twice the horse Arnold was riding was shot from under him, but still Arnold fought on, encouraging his men and fighting like a demon. In the end, the British were defeated, and indeed were almost captured, though they at last managed to get away after they had lost 200 of their men. For his bravery, Congress voted to make Arnold a major general and also presented him with a fine horse, but still he felt that justice had not been done him, and when Washington urged him to take command of the Americans at Peekskill on the Hudson, he declined. But he was not to be without a share in the stirring events of the approaching summer. The following account appeared in the Pennsylvania Journal in May, 1777, and may serve as an illustration of the tendency of our forefathers to drop into poetry, as well as to show their feelings at the time. The expedition to Danbury, a royal attack and feat, under the command of General Tryon to destroy the stores of beef, pork, and rum. Scene, New York, without wit, without wisdom, half stupid and drunk, and rolling along arm in arm with his junk, the gallant Sir William, who fights all by proxy, thus spoke to his soldiers, held up by his doxy. My boys, I'm a-going to send you with Tryon to a place where you'll all get as groggy as I am, and the wounded, when well, shall receive a full gill, but the slain be allowed as much as they will. By a Tory from Danbury I've just been informed that there's nobody there, so the place shall be stormed. Tryon. If there's nobody there, sir, and nobody near it, 2,000 will conquer the whole, never fear it. Joe Gallopaway, a refugee Tory with several others. Footnote: Joseph Galloway was one of the colonials who had yielded to Howe's proclamation in New Jersey the preceding year, and had placed himself and his possessions under the protection of Howe. End footnote. Good soldiers, go fight that we all may get rich. Soldiers. Go get a halter. Do you think, you contemptible thief-looking crew, that we fight to get beef for such rascals as you? Tryon. Come on, my brave boys, now as bold as a lion, and march for the honor of General Tryon. My lads, there's no danger, for this you may know, that I'd let it alone if I thought it was so. Scene, Connecticut. Troops landed. Tryon. In cunning and canting, deceit and disguise, in cheating a friend, and inventing of lies, I think I'm a match for the best of my species, but in this undertaking I fell all in pieces, so I'll fall in the rear, for I'd rather go last. Come march on, my boys, let me see you all past. For His Majesty's service, so reads my commission, requires that I bring up the whole expedition. Scene, Danbury. Troops arrived, a noise among the soldiers. Tryon. In His Majesty's name, what's this mutinous jargon? Soldiers. We've come to get drunk, sir, for that was the bargain. Irish soldier, drunk. Huzzah for Congress, the Congress and toddy. Tryon. You rascal, I'll run you quite through the body. Second Irish soldier. By the head of St. Paddy, I care not a louse for King George nor his daddy. Third Irish soldier. What plenty is here! Oh, what eating and drinking! Who'd stay in New York to be starving? And Fourth Irish soldier. The rebels, huzzah, in a hatful of rum. Fifth Irish soldier. Come, let us drink bumpers, Jack, out of a drum. Scotch soldier. Laird Boot and his clan are a bundle of thieves. English soldier. Lord North and his gang are a kettle of slaves. Welsh soldier. And a Welshman, brave boys, never harbors with knaves. All. Who'd stay to be starved, that we might thus live in clover? They sing. Let freedom and love be the glee of our song. Let America flourish, the Congress grow strong, and brave Washington conquer all the day long. A consultation of officers. At a distance, houses and stores on fire. Tryon. I wish I was back, for I'm woefully scared. The light will be seen and the noise will be heard, and the rebels will gather so thick in our way, that whether we run for it or whether we stay, the fate of the whole will be doubtful, and then... A sudden alarm. An officer in a fright gallops about crying, To arms, to arms, to arms! 10,000 men are pouring from the clouds. 10,000 more are got between the army and the shore. 10,000 women, too. Tryon. Run, run! Stop, stop! Here, keep me on my horse before I drop. Enter an officer from New York to Tryon. Officer. The king hath promised, sir, you shall be knighted. Tryon. The devil take the king, for I'm so frighted. Officer. But, sir, you must attend what I've said. Tryon. Why, then, the king must knight me when I'm dead. Officer. But I bring orders, sir, that say you must. Tryon. Aye, must or not, I'll have a gallop first. Sets off with the whole after him. Scene. The shipping. Troops on board. Tryon surrounded by surgeons. Tryon. My body's full of balls, I hear them rattle. Surgeon. 'Tis only, sir, the echo of the battle. Tryon. Do search me over. See where 'tis I'm wounded. Surgeon. You are not hurt, sir. Tryon. Then I'm confounded, for as I stood, not knowing what to do, whether to fight, to fly, or to pursue, a cannon ball of 32 pound struck me just where Sir Peter got his wound. Footnote. Sir Peter Parker, who was wounded in the thigh and knee at the battle off Sullivan's Island, June 28, 1776. End footnote. Then passing on between my horse's ears. Surgeon. Compose yourself, good sir. Forget your cares. You are not slain. You are alive and well. Tryon. Between my horse's ears, and down he fell. Then getting up again. Surgeon. Dear sir, compose, and try to get yourself into a doze. The hurt you've got is not so dangerous deep, but bleeding, shaving, patience, time and sleep, with blisters, clisters, physic, air, and diet, will set you up again, if you'll be quiet. Tryon. So thick, so fast, the balls and bullets flew. Some hit me here, some there, some through and through. And so by thousands did the rebels muster, under Generals Arnold and Old Wooster, that let me but get off alive. Farewell, Connecticut. Perhaps it was well that someone could find a laughable part in the encounter. But it was a serious affair after all, and though the Americans came off well, General Wooster was among those who laid down their lives on that day. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colonel Gary Bohannon, GaryBohannon.com. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution by Everett Tomlinson. The Invasion by John Burgoyne. Early in the summer of 1777, Burgoyne, or John Burgoyne, Esquire, as he wrote his name, was ready for his advance for Montreal, and by June 1st he had mustered a force of more than 7,000 men at St. John's, at the foot of Lake Champlain. Owing to the quarrels and bitter rivalries of the colonies, the enemies of General Philip Schuyler had succeeded in having General Gates placed in command of the army that was to oppose the advance of the British. This, however, lasted only a few weeks, and Schuyler was again given command and Gates assigned to a position under him. But the disposition of Gates was so petty, and his vanity so great, that he refused to serve under the abler man, and in a pet withdrew for a time from the region. The middle of June, Burgoyne set sail. The coming of the Tories, Canadians, and Indians had increased his force to almost 10,000 men, of whom a little more than 3,000 were Hessians, led by the doughty General Riedesel, whose wife also accompanied him on the expedition. Burgoyne's fleet must have presented a picturesque and stirring sight on that beautiful June morning when it set sail on the blue waters of Lake Champlain, but its gay appearance was only a reflection of the confidence and gaiety the men all felt in their hearts. In advance was a multitude of birch-bark canoes filled with painted Indians, whose savage faces and gleaming eyes were already familiar to the hardy settlers of the region. Behind them came the barges filled with the men of the division of which General Fraser, next to Burgoyne in authority, and the ablest general in the British ranks, was in command. Next to them were the armed vessels, among which were 2 frigates, The other generals and the main body of the invading army were close behind the fleet, and the rear was brought up by the followers of the camp, a motley assemblage of Tories and Canadians. Scouts of the Americans were on the lookout and soon spied the imposing fleet as it moved up the lake, and swiftly bore the word of the advance to General St. Clair, who was in command of Fort Ticonderoga, or Fort Ty, as almost everyone called it, which once more was to fall without a gun having been fired in its defense. For a few days, from June 21st to the 28th, Burgoyne's army halted at the falls of the little stream or river Bouquet, where large numbers of his Indian allies joined his forces. The days and nights were largely given over to feasting, and John Burgoyne, Esquire, made an address to the red men in which, adopting their own manner of speaking, he urged them not to forget the requirements of civilized warfare. It is likely that Burgoyne himself was not in favor of permitting the savage to scalp or maltreat their victims, and yet when he set forth his proclamation, as he did throughout the adjacent region, in addition to the invitation he extended to all to place themselves under his protecting care and the warnings he gave against permitting the rebels to secure provisions, he added a threat that he would let loose his hordes if his demands were not complied with. A small garrison was left by the British at Crown Point, and then the army pushed on for Fort Ticonderoga, where it naturally was thought the rebels would fight if anywhere they dared to make a stand before the advancing men. General St. Clair, with about 3,000 men, was in command of the fort, which was fairly well equipped and had been greatly strengthened since it had been in the possession of the Americans. Not far from the fort, it was not quite a mile, there was a bold, rocky height which rose 600 feet above the waters. This point has been known as Sugarloaf Hill or Mount Defiance. It is strange that this eminence should have been neglected by the Americans, for a force once gaining its summit would have the fort at its mercy. Again and again the leaders had been urged to secure it, but they declared no enemy could scale its steep sides, much less drag cannon up its slopes, and all this too in spite of the fact that Arnold and others had shown that such a deed could be done by doing it themselves. However, the place was left as nature had made it, and in a false feeling of security, St. Clair waited. They had not long to wait, for the British, quick to see the importance of gaining possession of the height, working under the direction of their valiant General Phillips all through the night of July 4th, dragged a few brass cannon up the narrow defiles and rude pathways they had hastily constructed, and on the next morning, July 5th, 1777, the astonished Americans in Old Ty beheld their enemies looking down from the height, which they had so confidently asserted could not be scaled. The redcoats were not quite ready to begin the attack, however, and St. Clair, after consulting with his officers, decided to evacuate the fort that very night. For this he afterward was sharply blamed by the people, and perhaps he was not entirely without fault. Certainly he should have looked after Sugarloaf Hill, Mount Defiance the British had already named it, but it is difficult to judge honestly of his act at this late day. It was hoped that in the darkness the little army would be able to withdraw without their departure being discovered by the redcoats. The plan was for St. Clair to take the most of the men and retreat among the Green Mountains, while the wives of the officers, the stores, and all the guns and ammunition they could carry were to be taken by water to Skanesboro, now Whitehall, and thence to Fort Edward, where General Schuyler and his force lay, and where St. Clair also hoped to come by another way. A great chain and many obstructions had been placed in the water, by which it was hoped that the British fleet would be delayed, if not held back, and so would be prevented from making an immediate pursuit. It was about 3 o'clock in the morning of July 6th, and a part of the garrison had already left the fort, when suddenly one of the houses in the fort took fire. This was claimed to be the result of an accident, but many believed that a treacherous officer had set fire to the building. At all events, whatever the cause may have been, the house was burning, and in the light of the flames the British sentinels discovered the departure of the garrison and instantly set to work. Not an hour had elapsed before their own flag was flying over the walls of old Fort Ty, which once more had fallen without the discharge of a gun. General Fraser was sent with 900 men in swift pursuit of the fleeing Americans. Arrangements were made by which the Hessians, under Riedesel, were to follow up Fraser and give him their aid, and Burgoyne himself, with all the remainder of his army, except 1,000 men whom he left to hold the fort, which had so easily fallen into his possession, started in pursuit of those who had fled with the stores and ammunition up the lake. The men with St. Clair, it is to be feared, were more like a mob than an army, and were fleeing without much order in the wild hope that they might soon join the forces with Schuyler, or at least get between Burgoyne and Schuyler, and possibly do enough to hold the British back until they themselves could be reinforced by Schuyler's men. The day was intensely warm, and the fear and haste greatly wearied all. They did not even know that Fraser and the Hessians were following them, but after they had arrived at Hubbardton, St. Clair decided to push on, leaving Colonel Warner and Colonel Francis at that little town for a rear guard. It was a mistake for Warner to halt, for all agreed that he should have kept close to his leader, but his men were so nearly exhausted, the weather was so hot, and as he did not know of Fraser's pursuit, he decided to give his men a rest for the night there, though he wisely took the precaution of cutting down many of the trees and much of the brush, which would be sure to entangle any possible advancing foe if it did not check him. On the following morning, July 7th, 1777, at about 5 o'clock when the men were preparing their breakfast, they were astounded by a sudden dash upon them by Fraser's men, who, as we know, had in reality been following close upon their heels. In their terror, one regiment broke and fled, but all the other men heroically stood their ground, and then began one of the fiercest fights of the entire war. The British were bothered by the brush and fallen trees, and soon every man was fighting from behind trees or such protection as he could secure. The forces were not unevenly matched, and the zeal of the redcoats was not greater than the desperate resistance of the Americans. Man after man fell. Colonel Francis was killed, but still the men fought on. The British were beginning to give way when suddenly the song of an advancing host was heard. The Americans, of course, did not know that the Hessians, though they had been left far behind by Fraser's men, were coming to the aid of their comrades. It might be that it was the entire force of Burgoyne advancing upon them, so the patriots broke and fled, every man for himself. They had lost 300 in killed and wounded, besides many prisoners, and the British had also suffered severely. Meanwhile, Burgoyne had been in swift pursuit of the Americans who had fled up the lake with their flotilla. They had just arrived in Skanesboro, and before their boats could be cleared for action, the gunboats of the British began to fire. It could hardly be called a defense that the Americans made, and setting fire to their boats and stores, the Americans, almost panic-stricken, managed somehow to escape to Fort Anne. At almost the same time, word of the loss at Skanesboro and of the defeat of Colonel Warner at Hubbardton came to the distracted General St. Clair. His own followers, only numbering now about half as many as when he had left Fort Ticonderoga, were terrorized. He had but few supplies left, and the region behind him was held by Fraser and Riedesel. He did what he could, however, and 5 days later, after having fled by the way of Rutland and Bennington, he succeeded in joining Schuyler at Fort Edward, while Warner and his men at last rested at Bennington. Burgoyne naturally was highly elated at the wonderful success which had been his. It did indeed seem as if he had succeeded, for in less than a week all the events in his campaign which we have recorded had occurred, and small cause for wonder is it that he sent word of his success to England, which as greatly pleased the king as it had John Burgoyne, Esquire, himself. Philip Schuyler now quickly sent men to aid St. Clair at Fort Anne, but Burgoyne was moving swiftly, eager not only to give the Americans no time to recover, but to complete his work as speedily as possible. But the regiment he instantly sent forward to Fort Anne, even while the flames of Skanesboro were blazing, found when they arrived that the demoralized Americans were not entirely conquered yet. Not waiting for the British to approach, the hardy patriots dashed upon them with such fury that for once the Britons did retreat, but the frightful yelling of the approaching Indians caused the victorious Americans to halt, and delaying but a moment in the face of a peril which to the settlers was greater than all others, they quickly set fire to the blockhouse at Fort Anne, and then started swiftly for Fort Edward. But the British, checked for the moment, instead of pursuing, fell back to rejoin their comrades at Skanesboro. Certainly the Americans had not thus far made a very good showing. At this day we can understand better than did our forefathers the problems the leaders were compelled to face. Congress had given but little aid. The troops were poorly equipped and without discipline, and were compelled to face an enemy which they had always been taught was the most powerful on earth. Small cause for wonder is it that the soldiers themselves were disheartened men. and such men as John Adams declared that the Americans would not be able to defend a post until they first shot some of the generals. Had it not been for Washington's great heart and his complete confidence in Philip Schuyler, worse disasters than those already related would very likely have befallen the demoralized army, which was trying to head off John Burgoyne on what appeared to be his successful invasion of the country. Washington himself could not come to the aid of his friend, for as we shall elsewhere learn, he did not himself know what the British plans were. Howe was in New York, but where he would strike, Washington could not determine. It might be New England, and it might be Philadelphia, and he must be prepared for either event. Burgoyne increased his confusion when he learned that the Hessians had been left in Vermont, with the very purpose of creating an impression that the invading army was planning to march toward Boston. John Burgoyne himself, meanwhile, had fallen back upon Skanesborough, and was planning for a march to Albany. More savages and Tories now joined his ranks, but his delay afforded the Americans the opportunity they most desired, and they at once began to destroy the bridges and make many obstructions on the road which Burgoyne must follow. But as Schuyler did not have 4,000 men all told with him at Fort Edward, he did not feel that he dared venture a battle, and so fell back to Moses Creek, then Saratoga, and at last to Stillwater, and Burgoyne's advance when he left Skanesborough was so slow that often he could not march more than a mile a day, and it was the 30th of July before, at last, his army was at Fort Edward. Two new perils now began to threaten the invading army, one being that of the failure of their supplies, and the other was that of the enemies who were assembling behind them, for the patriots in the region were beginning to recover from the fear Burgoyne's advance at first had produced. They had also been greatly stirred by the use Burgoyne was making of the Indians, and in particular the story of Jane or Jenny McCrae aroused their anger and made them determined to resist to the uttermost the efforts of those who were capable of using such allies to win back the disloyal subjects of King George. This story has been told in many different forms, but the one related by Colonel William L. Stone in his very excellent work, The Campaign of Sir John Burgoyne, seems to be authentic, and it is given here in that writer's own words. Quote, "On the morning of the 27th of July, 1777, Miss McCrae and Mrs. McNeil were in the latter's house at Fort Edward, preparing to set out for Fort Miller for greater security, as rumors had been rife of Indians in the vicinity. Their action was the result of a message sent to them early in the morning by General Arnold, who had, at the same time, dispatched for their assistance Lieutenant Palmer, with some 20 men, with orders to place their furniture and effects on board a bateau, and row the family down to Fort Miller. Lieutenant Palmer, having been informed by Mrs. McNeil that nearly all her household goods had been put on board the bateau, remarked that he, with the soldiers, was going up the hill as far as an old blockhouse for the purpose of reconnoitering, but would not be long absent. The lieutenant and his party, however, not returning, Mrs. McNeil and Jane McCrae concluded not to wait longer, but to ride on horseback to Colonel McCrae's ferry, leaving the further loading of the boat to the charge of the black servant. When the horses, however, were brought up to the door, it was found that one side saddle was missing, and a boy was accordingly dispatched to the house of a Mr. Gillis for the purpose of borrowing a side saddle or pillion. While watching for the boy's return, Mrs. McNeil heard a discharge of firearms, and looking out of the window, saw one of Lieutenant Palmer's soldiers running along the military road toward the fort, pursued by several Indians. The fugitive, seeing Mrs. McNeil, waved his hat as a signal of danger and passed on, which the Indians perceiving, left off the pursuit, and came toward the house. Seeing their intention, Mrs. McNeil screamed, "Get down, cellar for your lives!" On this, Jane McCrae and the black woman, Eve, with her infant, retreated safely to the cellar. But Mrs. McNeil was caught on the stairs by the Indians and dragged back by the hair of her head, by a powerful savage who was addressed by his companions as Wyandotte Panther. A search in the cellar was then begun, and the result was the discovery of Jane McCrae, who was brought up from her concealment, Wyandotte exclaiming upon seeing her, "My squaw, me find 'em again, me keep 'em fast now, Fabet, ugh." By this time the soldiers had arrived at the fort. The alarm drum was beaten, and a party of soldiers started in pursuit. Alarmed by the noise of the drum, which they, in common with Mrs. McNeil and Jenny, heard, the Indians, after a hurried consultation, hastily lifted the two women upon the horses, which had been waiting at the door to carry them to Colonel McRae's ferry, and started off upon a run. Mrs. McNeil, however, having been placed upon the horse on which there was no saddle, slipped off and was thereupon carried in the arms of a stalwart savage. At this point, Mrs. McNeil lost sight of her companion, who, to use the language of Mrs. McNeil, was there ahead of me and appeared to be firmly seated upon the saddle and held the rein, while several Indians seemed to guard her. Wyandotte still ascending the hill and pulling along by bridle bit the affrighted horse upon which the poor Jenny rode. The Indians, however, when halfway up the hill, were nearly overtaken by the soldiers, who at this point began firing by platoons. At every discharge, the Indians would fall flat with Mrs. McNeil. By the time the top of Fort Edward Hill had been gained, not an Indian was harmed. And one of them remarked to Mrs. McNeil, "Wah, no kill. Shoot too much high for hit." During the firing, 2 or 3 bullets of the pursuing party hit Miss McRae with a fatal effect, who, falling from her horse, had her scalp torn off by the guide, the Wyandotte Panther, in revenge of the loss of the reward given by Burgoyne for any white prisoner, a reward considered equal to a barrel of rum. Mrs. McNeil, however, was carried to Griffith's house, and there kept by the Indians until the next day, when she was ransomed and taken to the British camp. "I never saw Jenny afterward," says Mrs. McNeil, "nor anything that appertained to her person until my arrival in the British camp, when an aide-de-camp showed me a fresh scalp lock, which I could not mistake, because the hair was unusually fine, luxuriant, lustrous, and dark as the wings of a raven. Till that evidence of her death was exhibited, I hoped, almost against hope, that poor Jenny had either been rescued by our pursuers, in whose army her brother Stephen McRae was a surgeon, or brought by our captors to some part of the British encampment." While at Griffith's house, Mrs. McNeil endeavored to hire an Indian, named Captain Tomo, to go back and search for her companion, but neither he nor any of the Indians could be prevailed upon to venture even as far back as the brow of the Fort Edward Hill, to look down for the white squaw, as they called Jenny. The remains of Miss McRae were gathered up by those who would have rescued her, and buried, together with those of Lieutenant Palmer, under the supervision of Colonel Morgan Lewis, then Deputy Quartermaster General, on the bank of the creek, 3 miles south of Fort Edward, and 2 miles south of her brother John McRae's farm, which was across the Hudson and directly opposite the principal encampment of General Schuyler. Shortly after this time, hardly realizing the state of feeling among the scattered people, who Burgoyne fondly hoped would flock to him, with the double purpose of securing supplies and of striking a blow at New England, he decided to use his Hessians, who the Americans claimed were especially good at foraging, in an attack upon Bennington. So Colonel Baum, with a force of about 1,000 men, made up of Hessians, Indians, Canadians, and Tories, with a goodly supply of Tory guides from the vicinity, started to do Burgoyne's will. Confident that there were many Tories in the region, who would rally to his aid at his approach, and with strong reinforcements of Hessians under the command of Brayman following him, and never dreaming that the peasants would stand before his cannon or well-drilled soldiers, the Hessian leader was hopeful that prisoners and spoils would soon be his. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colonel Gary Bohannon, GaryBohannon.com. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution by Everett Tomlinson, Bennington. Colonel John Stark was a New Hampshire man, strong and rugged as the great hills he had seen from his boyhood, and almost as immovable as they in his sturdy independence. He had been a soldier in the French and Indian War, and had borne a sturdy part in the fights at Bunker Hill and at Trenton and Princeton. When Congress had appointed the new generals, Stark had been passed over, just as Benedict Arnold had been, and like Arnold, he too had withdrawn in anger and disgust from the contest. Neither man, however, had been able to stop fighting. So strong was the hatred of each for the invading redcoats, and so keen was the desire to protect the country from the Indians. So when New Hampshire placed him in command of a force, although this action might only serve to increase the jealous feelings of the colonies, Stark quickly responded, eager not only to harass Burgoyne, but also to show that he could have a share in the struggle in spite of Congress. When he arrived at Manchester, Vermont, he found a large body of his fellow countrymen there, who, though they were nominally under the command of Lincoln, whom Schuyler had sent there, yet shared with the doughty colonel much of his own feeling. And when Lincoln informed him of Schuyler's order to march and join him, Stark replied that he did not receive orders from anyone as to where he should go. So leaving Lincoln at Manchester with 600 men, he himself with his own immediate followers pushed rapidly on to Bennington, resolved to protect the stores at that place. Stark, however, had a strong feeling of regard for Schuyler, and had no real intention of leaving the desperate general in his trouble. Indeed, he had his men under arms, and was just about to set forth to join Schuyler, when a woman came running to him with word that Indians were all about the adjoining town. Instantly the colonel sent 200 men to quiet the Indians, but they soon sent word to him that behind the savages was a large Hessian force, which evidently was moving toward Bennington. Word was swiftly sent to Lincoln at Manchester to come to Stark's aid, and the following day Stark himself moved out toward the place by which it was said the Hessians were approaching. A skirmish soon followed, for he found the report to be true, and Colonel Baum speedily halted and began to erect defenses on a hill near the Walloomsac River, and sent word to the Hessians who were following to make all haste to come to his aid. The next day was too rainy for an attack, so the picks and shovels of the Germans were used all the time in fashioning Baum's redoubts. Colonel Stark was, however, strengthened by the arrival of bodies of militia from western Massachusetts, who were eager to fight. Indeed, so eager were they, that in response to the complaint of a preacher who, with the men of his congregation, had hastened to the defense of Bennington, that they were never given any fighting to do, no matter how often they might be called out, Colonel Stark said, "If the Lord should give us sunshine once more, and I do not give you fighting enough, I will never ask you to turn out again." On the following day, the Lord gave the desired sunshine, and Stark provided all the fighting the Berkshiremen desired. At noon, August 16, 1777, Stark formed his men for an advance upon the little hill where the Hessians had entrenched themselves. In small companies of a half dozen or more, he had been sending men around to the opposite side of this hill, but the Hessians had given them no heed. Perhaps they thought they were the long-expected Tories who were to come to their aid. It was a serious problem that confronted the untrained men with Stark. The Hessians were holding strong entrenchments, they had cannon, and the soldiers were looked upon as among the best troops in all Europe. Yet when the rough colonel, pointing his sword at the hill, shouted to his men, "There, my lads, are the Hessians. Tonight our flag floats over yonder hill, or Molly Stark is a widow," not a man in the ranks flinched. About the middle of the afternoon, the sound of guns came from the rear of the hill, and this signal for the beginning of the fight caused the men in the front, in the rear, and on the flanks to rush forward together in an assault. Closer and closer came the men. The fire became hotter and hotter. Baum and his men were fighting bravely, but the determined Yankees could not be held back, much less driven back. Why did not Breyman come to their aid? Would the darkness never fall to put an end to the fight? For a moment the guns of the brave but disheartened Hessians were silent, and instantly the Americans climbed over the breastworks and rushed upon the enemy. But the Hessians were not ready yet to give up. Casting aside their guns and drawing the heavy, short broadswords with which every soldier was equipped, they fought hand to hand. Slowly Stark's men forced them backward, until what was left of the force broke and fled. Apparently the fight had been won, and the victorious Americans, without a thought of the oncoming force under Breyman, were eagerly seizing the plunder or looking after the wounded and the prisoners, when suddenly the fresh band of Hessians appeared upon the scene. For a moment it seemed as if the victory the Yankees had won was to be lost, for the tired Yankee militiamen were quickly forced backward. But just at that time Colonel Warner and his men arrived from Manchester and threw themselves with all their strength into the struggle. The cannon taken from Baum were now turned upon the front of Breyman's column, while sharpshooters with deadly aim were pouring their fire into his ranks from the flanks. Foot by foot the desperate Hessians gave way. Horses fell in their traces. The roar of the cannon was unceasing, and the pop of the rifles did not cease. Darkness was fast coming on, and before the fierce onslaught which the Americans now made, the lines at last broke and the Hessians fled. For a brief time the victors pursued them, But almost worn out by the heat and strain of the double battle, they soon returned to count their spoils and rejoice together over the battle won. 4 cannon, 700 prisoners, 1,000 stand of arms, and 1,000 dragoon swords of the enemy had come into their possession, and 207 of the fallen Hessians lay dead or wounded upon the field. The Americans had protected their stores and lost only 14 killed and had only 42 wounded. The effect of the battle was almost electric. Instantly the courage and zeal of the patriots seemed to return, while Burgoyne, disappointed, wondering where his Tory allies were to come from and how he was to obtain supplies for his army, his Indian allies beginning rapidly to leave him, changed his position and began to question whether after all the despised peasants were conquered or not, and if it might not be possible that Britons did sometimes retreat. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colonel Gary Bohannon. GaryBohannon.com. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution by Everett Tomlinson. In the Mohawk Valley. Meanwhile, before we follow the further fortunes of Burgoyne, it will be necessary for us to turn our attention to some of the exciting experiences of the desperate patriots in the Mohawk Valley. Colonel Barry St. Leger, with his force of redcoats, had departed from Montreal, and after passing up the St. Lawrence River, and with few thoughts we may be sure of the beauties of the Thousand Islands as his fleet of bateaux, skiffs, and canoes passed them, had arrived at Oswego. The number of his followers had been greatly increased by the arrival of the Indians under the command of Brant, or Thayendanegea, as he was commonly called among the Mohawks, and Sir John Johnson, with a band of Johnson's Royal Greens, as the Tories who had left the Mohawk Valley and gone to Canada were known. Brant was probably the most intelligent Indian of that day in the New World. He was a chief, and the son of a chief who rejoiced in the unpronounceable name of Teowagwengarigquin, and had been educated at Dr. Wheelock's school, which afterward became Dartmouth College. He was a bitter foe of the Americans, believing as he did that by siding with the British in the struggle, he would most effectually aid his own people in retaining their homes and hunting grounds. Sir John Johnson was the son of Sir William Johnson, one of the largest landowners and most intense Tories in all the region. He had been active ever since the war had broken out, and now believed that the time had come when he could strike most heavily for King George upon the scattered and obstinate Whigs of the valley, who had steadily refused to listen to his calls. When St. Leger arrived at Oswego, he had altogether a force of 1,700 men, and in early August he left the fort, and advancing by way of Oneida Lake, moved upon Fort Stanwix, or Fort Schuyler as it was called, which stood where now is the city of Rome, New York. In command of this fort was a young colonel, Peter Gansevoort, one of the most sterling of the American soldiers, and with him was a little garrison of a few hundred men to attempt to hold the fort and withstand the greater force of St. Leger. Colonel Gansevoort had been busy trying to strengthen his post, which after all was but a rude and feeble affair, and when a captured spy and the runners of the friendly Oneida Indians brought him word of the approach of his enemies, he was really in no condition either to withstand a siege or engage in a battle with St. Leger's advancing host. The first real knowledge the men of the fort had of the nearness of the redcoats and the redskins came one day when 2 soldiers of the garrison, without the permission of the commanding officer, had gone into the forest to shoot some wild pigeons that were passing in such clouds that it is said at times they even shut out the light of the sun. With them the 2 men had taken their dog, and this faithful animal had suddenly appeared before 2 boys who were fishing in Wood Creek, and by his frantic leaps and barking induced them to follow him into the woods, where they discovered the men stretched upon the ground, both scalped, one dead and the other apparently just alive. Assistance was speedily obtained from the garrison, but everyone now knew who were in the adjacent forests and what must be expected soon. St. Leger and his entire force were soon before the feeble walls of the old fort, and while the leader sent a demand for its surrender, he also caused to be distributed throughout the region copies of his remarkable proclamation, which, though it promised protection to all who accepted his terms of peace, threatened the direst punishment upon those who still remained obstinate. He was to learn, however, as Burgoyne was already learning, that the hardy Americans were in no mood to be terrified by high-sounding words, or even by the threat of letting loose the terrible Indians upon them. Colonel Gansevoort curtly refused the demand for surrender, though he was in dire straits at the time. His men were few in number, provisions were low, and ammunition was scanty. While worse than any or all of these things was the presence of traitors inside the walls. One of these, Sam Gakey, had been sent by Sir Henry Clinton from Poughkeepsie, and was to obtain all the information he could secure within the fort, and at the same time try to induce the men to rebel against their young colonel, and throw open the gates of the fort rather than be butchered like sheep within a pen from which there was no hope of escape. Colonel Gansevoort had been greatly cheered by the arrival of Colonel Willett with a few reinforcements, but still all told he had only about 750 men with whom he was expected to keep off St. Leger's force of more than twice that number. But what the young officer lacked in men and means he seemed to have made up in courage, and with a boldness that in part was only apparent, not real, he prepared to resist the siege which began strongly on August 4th. During this time, the militia and the bold Whig farmers of the valley had been assembling at the call of sturdy old General Herkimer. At first, the people of the region had been almost terror-stricken by the reports of the dual invasion of Burgoyne and St. Leger, but with the proclamations and the actual presence of the enemy, they had rallied, and with about 800 men, General Herkimer set forth from Fort Dayton to march to the aid of the sadly beset garrison behind the walls of Fort Schuyler. His men were bold enough, but they knew almost nothing of military science. They had rifles and muskets and plenty of courage, but other additional things were to be required before a victory could be won, as they soon learned to their sorrow. The plan was to move up near the fort, and when Colonel Gansevoort should be informed of their coming by the scouts Herkimer sent ahead, then the garrison was to attack at the same time when Herkimer's men moved forward, and under the confusion, which it was believed the combined attacks would produce, then the men could at least make their way into the fort to the aid of their friends, if they could do nothing more. Accordingly, Herkimer halted a few miles from the fort, and sent forward his scouts, but the latter were delayed when they found the investing army larger and closer than they had expected, and the slow hours passed, and still the signal guns of Fort Schuyler were not heard. The restless soldiers became impatient, and demanded that Herkimer should lead them forward, whether the guns were heard or not. For a time the wise old officer, he declared he was like their father and would not lead his children into needless peril, was able to stave off the demand. Then the men became angry and declared that their general was afraid, and at last, stung to the quick, he gave the desired command, and the terrible march was begun. Of course the Indians had learned of Herkimer's approach, and under the direction of Brant they and the Royal Greens had concealed themselves in a long line along the sides of a narrow ravine near Oriskany. Without a thought of their peril, the careless patriots marched on to the narrow log causeway that crossed the ravine, and in a moment the yells of the Indians and the rifles of the hidden Greens sounded together. Some of the startled, terrified Whigs turned and fled, and did not stop running before they had gained the shelter of the little fort where Utica now stands. But the most of them speedily recovered their wits, and then began the most bloody and terrible fight of all the War of the Revolution. Face to face and arm to arm the men fought. Neighbor fought against neighbor. Guns were discharged, then clubbed, and knives and fists were used until the struggling, shrieking mass of men seemed almost like a band of contending demons. General Herkimer had been shot in the thigh, but the brave old man seated himself on the ground, and lighting his pipe, and with his back against a tree, still gave forth his orders. The patriots soon formed themselves into little circles, and almost back to back fought the oncoming foe. The couriers by this time had arrived at the fort, and their words, as well as the sounds of the distant guns, at once informed Gansevoort of what was going on. Quickly he sent Colonel Willett with a force to fall upon part of the nearby Tory camp. A terrific thunder shower, so severe that even the men fighting at Oriskany were compelled to pause in their struggle, kept him back. But as soon as the torrent ceased, Willett advanced and fell furiously upon the enemy's camp. So furious was his charge that the Tories and Indians there broke and fled, and 21 wagon loads of spoils, as well as the papers of Sir John Johnson and 5 British standards, fell into the hands of Willett, who hastened back to Fort Schuyler without the loss of a man. No cause for wonder is it that for his gallant deed Congress afterward presented him with a beautiful sword. The sounds of Willett's attack had been heard by the Tories and Indians at Oriskany, and instantly they knew what they meant. The Americans also knew, and were fighting with renewed desperation. Soon the Indians broke and fled, and their weird cry of defeat, "Una! Una!" resounded through the forest. Neither side had won, for though the Americans held the field, they had not been able to advance to the relief of Fort Schuyler. They had lost 200 men, among whom was General Herkimer, for a few days afterward the old soldier died of his wound. Colonel Gansevoort was still holding his fort, however, though against terrible odds. He could not even have heard what the result of the Battle of Oriskany had been, though he had a terrible fear that it had not been won since his friends did not come to his aid. The very next morning, St. Leger, striving to take advantage of the ignorance of the men in the fort, sent a letter demanding its surrender, and also declared that not only had Oriskany been won, but also that Burgoyne at that very time had possession of Albany. Of course, Gansevoort did not know how true the claim might be, but he had no thought of surrendering, and Colonel Willett, face to face with the messenger in the presence of Colonel Gansevoort, in his anger said, quote, "Do I understand you, sir? I think you say that you come from a British colonel who is commander of the army that invests this fort, and by your uniform you appear to be an officer in the British service. You have made a long speech on the occasion of your visit, which, stripped of all its superfluities, amounts to this, that you come from a British colonel to the commandant of this garrison, to tell him that, if he does not deliver up the garrison into the hands of your colonel, he will send his Indians to murder our women and children. You will please to reflect, sir, that their blood will be upon your heads, not upon ours. We are doing our duty. This garrison is committed to our charge, and we will take care of it. After you get out of it, you may turn around and look at its outside, but never expect to come in again, unless you come a prisoner. I consider the message you have brought a degrading one for a British officer to send, and by no means reputable for a British officer to carry. For my own part, I declare, before I would consent to deliver this garrison to such a murdering set as your army, by your own accounts, consists of, I would suffer my body to be filled with splinters and set on fire, as you know at times has been practiced by such hordes of women and children killers as belong to your army." Unquote. Perhaps it is needless to state that Fort Schuyler was not surrendered. Indeed, it was then that for the first time the new American flag of the Stars and Stripes was unfurled, for making a flag of strips of their white shirts, strips of scarlet flannel forming the red, and the blue of a cloak which one of the captains in the fort, Captain Abraham Swartout, had previously captured from a British officer forming the ground, a rude but true flag soon defiantly floated from the walls. We shall have more to say of the flag of our country, but the action of the men at Fort Schuyler in August, 1777, is worthy of mention here. So the siege was renewed, and the desperate defenders did not surrender, for they did not know how. Food was very scarce, ammunition was almost gone, and messengers had been sent to General Schuyler piteously begging for aid. For days the siege continued, and then suddenly and unexpectedly the enemy fled, leaving their very tents standing and their guns in the trenches. It was August 22nd, 1777. For a moment the brave young colonel knew not what to make of it, but soon he learned the true state of affairs and was quick to act. It seems that General Schuyler, although his own force was too small, with enemies in his ranks worse than the foe before him, was nevertheless desirous of sending aid to brave Colonel Gansevoort. When, however, he suggested such a plan, his own followers called him a traitor and declared he was trying to weaken his own army so that Burgoyne might the more easily conquer it. Calmly Philip Schuyler bore the abuse and insults, and then inquired which brigadier would lead a division to the aid of Fort Schuyler. Not one responded until Benedict Arnold impulsively declared that he would go, and go he did. Swiftly his men advanced up the Mohawk Valley, meeting Colonel Willett and a companion officer on the way, whom Gansevoort had at last sent with a final despairing appeal for aid, fearful every hour that news would be received that the fort had fallen. At last they arrived at Fort Dayton, and what occurs there is thus related in the Annals of Oneida County by Pomeroy Jones. Quote, Arnold received information that there was to be a gathering of Tories at Shoemaker's, one of the king's justices of the peace, on the south side of the Mohawk, a few miles above, and Colonel Willett, who was at the time at Fort Dayton, was dispatched with a competent force to arrest them. Colonel Willett and his party arrived and surrounded Shoemaker's in the nighttime, and made prisoners of the whole party, some 20 in number, and they were soon lodged in Fort Dayton. Among the number was Hanyost Schuyler, one of the coarsest and most ignorant specimens of humanity to be found in the valley. And yet a large share of shrewdness and low cunning was interwoven in his character. He had been so notorious as a spy that a drumhead court-martial, which was called the next day for his trial, had no difficulty in pronouncing him guilty, and he was sentenced to be hanged on the following morning. The mother and brother of Hanyost resided at Little Falls, and, after having heard of his capture and sentence, lost no time in applying to Arnold to spare his life. The general was, however, inexorable. Major Brooks of Learned's brigade, perceiving the posture of affairs and believing that some capital might be made out of the spy, went to General Arnold and stated his scheme to him. General Arnold, warmed by the fate of General Herkimer, and fearing his force insufficient to raise the siege, the more readily agreed to resort to stratagem. The plan concocted was this. Hanyost was to be suffered to escape from the guardhouse, and his life spared, on condition that he should repair to the Indian and Tory camps in the vicinity of Fort Stanwix, and by an exaggerated account of Arnold's force induce them to desert their leader in sufficient numbers to cause St. Leger to raise the siege. If he failed, his brother, who consented to remain in Arnold's camp as a hostage, was to grace the same noose which had been prepared for Hanyost. All having been arranged, Arnold and Brooks went out, and related the particulars of the plan in the presence and hearing of the sentinel at the door of the guardhouse. And after they were through, Arnold, with a significant look, asked the sentinel if he knew his duty, to which the latter gave an affirmative reply. After dark, Hanyost made his escape from the guardhouse, the sentinel being cautious not to fire the alarm until the double traitor had time to get beyond the reach of pursuit. Then the alarm was given. The guard turned out in the pursuit, but without avail. All who were not in the secret regretted that such an arrant villain should have escaped the just doom that awaited him. The life of his brother for this once caused Hanyost to be true to his country, and he fulfilled his contract to the letter. An Oneida Indian had also been let into the secret, who cheerfully embarked in the enterprise. Hanyost, who was acquainted with many of St. Leger's Indians, upon his arrival in their camp told a most piteous story of his having been taken by the rebels, and of his escape from being hanged, and also showed them several holes through his coat, made by bullets which, he said, were fired at him when he made his escape. Well acquainted with Indian character, he communicated his intelligence to them in a mysterious and imposing manner. When asked as to the number of men with Arnold, he shook his head and pointed upward to the leaves of the trees, and upon being further questioned, he said the number of Arnold's men could not be less than 10,000. This news soon spread through the camps. At this juncture, the Oneida Indian arrived and confirmed Hanyost's statement. On his way, he had fallen in with 2 or 3 Oneida Indians of his acquaintance, who readily engaged in furthering his design, and these, dropping into the camp one after another, as if by accident, spoke of the great number of warriors marching against them. They also stated that the Americans did not wish to injure the Indians, but if they continued with the British, they must all share one common fate. By these means, alarm and consternation were thoroughly spread among the whole body of Indians, and they resolved upon immediate flight. St. Leger did all in his power to prevent their leaving at this critical juncture, but in vain. As a last resort, he tried to get them drunk, but the dram bottle had lost all its charms, and they refused to drink. After he had failed in every attempt, he tried to persuade them to fall into the rear and form a covering party to his army, and they charged him with a design of sacrificing his red allies to the safety of the whites. In a mixture of rage and despair, St. Leger immediately ordered the siege to be raised, and with his entire force of regulars, Tories, and Indians, he withdrew in such haste as to leave his tent standing, abandoning all his artillery, and some accounts state that they left their dinners cooking over the campfires. The Oneida Indian, it seems, had a spice of wag in his composition, for he followed in the rear and occasionally raised the cry, "They are coming! They are coming!" for his own diversion in seeing the redcoats take a foot race. And the retreating army never felt entirely safe until fairly embarked on the Oneida Lake. Hanyost kept with St. Leger's army on the retreat until it arrived at the mouth of Wood Creek, when he returned to Fort Stanwix and gave Colonel Gansevoort the first intelligence of the approach of General Arnold's command. From thence he returned to Fort Dayton, and having fulfilled, on his part, every part and parcel of the contract, his brother was at once discharged. His principles had, however, undergone no change. He was still a Tory, and, Balaam-like, soon after rejoined the British standard, attaching himself to the forces of Sir John Johnson. After the peace of 1783, Hanyost came back and resided in the valley of the Mohawk. He was well known by some of the first settlers in Westmoreland, and was represented by them as a low, coarse, and apparently very stupid being." Unquote. So Fort Schuyler was saved by the stratagem, and Gansevoort and his brave men were safe. Arnold and his followers hastened back to join Schuyler's army, which now was no longer Schuyler's, for Congress stupidly had listened to the bitter words spoken against the noble man, and now the petty little dandy Gates was in command of the Northern Army, which was soon to face new problems and new perils. 6 days after the flight of Barry St. Leger, word of his failure was brought to Burgoyne, and once more the pompous general was to learn that Britons do indeed sometimes retreat. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22, Young Folks' History of the American Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colonel Gary Bohannon, GaryBohannon.com. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution by Everett Tomlinson. Burgoyne's Surrender. The plight of Burgoyne's army was really becoming serious by this time. Although the rustic soldiers who were before him hardly recognized their own strength, Arnold, as we have learned, had been sent to the aid of the patriots, and his dash and daring, which were greatly admired by his comrades, added much to the courage of the men. Lincoln was in the rear of Burgoyne's army, and the men of New England were daily coming to join him, and to do what they could to cut off the retreat of the British or harass them in the rear. Morgan's riflemen, along with other regiments, had also come to the aid of the Northern Army, and their rifles were to play no small part in the events that followed the fight at Bennington. Most of the soldiers believed in General Gates, and when, on September 9th, he moved the American army up to Stillwater, within 10 or 12 miles of the British lines, they plucked up fresh courage. They, of course, did not know it, but the great peril in the American army at the time was the ill feeling between Gates and Arnold, the former being jealous and angry that his comrade in arms should openly side with Philip Schuyler, and the latter having a very slight opinion of the ability of the commander of the Northern Army. 4 days after the move of the Americans, Burgoyne made a bridge of boats across the Hudson and passed over to the opposite shore, while up on Bemis Heights, the Yankee soldiers, under the direction of Kosciuszko, who had come across the sea to their aid when he had heard the story of the struggle for independence, held a strongly fortified position. Burgoyne was becoming desperate. The way of retreat, which he had striven to keep open, though he did not dream of using it, was now blocked. No help from New York had come up the Hudson, for reasons which we shall soon learn, and like the sturdy man that he was, he determined to try to attack his foe. Of course, both sides were busy all this time, neither feeling just sure of what the other was doing, and Morgan's sharpshooters were badly bothering the redcoats, and at this time, when they discovered what Burgoyne was ardently trying to do, they sent an urgent word to Gates for more men to be sent to meet the enemy. But General Gates wanted the British to attack him in the position where he felt strong, and had no desire to do the attacking himself. However, when Gates learned that a battle had actually been begun, and that the astonished John Burgoyne, instead of making the attack, was himself receiving one, he sent a few men at a time to help the fighting Americans, but he refused to leave the position he held, or to let Arnold go into the fight. At first, the battle had gone in favor of the Americans. Their men, firing from behind bushes and trees, had created great havoc among the scarlet-clad enemy, and Arnold had become so angry that at last Gates consented to his demand for permission to lead the patriots in their struggle. The British were now strengthened by the approach of Fraser and Riedesel, and Arnold sent back word to Gates begging for 2,000 men to come to his aid, declaring that with them he could win the battle and drive back the invaders. But Gates refused to heed the call, and when after several hours of terrible fighting, darkness ended the struggle, each side claimed the victory, though the real advantage seems to have been with the Americans. The sharpshooters had made dreadful havoc among the men of each side, and though the accounts of the losses do not agree, it is probable that each side lost nearly, if not fully, 500 men. Certainly the British loss was as great as that. By many this Battle of Bemis Heights is called Freeman's Farm, which perhaps is the more accurate title, as Gates was all the time on Bemis Heights, and certainly he did no fighting. Yet when he sent the account of the battle to Congress, he took all the credit of it to himself, and never once referred to Benedict Arnold or the part he had taken. Surely it did almost seem as if America had conspired against this proud, ill-tempered, but brave man. The soldiers knew the truth, however, but Gates and Arnold almost threatened the welfare of the army more than Burgoyne did, so savage and brutal was the continuous quarrel between them that followed. For more than 2 weeks nothing was done, though Arnold was eager to have Gates follow up the attack at once. Burgoyne's troubles were increasing, and the Whigs under Lincoln were doing great damage behind him in cutting off men, seizing supplies, and holding the region. When they tried to take Ticonderoga, however, they failed, although they did just what the British had done a few weeks before, drag cannon up the sides of Mount Defiance. But St. Clair was not in command of the fort at this time, and the British there would not give up and could not be taken. Supplies in Burgoyne's army were very low now, and it almost seemed as if starvation would compel him to give up the struggle. Still, hoping that aid would come from Clinton, John Burgoyne once more resolved to try to fight his way through the peasants in front of him, who now numbered 16,000 men. Sending a picked force of his best men forward, they were told to retreat if they found they must. But they could discover whether the Americans would fight or not, or at least they could help the men who had gone out to forage. Very soon they discovered that the Americans would fight, and that no forage could be secured. There was a terrific, short engagement, and then the British under Fraser fell back, but rallied again on the borders of this same farm, Freeman's, where the other battle had occurred. Benedict Arnold, who had been watching the struggle, now could restrain himself no longer. He leaped upon the back of his horse and rode like the wind to the battleground. How the men did cheer and shout when they saw him in their midst. Just at this time, Morgan had pointed out General Fraser to some of his best shots, and said, "That man must die." Soon the brave man was carried from the field, having received his death wound. His fall seemed to deprive his men of their hope. They fell back, or were pushed back, fighting desperately all the time, until at last they were once more behind their own entrenchments. But the Americans, led by Arnold, made such desperate efforts to enter that soon the ground was won. A Hessian soldier, wounded and lying on the ground, had fired at Arnold as the latter dashed over him, and the ball had killed the horse and broke the bone of the same leg which had been so badly hurt at Quebec. One of Arnold's men, when he saw the general's fall, rushed forward to drive his bayonet into the body of the Hessian, but at Arnold's own request, the life of the man was spared. On the following day, Burgoyne got his disheartened men together and started for Saratoga, where the people, hearing of his coming, set fire to such of their possessions as they could not take with them in their flight. The wife of Philip Schuyler had set the example by herself, burning the fields of wheat on her farms, upon which the buildings also were soon afterward burned by the redcoats. The British army was now completely surrounded. Supplies were so low that the food of each man was reduced, but still no word came from Clinton. Yet Clinton had set forth with his force from New York City, and at this very time was advancing up the Hudson. He had taken 2 forts, compelled General Putnam and his men to leave others, and now the British could come by boat from New York to Albany. On a little slip of paper Clinton wrote Burgoyne, October 8th, I sincerely hope this success of ours will facilitate your operations. This note he secured in a little silver bullet and gave to a messenger to carry to Burgoyne. Clinton's force on the following day landed and set fire to Kingston, which the governor of New York, whose name also was Clinton, George, hastened to help, but he arrived too late, though he was in time, however, to seize this messenger, who was seen to swallow something as he was captured. Governor Clinton turned physician for the moment, and compelled the prisoner to swallow an emetic, when up came the bullet, which was speedily opened, and the note was found. The prisoner was hanged from a branch of a nearby tree, and it is needless to say that John Burgoyne did not receive the word of Sir Henry Clinton's coming. Constant skirmishing and firing were going on between the armies of Gates and Burgoyne. The British could do no more. They could not retreat. Aid apparently was not coming, and so at last they surrendered on October 17, 1777. At first Gates had demanded an unconditional surrender, but to this Burgoyne would not yield. He would fight till he died rather than suffer such a disgrace. Well aware of Clinton's movements, the Americans knew that no time was to be lost. So it was agreed that the British, after marching out of the camp with the honors of war, should be conducted to Boston, and there take ships for home, promising never to fight the Americans again. The officers were also permitted to retain their sidearms. One of the papers of those days, following the prevailing tendency to write poetry, thus describes the results gained. The capture at Saratoga. Here followeth the direful fate of Burgoyne and his army great, who so proudly did display the terrors of despotic sway. His power and pride and many threats have been brought low by fortunate Gates to bend to the United States. British prisoners by convention, 2,442. Foreigners by contravention, 2,198. Tories sent across the lake, 1,100. Burgoyne and his suite in state, 12. Sick and wounded, bruised and pounded, ne'er so much before confounded, 528. Prisoners of war before convention, 400. Deserters come with kind intention, 300. They lose at Bennington's great battle where Stark's glorious arms did rattle, 1,220. Killed in September and October, 600. Ta'en by brave Brown, some drunk, some sober, 413. Slain by high-famed Herkimer, on both flanks, on rear and van, 300. Indians, settlers, butchers, drovers, enough to crowd large plains all over, and those whom grim health did prevent from fighting against our continent, and also those who stole away, lest they down their arms should lay, abhorring that obnoxious day, 4,413. The whole make 14,000 men, who may not fight with us again. This is a pretty just account of Burgoyne's legion's whole amount, who came across the northern lakes to desolate our happy states. Their brass cannon we have got all, 56, both great and small, and 10,000 stand of arms, to prevent all future harms. Stores and implements complete, of workmanship exceeding neat, covered wagons in great plenty, and proper harness no way scanty. Among our prisoners there are 6 generals of fame most rare, 6 members of their parliament, reluctantly they seem content, 3 British lords, and Lord Rilcartas, who came our country free to harass. 2 baronets of high extraction were early wounded in the action. The advance of John Burgoyne had not only been checked, but his entire force was made prisoners. The proud spirit of the leader was sadly humbled, but he was still too true a man not to acknowledge the courtesy that was shown him, though after he arrived at Boston it is to be feared that his captors were not so careful. Philip Schuyler had gone back to the army, though not as its commander, and his calm, patient spirit, when he knew that others were receiving the credit for work which he in fact had himself done, was highly praised by the British, as was also the unfailing courtesy of Mistress Catherine Schuyler, who tried to make the prisoners with her feel as much as possible like guests. The letters of the Baroness de Riedesel contain warm words of praise for this gentlewoman, and her memory is warmly cherished still. Naturally, the new nation was highly elated over what had been done by the Northern Army, and the praises of Gates were sung on every side. Indeed, what was known as the Conway Cabal was formed consisting of some men who wanted to make him commander-in-chief in place of Washington. Some were afraid the war would be a failure. Others only wanted to make money. Still others were eager for peace at any price. And the greatness of men like Philip Schuyler and George Washington, who not only had to face a skillful foe in the open field, but also to deal with many timid, cowardly, treacherous men at home, in the contrast seems all the greater. And George Washington had been having his heart and hands full all this time, as the following chapter will explain. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23, Young Folks' History of the American Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colonel Gary Bohannon, GaryBohannon.com. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution by Everett Tomlinson. Brandywine and Germantown. The Story of the Flag. Washington and Greene, and indeed the greater number of American generals, had expected that as a matter of course Howe would take part of his army at least and move from New York up the Hudson to join the forces of John Burgoyne. Just why he did not do this is still a matter of wonder, but two reasons are given as the causes of his failure to move. One was the advice of his traitorous prisoner, Charles Lee, who was explaining to the British commander just how the rebellion could be crushed, and the other was the report of the success which had attended the first actions of Burgoyne's invading army. When Fort Ticonderoga was abandoned by the Americans, without a gun having been fired in its defense, and when the American army fled as it did before the Redcoats, very naturally Howe concluded that Burgoyne, with St. Leger's aid, would be able to take care of himself, and so he, Howe, would be free to follow out his own design, which was to seize the rebel capital, Philadelphia. The fact that by seizing that town he would be between the southern and northern colonies with his army, a division which the expected victorious advance of John Burgoyne would also greatly aid, seems to have been the purpose in Howe's mind, for otherwise Philadelphia, as a center of warlike operations, was not very important. Washington and his little army of only about 10,000 men were still in the highlands of New Jersey, and when in June, 1777, Howe, with a force of 18,000 men, Clinton had been left in New York with the rest of his army, started to march across New Jersey, Washington quickly moved down from his stronghold and took a position near New Brunswick at Middlebrook. The place was too strong to be attacked, and yet the British did not dare to pass it and leave the old fox, as Washington was called, with such a force behind them. So Howe, after some skirmishing, took his army back to Staten Island. Once more the Americans thought that surely Howe would then go up the Hudson, and Washington even changed the position he held so that he might follow him. But still the British did not adopt the expected plan. The fleet of boats was kept continually moving and changing, so that at one time it seemed as if the British had started for Boston, then up the Hudson, then again for Philadelphia. When Howe thought he had Washington completely puzzled, and the American army had been somewhat scattered, suddenly upon his fleet of 228 vessels he quickly embarked 18,000 men for Philadelphia. To increase Washington's confusion still more, he wrote a letter to Burgoyne, in which he declared he was about to sail for Boston, and the messenger who bore the letter was directed to fall into the hands of the Americans. This was a common device, and Washington himself employed the same method of puzzling his enemies, as we shall soon learn. However, General Washington was not to be fooled in this instance, and as soon as he learned of Howe's departure, he quickly assembled his army and started post-haste across New Jersey, although all the time he thought the British general was merely trying to deceive him. And as soon as the Americans had been withdrawn a sufficient distance from the Hudson, he would turn back again and go to the aid of John Burgoyne. On the last day of July, 1777, Washington received word that Howe's fleet had arrived off the Delaware River, and the Americans moved up to Germantown. But the very next day word came that the British fleet had set sail again. At first Washington believed that Howe had now gone back to New York, and he even prepared to send hastily back a part of his own army, but after a few days had intervened, word came that the British fleet had sailed for the south. What could be the meaning of that? At once it was concluded that Howe meant to attack Charleston, and as it was impossible for the little American army to march several hundred miles to the southward in time to arrive at the threatened town before the redcoats could come, it was thought best to march as swiftly as possible back to New York and make an attack upon that city, which Clinton was guarding with a force of 7,000 men. But on the 25th of August, after word had been received of the successful fight at Bennington, and word also was soon to come of Arnold's success against St. Leger, it was learned that Howe had landed his forces on the shore of Chesapeake Bay. Swiftly Washington advanced to Wilmington, but no battle occurred there except with words, for each side sent forth a proclamation to the people of the surrounding region. But for the most part, Tories still remained Tories, and Whigs did not give up their convictions. It was too late now for people to change their minds. Howe, with his army, began the march to Philadelphia, and Washington, although he had only about half as many men as Howe had, decided to fight. Whether of his own accord he decided to do this, or whether he did so because of the clamor of the people for him to do something, is not known. Perhaps he thought he could in this way cripple Howe's army, or hold it at Philadelphia, and prevent it from going to the aid of Burgoyne, whom now he firmly believed to be destined to fail utterly in his great invasion. At all events, at Chad's Ford in the Brandywine, he took his stand. The shores were rough and thickly wooded, the ground in the rear was high, and the waters of the stream below the ford were swift, so that, as far as the position was concerned, it seemed strong enough to check even the brave and well-drilled redcoats and Hessians. But men are as necessary as cannon and rocky shores, and the Americans were not yet sufficiently trained to be able to make a determined stand before the ranks of an army they had always from boyhood feared. So when, on the 11th of September, 1777, Howe's army advanced, the same tactics were employed that had won the Battle of Long Island. And although Sullivan's men, who extended 2 miles up the shore, fought desperately and heroically, the brave band was pushed back, and the British in overwhelming numbers advanced. And the Battle of Brandywine was lost by the Americans, and more than 1,000 of the Continentals would never fight again. Yet so heroic had been the struggle that some claim that the victorious redcoats had lost even a greater number of men than had their foes. However, they had won the battle, and many of the frightened Whigs of the region fled to the mountains for safety, while fear and consternation prevailed on every hand in Philadelphia. The retreat of the Americans was in good order, in spite of their defeat, and on the following day, when they were at Chester, many were eager to renew the conflict. This Washington was too wise to permit, but for 2 weeks his troops had so bothered the line of Howe's advance that it was not until September 26, 1777, that he entered the city. The great hope of the American leader had been that by harassing the redcoats, Howe might be kept where he was, and no aid be sent to the sadly beset Burgoyne. And though he had lost the battle in carrying out this purpose, Washington succeeded wonderfully in holding back the invading army as he did. One of these skirmishes particularly deserves notice. Mad Anthony Wayne had been placed in command of 1,500 men by Washington, and ordered to annoy the redcoats and try to seize a part of their baggage train. Near Paoli, Wayne found a quiet, and as he thought hidden, spot for his camp, and was reinforced by about 1,800 men, the most of them from Maryland. He thought he was safe from the enemy, but some dastardly Tories went to the British camp and informed Howe of Wayne's hiding place, and also told him just how many men Wayne had in his force. Howe quickly determined to surprise the patriots, and ordered General Gray, who was familiarly known as the no-flint general because he was accustomed to order his men to remove their flints and so be compelled to use their bayonets, with a sufficient body to break up this camp and seize the men. The night was dark and stormy, and Gray advanced stealthily, like a thief in the night, having first told his men that they were to use their bayonets and were to give no quarter. The pickets of Wayne's camp were overcome and stabbed, and then the force rushed upon the unsuspecting men. In the light of the campfires, the patriots could be plainly seen, while the storm and darkness concealed the attacking party, which seemed to be rushing upon them from every side. Though the brave men attempted to defend themselves, They were soon thrown into confusion. 150 were butchered or wounded, half as many more taken prisoners, some of whom were even stabbed after they had surrendered. And had it not been for the skill and courage of Mad Anthony, the entire body would have been destroyed. As it was, he led a masterly retreat, and succeeded, with those who escaped, in joining the army at Chester. General Howe was now in possession of Philadelphia, but down on the river were two strong forts, Fort Mercer on the Jersey side, and Fort Mifflin on an island in the river or bay. These must be taken, Howe decided, and when his brother, Admiral Howe, with his imposing fleet appeared early in October, the general sent part of his army to assist in reducing these two places. This was Washington's opportunity, and he instantly resolved to make an attack upon the body left behind, just as he had done at Trenton almost a year before this time. The plan was excellent and the opportunity as good, yet the Battle of Germantown was lost by the Americans, though they had won at Trenton. The British were in camp in the lower part of the village, Germantown, and Washington's plan was to capture or destroy the entire body. On the 3rd of October, 1777, soon after sunset, the march began. And soon after sunrise on the following morning, October 4th, 1777, the attack was made. Desperately and bravely the men fought. In front, in rear, and flank the firing was terrific, but still the men fought on. There was a very heavy fog at the time, and one of the advancing lines led by Stephen, who was declared to be drunk, and at all events after his trial by court-martial he was dismissed from the service, mistook Mad Anthony Wayne's men for the enemy and fired upon them. The confusion that followed was so great that soon the American army was retreating, having lost the battle and left 673 of their comrades dead or wounded upon the field, while the loss of the British was 535. It is said that the genius of Washington and the daring of his men in the Battle of Germantown did as much to bring France to the aid of the struggling colonies as did the surrender of the boastful John Burgoyne. At all events, the American soldiers were learning very rapidly how to fight, and although the Redcoats held Philadelphia, the ragged and despised army of Continentals seemed as far from giving up as ever. Of course, the Howes now took the two forts with comparative ease, though in the first attack on Fort Mercer, the Hessians suffered a very severe loss, that of Count Dunop and 400 men. But after a few weeks had passed, and some 6,000 soldiers from New York had come to their aid, the British succeeded. Both forts fell, and not only Philadelphia, but the Delaware River was in their possession. The winter was now at hand, and active fighting must cease. In Philadelphia, with every comfort, with the friendship of the Tories, and almost everybody in the town seemed to be on the Tory side then, with gay festivities the British soldiers passed the winter days. On the other hand, out at Valley Forge, a little place on the Schuylkill River, near the present city of Norristown, the Patriots were to endure a terrible winter. Many were without shoes on their feet, the snow and ice causing intense suffering. Half-starved, poorly clothed, the little Patriot army waited, ready at any moment to attack their enemies if they should move out of the city. But the Redcoats were too comfortable to move, and so the long days passed in pleasure for one army and in indescribable suffering for the other. Congress, too, had fled from Philadelphia at the coming of Howe, and now were at Lancaster. They had voted additional powers to Washington, but in his camp they seemed almost like a farce. The only bright spots in the year were the surrender of Burgoyne and the good work which the rough but kind-hearted Baron Steuben was doing in drilling and aiding the frost-bitten, hungry, but still determined soldiers in camp with Washington at Valley Forge. In Philadelphia, the British had a large prison into which the unfortunate stragglers from the American camp were cast, and in the intense and bitter feelings of the times, it was hardly to be expected that very much of gentleness or tenderness should be displayed. Certain it is that the feelings of both Whig and Tory became greatly intensified during the experiences of that terrible winter. The character of the struggle perhaps can best be shown by a few authentic incidents selected from the records of the times. In a house on 2nd Street, Philadelphia, directly opposite that occupied by General Howe, dwelt William and Lydia Darrah, members of the Society of Friends, and like many of the Quakers, opposed on principle to the war. This opposition, however, did not prevent them from having sympathy, and though many quietly took sides with the redcoats, others had no less a feeling of interest in the struggling patriots. Among the latter were William Darrah and his wife Lydia. But their quiet manners led the British to look upon them as they did upon others of that peace-loving body, and so no one suspected them of any love for the colonies. One day, early in December 1777, a British officer entered their house, and his familiar manner at once disclosed his acquaintance with the household. To Lydia Darrah he explained that he desired to use one of her spare rooms that very evening as a meeting place for some of his friends who would remain with him until a late hour in the night. "Be sure, Lydia," he said, "that your family are all in bed at an early hour. When our guests are ready to leave the house, I will myself give you notice, that you may let us out and extinguish the fire and the candles." The company met in the room, as the British Adjutant General had desired, and by 8 o'clock the Darrahs were in bed. But Lydia could not sleep, for her thoughts were of the poor Continentals, and of this group of men in her own house, whom she suspected to be plotting against the patriots. So strong became this feeling that at last she crept out of bed and along the hallway, until she stood outside the door of the room in which the officers were assembled, and listened. The desperate plight of Washington and his men quieted any compunction she had as to what she was doing, and soon she heard discussed the outlines of a plan for an attack on the Continentals, which by its suddenness would find Washington's men unprepared, and so great results were expected to be accomplished. Having learned of the project, Lydia made her way back to bed, but not to sleep. She was thinking of the words she had just heard, and how her countrymen might be warned of their peril. At last there came a knock on her door, to which she did not respond until for the third time it had been repeated. Then she arose, dressed herself, and saw her guests depart. Again she returned to her bed, though sleep was not to be had, but with the coming of the morning she had formed her plan. Flour was to be had at Frankford Mills, and with a bag in her hands, after having obtained a pass from General Howe himself, she started on her long walk, for the mills were 5 miles away. At last she arrived there, left her bag to be filled with meal, and started swiftly toward the outpost of the Americans not far away. Before she arrived she met an American officer, Colonel Craig, to whom she revealed what the British were plotting for the following day, and begged of him to see that they were thwarted in their plans, and her own name kept secret. Then she walked back home over the 5 miles of rough road, carrying with her the bag of meal. How well her warning words were heeded the British learned on the following day, when after their march to the American camp, they found the patriots so prepared that the only thing to be done by the redcoats was to march back to Philadelphia again. Lydia herself from her windows watched the march of the returning redcoats, and when the Adjutant General stopped at her house, naturally her fears were not quieted. "Were any of your family up, Lydia, on the night when I received company in this house?" he inquired. "They all retired at 8 o'clock. "It is very strange," said the general. "You, I know, Lydia, were asleep, for I knocked 3 times at your door before you heard me. Yet it is certain we were betrayed. I am altogether at a loss to conceive who could have given the information of our intended attack to Washington. On arriving at his encampment, we found his cannon mounted, his troops under arms, and so prepared at every point to receive us, that we have been compelled to march back without injuring our enemy, like a parcel of fools." But Lydia Darrah did not feel called upon to tell him all she knew. One of the most famous of the daring men in the American camp was Colonel Allen McLean. His exploits in securing forage and cutting off the foraging parties of the British read more like a romance than reality. Just before Howe departed from Philadelphia to sail for England, leaving Sir Henry Clinton in command of the troops, the British and their sympathizers in the city had a very elaborate tournament and ball, which was known as the Mischianza. There was a parade of gaily decked vessels on the river, a march of the troops, a tournament, and then a very elaborate dinner and dance. Learning of the plan, this bold colonel, with 150 of his followers as bold as he, resolved to break up the festivities if nothing more, and succeeded in reaching the abattis in the front of the British works, the men all carrying camp kettles filled with material which would burst into a blaze the moment it was fired. After the men had gained the place in the darkness, the signal was given, and in an instant the entire line of the abattis burst into flames. The long alarm roll of the British drums informed the soldiers engaged in the festivities of their danger, and they speedily rushed forth to drive back the army which they thought was attacking the city. The little force of McLean was quickly scattered, but all succeeded in making their way back to camp. Major Talmadge was one of the most trusty of Washington's men. He it was who afterward had charge of the execution of Major Andre, the young officer who was so very popular with all that winter in Philadelphia, and one of the leaders in the Mischianza. Major Talmadge with his division of cavalry was stationed at the time between Valley Forge and Philadelphia, in order that he might keep the Americans informed of the doings of the British and at the same time cut off stragglers from the camp of the enemy. One day, hearing that a young girl had gone into town to sell eggs and quietly to receive a message for the Americans, the major resolved to meet her and learn what she had found out. So leaving his detachment at Germantown, he set forth alone in the direction of the British lines. Dismounting at a tavern from which he could see far down the road towards the city, he waited for the messenger to come. As soon as he saw her, he told her who he was, and was soon listening to her tale, when he was suddenly told the British light horse were coming. From the doorway he could plainly see the redcoats in pursuit of his patrols, and instantly was aware that he himself had not a moment to waste. While he swiftly prepared to mount his own horse, the young girl interrupted him and begged him to save her from the British. Instantly ordering and helping her to mount behind him and to keep fast hold upon himself, the major and his companion rode swiftly away for Germantown, followed by the cries and shouts and shots of the pursuing enemy. For 3 miles the pursuit was kept up, and then the major and the messenger gained the protection of his force and were safe. Mary Knight was another brave woman who through the deep snows often made her way to the American camp, bringing food to the men and medicine for the sick. She frequently distinguished herself as a market woman, and so passed the outposts of the British successfully. At one time she concealed her own brother, General Worrell, on whose head the British had set a price, in a cider hogshead in her cellar. There she kept him safely hidden for 3 days, feeding him through the bung of the hogshead, and though parties of the redcoats searched the house 4 different times, they never once discovered the hiding place of the hated rebel. Young Lafayette, whose heart had been stirred by the story of America's wrongs, had come from France to the aid of the struggling people, and was in charge of a division, and had his own quarters at the home of a Tory Quaker. This Quaker, it would be hardly just to call him a friend, informed General Clinton of the Marquis's whereabouts and habits, and the British commander at once formed a plan by which he hoped to capture the young Frenchman and his followers, and he very nearly succeeded in his project. So silently and stealthily did his men advance that the first intimation Lafayette had of their presence was the sight of their scarlet coats among the trees near the house. Soon it was learned that the British had almost surrounded the place, and but one way of retreat lay open. Instantly Lafayette arranged to escape by that. He ordered some of his men to act as if they were about to attack the British, and if they should succeed in holding the enemy back for a few minutes, then the others were to make good their retreat. This movement was carried out, and while the British halted and prepared to defend themselves against what in their surprise they thought to be an attack upon themselves, the desperate body of Americans succeeded in escaping, even the men who had pretended to be ready to attack the redcoats also succeeding at the last in joining their comrades. Before this chapter is brought to a close, it is fitting that a word should be spoken concerning the flag of the new nation. On June 14, 1777, Congress had resolved that the flag of the 13 United States be 13 stripes, alternate red and white, and that the Union be 13 stars, white in a field of blue, representing a new constellation. Up to this time, flags of various colors and designs had been carried, though it is claimed that a flag of 13 stripes was unfurled when the Continental Army was organized January 1, 1776, and that the crosses of St. George and St. Andrew were emblazoned on a blue canton, instead of the stars that came later. Different parts of the colonies had carried different flags, and there was the pine tree flag, the rattlesnake flag, and various others of strange device. The flag which Congress adopted in 1777 was said by some to have been that proposed by John Adams, while others claim the entire flag was borrowed from the coat of arms of the Washington family. Betsy Ross, now famous, probably made the first official flag, though that raised by young Colonel Gansevoort and his men at Fort Schuyler in August 1777 was the first to appear before an enemy and flaunt its defiance. John Paul Jones on the Ranger was the first to carry it on the sea, and the first battle on land which it appeared was that of Brandywine, September 11th, 1777. At first a new stripe and a new star were added to the flag with the reception of each new state, and in 1795, after Vermont and Kentucky were received into the Union, the flag consisted of 15 stars and 15 stripes. This was the flag which was carried during the War of 1812, but in 1818 Congress adopted the plan of having 13 stripes with a star for every state. A new star was to be added with the reception of each new state. This is said to have been the suggestion of Captain Reed, the naval hero, and to his good taste the modern flag is due. There were congressmen who desired to have a goddess of liberty or an eagle above the stripes, but what a bungling piece of work that would have made. The flag itself has had a good history, and if its power continues to be as marked as its beauty, none of us will ever have cause to be ashamed of it. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24, Young Folks' History of the American Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colonel Gary Bohannon, GaryBohannon.com. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution by Everett Tomlinson, Monmouth and Newport. As we already have learned, France was the country from which America was expecting the most aid, and with which the greatest efforts to establish friendly relations had been made. At the very outbreak of the war, France, because of her hatred of England, and angry over the loss of her own colonies in North America, had been secretly aiding the leaders of the Revolution by giving them money and by permitting privateers to be fitted out in her ports, which were also used as places of retreat in times of peril. Of course, openly France still pretended to be England's friend, and indeed her king was said to be strongly on the side of Great Britain, but others besides young Lafayette had sailed across the ocean to aid the struggling Americans. And the sentiment of the people had been very strongly aroused in favor of the nation beyond the sea by the presence among them of shrewd, wise old Dr. Franklin, who had been made sole minister to France by the United States. His quaint style of dress and simple manner of living, his ready wit and unpretentious manners, had so endeared him to the French people that for the time even Franklin hats and Franklin coats became the rage. But all the time, Benjamin Franklin, honored at home for his homely wisdom, and abroad chiefly for the discovery he had made of the power of electricity, was working steadily to accomplish one purpose, and that was to have France openly declare herself in favor of the new nation, and give her aid in the struggle. Though most of the Frenchmen hated England and were ready enough to fight, it was their fear that the bulk of the contest would fall upon them if they joined hands with America, and they would not receive very much reward if success should finally crown their efforts, which caused them to hesitate. The surrender of John Burgoyne and the attack which Washington made upon the British at Germantown, though his attack had failed, as we know, led France at last to decide to enter openly into the struggle. And early in 1778 a treaty of alliance was made with the United States, and the promise was given that a fleet of 16 war vessels under D'Estaing and an army of 4,000 men would be sent across the ocean to the help of the Americans. Naturally, England at once declared war upon France, and after offering to grant her colonies all that they had demanded at the breaking out of the war, coolly invited them to join her in fighting the Frenchmen. If England 3 years before this time had made the same offer, doubtless the colonies would have listened gladly. But now it was too late. They had declared themselves to be a free and independent nation, and free and independent they would be. And though Lord North himself, the strongest foe of the colonies, made the motion in Parliament, and was willing to declare that Great Britain would give up all claims to a right to tax the colonies, the leaders of the new nation would not listen. The war must go on. George Washington, in the spring of 1778, was stronger with the people than he had been in the preceding year. The thoughtless crowd had blamed him for the defeats and losses near Philadelphia, and contrasted his failures with the brilliant success of Gates at Saratoga, although we know that Gates really had very little to do with the defeat of Burgoyne, and that it was as much in spite of him as because of him that the British general and his army had at last surrendered. But at the time the people for the most part did not understand this, and, taking advantage of the popular sentiment, there was a movement to place Gates in command of the American army in place of Washington. However, this movement was defeated by the dignity and wisdom of Washington, and when the reaction came in the feelings of the people, as it almost always does come, he was really stronger than ever he had been. The British army in America naturally was alarmed when the action of France was learned, for it meant not only a war on one side of the ocean, but on the other also. And so it proved, for the ruling families of France and Spain were related, and as we are told that blood is thicker than water, we are not surprised that soon both Spain and France were fighting England. And for commercial reasons, not long afterward, brave little Holland joined the two nations that were contending with Great Britain. So by dividing England's forces and giving her a very serious war at home, France did aid the United States very materially, though it was in this way that she helped her far more than by fighting battles in America. As soon as Sir Henry Clinton, who had succeeded Howe in command, heard of the action that France had taken, he at once decided to abandon Philadelphia and hasten to New York, which he supposed would be the first place to be attacked. He was in something of a quandary, however, for there was a multitude of Tories in Philadelphia now, and many more who had become Tories since they had accepted Howe's offer of pardon, and believing that his side was to be the winning side, had cast their lots with him. All of these people were terribly frightened at the thought of Clinton and the Redcoats leaving them to the just anger of Washington's army, which was still at Valley Forge, and not only better drilled and prepared to fight them than it had previously been, but also increased by the arrival of many of the men who had been fighting John Burgoyne the preceding summer. What Washington would do with them they did not know, but they thought they could conjecture, and so these unhappy people begged Sir Henry to take them with him to New York. Clinton listened to their piteous appeal, and finally used the fleet by which it had been planned to send the soldiers to New York to carry these Tories to the city, while he with the army would march across New Jersey to New Brunswick, where Howe's fleet, having taken its cargo of timid folk to New York and returning to the Raritan, could meet the army, and from that place convey it to the desired haven. Before we follow the movements of the two armies, one fact must be mentioned. In the preceding summer, a band of bold patriots had made their way to Newport, and had succeeded in capturing the British General Prescott, who was bitterly hated by the Americans. When Ethan Allen and his brave followers had surrendered, after contending for almost 2 hours against a force that had outnumbered them almost 3-1 in his Canadian expedition in 1775, and had been sent to Montreal with the understanding that they would all receive honorable treatment, Prescott, who was in command at Montreal at the time, had become so enraged when he learned that Ethan Allen was the man who had taken Ticonderoga, that he threatened to hang him. But after binding him hand and foot, he had placed him on board the Gaspee, a schooner of war, where a heavy bar of iron 8 feet long was attached to his shackles, and after handcuffing the other Americans, he thrust them into the lowest part of the vessel. For 5 weeks, the daring Allen was kept in this condition before he was sent down to Quebec. There he was treated better, but was nevertheless sent to England to be tried for treason. He was at last sent back to Halifax, and from there he was sent to New York, where, after a long time had elapsed, he was finally exchanged and permitted to go back to his Vermont home, but his fighting days were ended. Many other similar tales of Prescott's cruelty might be related, but it is sufficient to say that the Americans hated him with a perfect hatred that was certainly just and deserved. He himself had previously been taken prisoner by the Americans and exchanged for General Sullivan. In the summer of 1777, Prescott was in command at Newport. Colonel William Barton, with a party of picked men in 4 whaleboats, made their way one night to the place and, succeeding in passing the guards, at last approached the house in which Prescott had his quarters. There the sentry halted them with a demand for the countersign. "We have no countersign to give," replied Colonel Barton. "Have you seen any deserters?" Misled by the question, the sentinel lowered his gun, when he was instantly seized and bound. Barton entered the front door of the house and inquired of the owner, a Mr. Overton, where General Prescott was. A motion of the hand informed him that the hated officer was in the room above, so the colonel with 5 men, one of whom was a powerful negro, went up the stairs and tried the door, but could not open it. At the colonel's word, Sisson, the negro, drew back a few paces and then drove his head against the panels, which instantly were splintered into 1,000 pieces. General Prescott was in the room and, supposing the intruders to be robbers, tried to secure his valuables, but he was instantly seized by the men. A cloak was wrapped around him, for there was not even time for him to dress, and he was bidden to follow his captors, and informed that any noise or outcry on his part would mean instant death. The British general silently followed the daring men until at last their escape had been accomplished, when, as they landed at Warwick Point, he said to Barton, "Sir, you have made a bold push tonight." "We have been fortunate," replied the colonel quietly. Prescott was soon afterward sent to Washington, and in the spring of 1778 was exchanged for General Lee, who now was with the Americans at Valley Forge, still a traitor at heart. Lee began by opposing everything that Washington suggested. He did not think the Americans should follow the retiring redcoats. He did not believe the rude Continentals could stand before the well-trained British soldiers. As he had a very persuasive tongue, it is easy to understand what a menace he was to Washington and the American army, none of whom understood at the time what traitorous work Lee had been doing, or trying to do, while he had been a prisoner in New York. It would have been far better if he had been left there, and the cruel Prescott held. In spite of all this, however, Washington, with his army of 15,000 men, decided to follow the retiring redcoats, and when, on the morning of June 18, 1778, Clinton marched out from Philadelphia, by the night of the very same day the American army entered the city, and so quiet were their movements that some of the belated stragglers of the British were cut off and made prisoners. Perhaps it would have been only what might have been expected of human nature if the incoming Americans had stopped to visit a just punishment upon such of the Tories as had decided to take their chances and remain in town, after the departure of their friends and Sir Henry Clinton. But the army was in too great haste to stop for such measures, and Benedict Arnold, whose wounded leg was not yet healed, was placed in command of the little force left behind. The members of Congress soon came in from York, and though indictments were made out against some of the traitorous Tories, only 2 of them were hanged. These 2 were friends, who had in person been the guides of some of the redcoats in the night attack upon a force of the Americans, and if any men ever deserved hanging, it is very certain that these 2 villains did. Afterward, all the other Tories were pardoned. Washington, who, of course, had been informed what Clinton's plan was to be, had decided to march rapidly across New Jersey in a line to the north of that followed by his enemy, and when he had gained a position in advance of the British, then he planned to turn back, and in some favorable place of his own selection, give battle to the British. Clinton, although his army was a little larger and much better equipped than Washington's, did not wish to fight now, but only to bring his forces safely to New York, and join in others in protecting that city from the expected attack of the French. Washington was doing all in his power to hamper and delay Clinton, while he himself was making all haste to get ahead of him. Bands of militia and of patriots from New Jersey were cutting down the bridges before the advancing British. One poor fellow, as true a patriot as ever breathed, with a few companions, was cutting the stringers of a bridge as the advancing redcoats appeared. His comrades fled, but he remained, swiftly swinging his axe, until the British were close upon him. That bridge must come down, and as the last stroke of his axe fell, the bridge collapsed just as a dozen rifles rang out together, and the body of the patriot fell, pierced by every ball. The Hessians in Clinton's army formed the baggage train, and stretched out in a long line of 12 miles behind the British regulars. The intense heat, the heavy garb of the Dutch butchers, and the constant harassing by the Americans made the march of these men a terrible one. And at last, believing that Washington was planning to secure these supplies, Clinton placed the Hessians in front, and as a rear guard had his own chosen troops of the regulars. When the Americans arrived at Hopewell, the soldiers were so nearly worn out by the heat and the haste of the march that Washington decided to halt and give them a rest. At the same time, he called a council of his officers and presented to them his plan of sending a detachment of his men to fall on the British, when he himself would follow with the rest of the army. There was a spirited discussion, and again Charles Lee opposed the plan. So eloquent and persuasive was he that a majority voted against the project, but Greene, Mad Anthony Wayne, and others urged Washington to go on, and this he decided to do. Clinton had now learned that the American army was in advance of him, so, abandoning his plan of marching to the Raritan, he changed his course and moved toward the Navesink Highlands, where Howe was to meet him with his fleet and convey the army to the city. On June 28, 1778, the American army overtook the British at Monmouth Courthouse, Freehold, and there the famous Battle of Monmouth took place on that Sunday, one of the hottest days ever known in the history of New Jersey. Of the battle itself, no better account can be given than that in the letter descriptive of it, which General Washington himself sent to the President of Congress soon after the fight. General Washington's description of the Battle of Monmouth. Englishtown, July 1st, 1778. Sir, I embrace this first moment of leisure to give Congress a more full and particular account of the movements of the army under my command, since its passing the Delaware, than the situation of our affairs would heretofore permit. I have the honor to advise them that on the appearance of the enemy's intentions to march through New Jersey becoming serious, I detached General Maxwell's brigade, in conjunction with the militia of that state, New Jersey, to interrupt and impede their progress by every obstruction in their power, so as to give time to the army under my command to come up with them and take advantage of any favorable circumstances that might present themselves. The army having proceeded to Coryell's Ferry and crossed the Delaware at that place, I immediately detached Colonel Morgan with a select corps of 600 men to reinforce General Maxwell and marched with the main body toward Princeton. The slow advances of the enemy had greatly the air of design, and led me with many others to suspect that General Clinton, desirous of a general action, was endeavoring to draw us down into the lower country, in order by a rapid movement to gain our right and take possession of the strong ground above us. This consideration, and to give troops the time to repose and refresh themselves from the fatigues they had experienced from rainy and excessive hot weather, determined me to halt at Hopewell Township, about 5 miles from Princeton, where we remained until the morning of the 25th. On the preceding day, I made a second detachment of 1,500 chosen troops under Brigadier General Scott to reinforce those already in the vicinity of the enemy, the more effectually to annoy and delay their march. The next day the army moved to Kingston, and having received intelligence that the enemy were prosecuting their route toward Monmouth Courthouse, I dispatched 1,000 select men under Brigadier General Wayne, and sent the Marquis de Lafayette to take the command of the whole advanced corps, including Maxwell's brigade and Morgan's light infantry, with orders to take the first fair opportunity of attacking the enemy's rear. In the evening of the same day, the whole army advanced from Kingston, where our baggage was left, with intention to preserve a proper distance for supporting the advanced corps, and arrived at Cranberry early the next morning. The intense heat of the weather and a heavy storm unluckily coming on made it impossible for us to resume our march that day without great inconvenience and injury to the troops. Our advanced corps, being differently circumstanced, moved from the position it had held the night before, and took post in the evening on Monmouth Road, about 5 miles from the enemy's rear, in the expectation of attacking them the next morning on their march. The main body having remained at Cranberry, the advanced corps was found to be too remote and too far upon the right to be supported either in case of an attack upon or from the enemy, which induced me to send orders to the Marquis to file off by his left toward Englishtown, which he accordingly executed early in the morning of the 27th. The enemy, in marching from Allentown, had changed their disposition and placed their best troops in the rear, consisting of all the grenadiers, light infantry, and chasseurs of the line. This alteration made it necessary to increase the number of our advanced corps, and in consequence of which I detached Major General Lee with 2 brigades to join the Marquis at Englishtown, on whom of course the command of the whole devolved, amounting to about 5,000 men. The main army marched the same day, and encamped within 3 miles of that place. Morgan's corps was left hovering on the enemy's right flank, and the Jersey militia amounting at this time to about 700 or 800 men under General Dickinson on their left. The enemy were now encamped in a strong position, with their right extending about 1.5 miles beyond the courthouse, in the parting of the road leading toward Shrewsbury and Middletown, and their left along the road from Allentown to Monmouth, about 3 miles this side of the courthouse. Their right flank lay on the skirt of a small wood, while their left was secured by a very thick one, a morass running toward their rear, and their whole front covered by a wood, and to a considerable extent toward the left with a morass. In this situation they halted until the morning of the 28th. Matters being thus situated, and having had the best information that if the enemy were once arrived at the heights of Middletown, 10 or 12 miles from where they were, it would be impossible to attempt anything against them with a prospect of success, I determined to attack their rear the moment they should get in motion from their present ground. I communicated my intention to General Lee, and ordered him to make his disposition for the attack, and to keep his troops constantly lying upon their arms, to be in readiness at the shortest notice. This was done with respect to the troops under my immediate command. At about 5 a.m, General Dickinson sent an express informing that the front of the enemy had begun their march. I instantly put the army in motion, and sent orders by one of my aides to General Lee to move on and attack them, unless there should be any powerful reasons to the contrary, acquainting him at the same time that I was marching to support him, and for doing it with the greatest expedition and convenience, should make the men disencumber themselves of their packs and blankets. After marching 5 miles, to my great surprise and mortification, I met the whole advanced corps retreating, and as I was told, by General Lee's orders, without having made any opposition, except one fire given by the party under the command of Colonel Butler, on their being charged by the enemy's cavalry, who were repulsed. I proceeded immediately to the rear of the corps, which I found closely pressed by the enemy, and gave directions for forming part of the retreating troops who, by the brave and spirited conduct of the officers, aided by some pieces of well-served artillery, checked the enemy's advances, and gave time to make a disposition of the left and second lines of the army upon the eminence and in a wood a little in the rear, covered by a morass in front. On this were placed some batteries of cannon by Lord Stirling, who commanded the left wing, which played upon the enemy with great effect, and, seconded by parties of infantry detached to oppose them, effectually put a stop to their advance. General Lee being detached with the advanced corps, the command of the right wing was given, for the occasion, to General Greene. For the expedition of the march, and to counteract any attempt to turn our right, I had ordered him to file off by the new church 2 miles from Englishtown, and fall into Monmouth Road, a small distance in the rear of the courthouse, while the rest of the column moved on directly toward the courthouse. On the intelligence of the retreat, he marched up, and took a very advantageous position on the right. The enemy, by this time finding themselves warmly opposed in front, made an attempt to turn our left flank, but they were bravely repulsed and driven back by detached parties of infantry. They also made a movement toward our right with as little success, General Greene having advanced a body of troops with artillery to a commanding piece of ground, which not only disappointed their design of turning our right, but severely enfiladed those in front of the left wing. In addition to this, General Wayne advanced with a body of troops and kept up so severe and well-directed a fire that the enemy were soon compelled to retire behind the defile where the first stand in the beginning of the action had been made. In this situation, the enemy had both their flanks secured by thick woods and morasses, while their front could only be approached through a narrow pass. I resolved, nevertheless, to attack them, and for that purpose ordered General Poor, with his own and the Carolina Brigade, to move round upon their right, and General Woodford upon their left, and the artillery to gall them in front, but the impediments in the way prevented their getting within reach before it was dark. They remained upon the ground they had been directed to occupy during the night, with the intention to begin the attack early the next morning, and the army continued lying upon their arms in the field of action to be ready to support them. In the meantime, the enemy were employed in removing their wounded, and, about 12 o'clock at night, marched away in such silence that, although General Poor lay extremely near them, they effected their retreat without his knowledge. They carried off all their wounded except 4 officers and about 40 privates, whose wounds were too dangerous to permit their removal. The extreme heat of the weather, the fatigue of the men from their march through a deep, sandy country, almost entirely destitute of water, and the distance the enemy had gained by marching in the night made a pursuit impracticable and fruitless. It would have answered no valuable purpose, and proved fatal to numbers of our men, several of whom died the preceding day with heat. Were I to conclude my account of this day's transactions without expressing my obligations to the officers of the army in general, I should do injustice to their merit, and violence to my own feelings. They seemed to vie with each other in manifesting their zeal and bravery. The catalogue of those who distinguished themselves is too long to admit of particularizing individuals. I cannot, however, forbear mentioning Brigadier General Wayne, whose conduct and bravery during the whole action deserves particular commendation. The behavior of the troops in general, after they recovered from the first surprise occasioned by the retreat of the advanced corps, was such as could not be surpassed. All the artillery, both officers and men, that were engaged distinguished themselves in a remarkable manner. Enclosed, Congress will be pleased to receive a return of our killed and wounded. Among the first were Lieutenant Colonel Bunner, of Pennsylvania, and Major Dickinson of Virginia, both distinguished officers, and much to be regretted. The enemies slain on the field and buried by us, according to the return of the persons assigned to that duty, were 4 officers and 245 privates. In the former was the Honorable Colonel Monckton. Exclusive of these, they buried some themselves, as there were several new graves near the field of battle. How many men they have wounded cannot be determined, but from the usual proportion, the number must have been considerable. There were a few prisoners taken. The peculiar situation of General Lee at this time requires that I should say nothing of his conduct. He is now in arrest. The charges against him, with such sentence as the court-martial may decree in his case, shall be transmitted, for the approbation or disapprobation of Congress, as soon as it shall have passed. Being fully convinced by the gentlemen of this country that the enemy cannot be hurt or injured in their embarkation at Sandy Hook, the place to which they are now moving, and unwilling to get too far removed from the North River, I put the troops in motion early this morning, and shall proceed that way, leaving the Jersey Brigade, Morgan's Corps, and other light parties, the militia being dismissed, to hover about them, countenance desertion, and prevent depredations as far as possible. After they embark, the former will take post in the neighborhood of Elizabethtown, the latter to rejoin the corps from which they were detached. I have the honor, etc., G. Washington. When Lee had ordered the retreat from the field, Washington, as we know, was at some distance in the rear, coming up with the main body. The retreating men themselves did not understand what they were doing, for apparently all things had been in their favor during the brief engagement, and Mad Anthony was almost beside himself with rage and grief. As Washington rode forward, he met a fifer, who in response to his question replied that the Americans were retreating. Threatening to have the man whipped in the presence of the army if he dared repeat such words, the general again rode forward, and soon the straggling soldiers convinced him that the division was indeed leaving the field. Instantly every power of the great leader seemed to be roused. He sent forward his aides, He gave his commands and soon was himself face to face with Charles Lee, the cause of all the trouble. "What is the meaning of this, sir?" thundered Washington in his wrath. Sir, stammered Lee. Again Washington demanded the explanation, and the miserable Lee tried to explain that his order had been misunderstood. But the commander was too angry to pause and listen. It seemed as if all his plans and hopes, his patient labors, and even the hopes of the new nation were to be blasted by the treachery of one man. In a towering rage, he left the stammering Lee. Although afterward he gave him a command in the battle, he no doubt now understood this man. After the battle, Lee wrote Washington an insulting letter, in which he tried to bolster up his own vanity and poke fun at the pretensions and tinsel dignity, as he termed it, of the commander. Washington instantly arrested Lee and ordered a court-martial, from which, through the large-mindedness of Washington, he came forth with only a sentence of dismissal for 1 year. Surely he deserved a more severe punishment than that, but Washington never appeared to better advantage than in his magnanimous conduct toward the treacherous Lee at this time. He preferred to suffer wrong rather than take any chances of doing it. Charles Lee wrote so many scurrilous letters to papers and people in which he abused Washington that soon after he was expelled from the army, and so relief at last was had. Molly Pitcher is one of the famous characters of the Battle of Monmouth. Her husband, a gunner, had fallen when she sprang to his place and fired the cannon. She was cheered by the men and afterward honored, by the recommendation of General Greene, with the commission of a sergeant, and was familiarly known as Captain Molly. The story is true, but it is not true as it is frequently told. Molly Pitcher was a name applied by the Continental Soldiers, in their hot and weary march through Jersey, to any woman who brought them water to drink. Perhaps this woman had the nickname also, but her true name was Molly McCauley, and though her early home had been in Monmouth County, New Jersey, she afterward lived and died and was buried in Carlisle, Pennsylvania. She is said to have been a large, red-haired, powerful Irish woman. The day of the battle was extremely hot, the thermometer before sunrise having registered 96 degrees in the shade. Both sides suffered intensely from the heat, but the British suffered more than their foes, as they were clad in a heavy uniform, and the poor Hessians suffered most of all, as they obstinately refused to discard any part of the heavy garb they wore. For the Americans, Mad Anthony's men set an example by throwing aside their coats and going into the fight in their shirt sleeves, and not satisfied with this, afterward rolled up their sleeves and fought with bare arms. An old record informs us that the tongues of great numbers were so swollen as to render them incapable of speaking. Many of both armies perished solely from the heat, and after the battle were seen dead upon the field without mark or wound, under the trees and beside the rivulet where they had crawled for shade and water. The countenances of the dead were so blackened as to render it impossible to recognize individuals. Several houses in Freehold, Monmouth Courthouse, were filled with the wounded of the enemy left on their retreat in the care of their surgeons and nurses. Every room in the courthouse was filled. They lay upon the floor on straw, and the supplications of the wounded and moans of the dying presented a scene of woe. As fast as they died, their corpses were promiscuously thrown into a pit on the site of the present, 1844, residence of Dr. Throckmorton, and slightly covered with earth. Could there be a more terrible picture of war than this? Two other incidents are perhaps worthy of record. Captain Cook of the Virginia Corps was shot through the lungs. He was ordered by his surgeon not to speak. An officer came into the room and, upon his not answering a question, reported him dead. Upon this intelligence, Washington ordered one of the few coffins to be placed under his window. The officer, however, recovered, lived for years, and was a frequent visitor in the region. A French work has the following. A general officer of the Americans advanced with a score of men under the English batteries to reconnoiter their position. His aide-de-camp, struck by a ball, fell at his side. The officers and orderly dragoons fled precipitously. The general, though under the fire of the cannon, approached the wounded man to see if he had any signs of life remaining, or whether any aid could be afforded him. Finding the wound had been mortal, he turned away his head with emotion and slowly rejoined the group who had got out of reach of the pieces. General Clinton knew that the Marquis de Lafayette generally rode a white horse. It was upon a white horse the officer who retired so slowly was mounted. Clinton desired the gunners not to fire. This noble forbearance probably saved M. de Lafayette's life, for he it was. In other ways, however, it is to be feared that Clinton was not so careful, for the depredations of the British in the vicinity were terrible. Houses, barns, crops, furniture, etc., were not spared. And even the aged woman in whose house Clinton made his quarters did not escape, for her furniture was carried away, hardly a change of clothing being left for her or her venerable husband. As after the Battle of Trenton, so after Monmouth, many of the Hessians were tempted to desert. They had no heart for the war, and the personal solicitations of men and the written promise of a good farm, a promise which was written on a small piece of paper and placed within a package of tobacco and sent among the Hessians, induced many to desert the cause of King George and settle in the new land, where, it is a pleasure to relate, the most of those who heeded the words became staunch and respected citizens of the United States. After the Battle of Monmouth, as we have already learned from Washington's letter, the army was moved to the Hudson, and Washington made his camp at White Plains, while the enemy was safe within the shelter of New York. Clinton was now afraid that an attack would be made upon the city, but Washington by this time had come to the conclusion that the hope of final victory lay more in trying to hold the redcoats in and keep them from inflicting damage, and at last in making them so weary of the war that they would be glad to abandon it, than in taking many chances of open battles, for which the British were really much better prepared than he. Besides, great things were now expected of the new allies, the French, but the expectations were for the most part doomed to failure through no fault of the Americans. Count d'Estaing had sailed for America about the middle of April, with 6 frigates and 12 ships of the line, having on board a minister for the United States, M. Girard, and the 4,000 troops which had been promised. They arrived at the mouth of the Delaware July 8, 1778, but upon learning that the British had gone to New York, they too sailed away for that port. An attack was planned, but finally, when it was decided that the large French vessels could not cross the bar, the plan was changed, and it was decided to go to Newport, the only other port the British then held except New York. Much was expected of this attack, for General Sullivan, who was in command at Providence, was strengthened by a force of picked men under Greene, who was himself a Rhode Island man, and acquainted not only with the people of the state, but with every foot of the region itself. And soon, by the arrival of neighboring New England militia, the force consisted of 9,000 Americans and 4,000 Frenchmen, in addition to d'Estaing's fleet. As Sir Robert Pigot, who was in command at Newport, had only about 6,000 men all told, it was confidently believed that every redcoat on the island would soon be a prisoner. And so they would, had not misunderstandings arisen between the Americans and their allies, d'Estaing having been irritated at what he was pleased to call the undue haste of Sullivan in landing his men at a little hill in the northern part of the island called Butt's Hill. However, all might yet have gone well had not, just in time, Admiral Howe appeared with a fleet from New York. The French immediately withdrew from the island and prepared to fight the ships and frigates of Howe. For 2 days the two fleets pretended to be eager to get at each other, though there were people who declared that one was afraid and the other dare not. But a terrific storm then arose that compelled the French sailors and English alike to forget all but themselves and seek for their own safety. As soon as the French admiral found that the storm was past, he insisted upon his soldiers and sailors going to Boston to repair the fleet. The same work might have been done in Providence, but go to Boston he would, despite all the protests and offers of aid. Very naturally, the Americans were indignant at their fickle allies, and the situation was made worse by a third of the little army declaring that the British could not be driven out of Newport, and that they themselves must go home to look after their crops. This left the Americans with only about the same number of men that the British had, and Piggott, the British commander, plucking up fresh courage, for up to this time he had good reason to be fearful, made an attack on Butt's Hill, but was not able to drive the Americans away. Word was now received that 500 fresh British soldiers were already on their way to Newport from New York, so Sullivan withdrew, and the ill feeling between the French and Americans became so marked that riots between the sailors occurred, and D'Estaing made matters worse by inviting the Canadians to seize the opportunity to become Frenchmen again. So part of the object of the French in offering their aid to the United States became apparent, and naturally the Americans were highly indignant. But Newport was now abandoned by the British, and so the relief and release of the place was accomplished after all, and without bloodshed. In November 1778, the French fleet sailed away for the West Indies, and General Clinton at once was compelled to strengthen the English forces in those islands. So when 5,000 of the redcoats sailed away from New York, fearful that Washington, the old fox, might think it a good time to make that attack upon the city of which the British were ever talking, though as yet it had failed to appear, the force of Piggott at Newport was withdrawn from that town and also brought to New York. Indirectly, the French had of course helped the Americans by weakening the forces of the British, but directly they had done very little. And that the Americans should not have been overwhelmed by a feeling of gratitude and admiration was not surprising. Perhaps the impulsive General Sullivan had given voice to the feelings of many beside himself, when, in his exasperation, he declared America to be able to procure that by her own arms, which her allies refused to assist in obtaining. He may have been only whistling to keep up his courage, but he certainly expressed the desire, if he did not the expectation, of most of his countrymen. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colonel Gary Bohannon. GaryBohannon.com. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution by Everett Tomlinson. Sullivan's Expedition. Paper Money. It was in this year, 1778, that the troubles with the Indians reached such a state as not only to keep the scattered settlers on the borders in a state of terror, but also to arouse the intense anger and increase the determination of those who dwelt in the more thickly populated regions to the eastward to continue the struggle with England. For at the feet of a few Englishmen was laid the charge of arousing the red men, and encouraging them to join in the quarrel between the colonies and the mother country. In a large measure the charge was true, and the only points that can be raised to shield such men as Lord George Germain, who had urged the employment of the savages, is that perhaps they did not fully understand just how savage and cruel they were. Besides, as the war continued, very naturally the hatred of the Tories for the obstinate Whigs became stronger and stronger, and many leaders like Butler, who favored using the Indians in quelling the rebellion, found themselves unable to restrain their allies from their fearful deeds of cruelty after a victory had been won. In addition to these things, there is no doubt that some of the leading red men were, after their own fashion, patriots, and honestly believed that by aiding the redcoats in conquering the Americans, they would at the same time banish forever from the land the white men, who were encroaching upon their own abodes. Just what they could have done if the British had been successful cannot be known, but in all probability there would have followed soon another war between the red men and the redcoats. Brant, or Thayendanegea, was perhaps the foremost Indian of them all, and certainly he believed he was best serving his own people by trying to exterminate the palefaces in America. An old-time manuscript asserts that after the Battle of Brandywine, quote, the plan of operations for the ensuing campaign was laid, and Mr. Brant determined to harass the frontiers of the Mohawk River about Cherry Valley, while Sackey and Guaraton took the opportunity of this diversion to cut off the settlements of Wyoming on the Susquehanna River, unquote. This border warfare extended into Kentucky and Tennessee, and also into the valleys of the Middle West, wherever the daring and hardy settlers had gone. But the limits of this work will prevent us from dealing with more than two of these battles, or massacres, as they might more properly be termed, those of Wyoming and Cherry Valley. Wyoming Valley in northeastern Pennsylvania is one of the most beautiful spots in our entire country. Today, the surrounding hills or mountains, the wooded slopes, the fertile fields, combine to present a charming picture, and one can hardly be surprised that the red men and whites contended eagerly for its possession. In 1762, a little band of settlers had entered the valley, but a terrible massacre by Indians in the following year almost drove back the pioneers. The place was too tempting, however, to be given up, and so again in 1769 a second colony from Connecticut made their way into the region where their forerunners had so miserably perished. The colony of Connecticut claimed this region as theirs by the grant of their charter, but the settlers of Pennsylvania boldly disputed the claim, and for a time there was almost as much ill feeling and even bloodshed between the white settlers at Bethlehem and Easton and those of Westmoreland and in the Wyoming Valley as there were between the Indians and the pioneers. The surrounding Indians were unfriendly, and away to the north were the Six Nations who had led the massacre of 1763. The Seneca chief, Sac-Yen-Guaraton, or King-Warto, his name is spelled in a dozen or more different ways, had declared of the whites, "They have taken their land from us." The people of the Wyoming settlement were intensely patriotic, and the news of the fight at Lexington and Concord had so stirred them that the few Tories in their midst were practically banished. Tories from the Mohawk Valley, after the defeat of St. Leger, as well as from other parts of the interior, assembled with the Indian warriors at Niagara, and from that fort an expedition started on its mission of woe for the valley of the Wyoming. Brant had been a leading spirit in planning the movement, but he himself was not to go with the men, although many historians have represented him as the leading spirit of the massacre. The expedition, consisting of from 900 to 1,200 men, Indians and Tories, was led by the detested Tory Colonel John Butler and the Seneca chief Sac-Yen-Guaraton, or Old King, as he was commonly known by the white men. In 1774, the settlers of Wyoming, then numbering almost 3,000, had erected 5 forts near their homes, the strongest of these being known as 40 Fort, a large, rude blockhouse considered remarkably safe and strong. June 30th, 1778, was the day when the invading force appeared before Fort Wintermoot, the first of these defenses, and without a struggle it fell into their hands. It was declared at the time that its defenders were really Tories at heart, and that it was purposely yielded, and without an effort to hold it. Fort Jenkins soon afterward was surrendered, but by this time the people of the region had learned of the approaching force under Butler and Old King, and hastily assembled at 40 Fort, where the command of the little band of defenders was given to Colonel Zebulon Butler, an experienced officer in the Continental Army, who was at home on a furlough at the time. This leader strongly advised that no attempt to fight should be made until other companies of men, who were known to be advancing through the valley, should be given an opportunity to join them. He was overruled, however, and in the afternoon of July 3rd, the little band set forth from 40 Fort, having left strict orders as to what was to be done in their absence, and advanced in search of the approaching enemy. They selected what they thought to be a good place, and arranged their little force in a line about 500 yards in length, extending from a marsh to the river. Colonel Zebulon Butler commanding the right wing, and Colonels Dorrance and Dennison the left. They had not long to wait before the enemy appeared, and so bold and eager were the patriots that they made a rush upon the British, who purposely fell back, while Old King led his followers around to the rear of the left wing, and then fell savagely upon the men who were thus hemmed in. An order of Colonel Dennison for some of his followers to fall back was mistaken for the word retreat, and a panic and most horrible massacre followed, a massacre too fearful to be described. The manuscript of Claus, already quoted from, declares that, quote, at the same time, when the attacks on Cherry Valley and Schenectady were made, Sakayenguaraghton put his plan into execution, making every preparation, disposition, and maneuver with his Indians himself, and when the rebels of Wyoming came to attack him, desired Colonel Butler to keep his people separate from his for fear of confusion, and stood the whole brunt of the American action himself, for there were but 2 white men killed, and then destroyed the whole settlement without hurting or molesting woman or child, which these 2 chiefs, to their honor be it said, agreed upon before they went into action in the spring." Unquote. Other reports, however, differed materially from this, and stories of terrible cruelty and suffering followed. One of these was that some of the living surrendered men were placed in a double circle around Bloody Rock, and the Indian Queen Esther with her own bloody hand hacked to pieces the wretched prisoners. At all events, when the invading force withdrew from the valley on July 8th, they had many more scalps than had been secured in battle. And as the British offered $10 for each scalp they secured, a goodly sum was received by these obedient subjects of good King George III. The valley itself was a scene of smoking ruins, and the beauty of the region was marred by the desolation that only roused the army to do more. After the massacre, the surviving people fled by the river, by paths across the mountains, through the forests, anywhere, everywhere, to get away from their merciless foes. In one party consisting of 100 people, it is said that there was only one man. A story is told of one woman, a Mrs. Gould, who with her children was mounted on a horse, but at the sight of the aged or infirm about her, she dismounted, gave up her horse, and fled with her little ones clinging to her hands. It is a pleasure to know that at last she escaped. One young man, after the battle, plunged into the river and swam to a small island, where he concealed himself in the bushes near the bank. 20 of his friends who had not followed his example fell beneath the tomahawk. He himself expected every moment that the searching Indians would discover him. But though one once stepped upon the very bush beneath which he was concealed, he was not found. One brave mother with her 6 little ones succeeded in at last making her way, after terrible perils and suffering, to the Connecticut land from which he had come. Another, whose 5 brothers had fallen, escaped with 6 people in a canoe, and, without a mouthful of food, started down the river. At last, meeting a boat laden with supplies that was making its way upriver to the settlement, their hunger was relieved, and all succeeded in reaching Harrisburg after a most terrible voyage. It was November 10th of the same year when the massacre at Cherry Valley, New York, occurred, and many of the attacking party were those who had had a share in the horrible work at Wyoming. Houses, supplies, barns were burned, and 50 men, women, and children were slain. It is claimed by the friends of Brant that he had tried to hold back the red men from the slaughter of the innocent, but either the report was not true, or even his powers failed. The band of 700 Tories and Indians left of Cherry Valley only smoking ruins and a name. 1 or 2 stories will serve to show the character of the assault on the peaceful little settlement. A young lady, Miss Jane Wells, having escaped from her house during the attack, tried to conceal herself in a woodpile. An Indian discovered her, and thrusting his scalping knife into its sheath, seized her by one hand while he brandished his tomahawk in the other. As she could speak the Indian language, she begged him to have mercy upon her, and one of the Tories named Peter Smith, who was in the invading party, joined in begging the savage to spare her life, pretending that she was his sister. He had at one time been a servant in the family. But the Indian would not listen, and the poor girl was stretched lifeless by a blow. A man named Mr. Shankland had removed his family from Cherry Valley when rumors came of the intended attack, but, with his son, had himself returned to look after his possessions. Just before daylight, he heard the Indians trying to break into his door with their tomahawks. He had 2 guns in the house, and telling his son to keep them loaded, he fired them in rapid succession. But it was too dark to enable him to see whether he was inflicting any damage or not, so he determined to make a rush upon his foes, hoping by his very boldness to put them to flight. Seizing a spear, he carefully unbarred the door, and then, with a yell, started forth. The astonished Indians fell back, and one, whom Mr. Shankland could see fleeing before him, he closely followed. The red man stumbled in his flight over a log, and the furious white man struck at him with his spear. But the spear had entered the wood, and the shaft parted asunder. Wrenching the blade from the log, the intrepid pioneer started swiftly back to his house, the shelter of which he gained before his foes fairly realized what was going on. Meanwhile, his son, during the turmoil, had fled from the house, and his absence had no sooner been discovered by his father than the loud yells of the Indians betrayed the fact that he had been captured. Still the desperate man fought on, single-handed now, the bullets of the Indians frequently coming in through the window casements, and he returned the fire as rapidly as possible. He was fearful of making another sally, lest he should also involve his boy in the death that he believed must surely follow. At last the wearied Indians succeeded in setting fire to the building, and their loud yells of delight, as well as the blaze of the flames, at once betrayed to Mr. Shankland his peril. But he was not even yet ready to give up. In the rear of the house, and between it and the adjacent forest, was a field of hemp, and the daring man ran from the back door for its shelter. Delighted to find that the darkness had favored him, he crept on through the hemp field, and at last gained the shelter of the forest, and then made good his retreat to the Mohawk, while the delighted Indians, waiting until the house had burned to the ground, at last having no doubt that the brave man had perished in the flames, returned with their prisoner to their fellows with shouts of victory. Of such stern stuff were our heroic forefathers made. The feelings of patriotic Americans had been so aroused by the horrors of these massacres, and by the reports of similar sufferings in the South and West, that Congress, on February 27, 1779, passed a resolution authorizing Washington to take such measures as seemed best to him to punish the Indians and protect the scattered settlers. General Washington, after consulting with Colonel Zebulon Butler and others who had escaped from the Wyoming massacre, resolved to strike, and strike hard, and in the only manner which the savage allies of the British would be able to understand. He therefore resolved that an army of 5,000 men, consisting of New Jersey, New Hampshire, and Pennsylvania troops, should be sent directly into the country of the Six Nations, and strike such a blow as would teach the offending red men a lesson that was certainly very much needed at the time. At first Washington was at a loss to know which of his generals should be placed in command. Hundreds of miles must be traversed. A way must be found through the trackless forest, and by day and by night a merciless and almost invisible foe must be guarded against. After a time he concluded to offer the command to Gates, but in response to the letter he sent, he received the following reply from that weak and incompetent man. Quote, "Last night I had the honor of your Excellency's letter. The man who undertakes the Indian service should enjoy youth and strength, requisites I do not possess. It therefore grieves me that your Excellency should offer me the only command to which I am entirely unequal. In obedience to your command, I have forwarded your letter to General Sullivan." Unquote. Slight cause for wonder is it, in his letter to Congress, Washington should have complained as he did of Gates' petty reply. Quote, "My letter to him on the occasion I believe you will think was conceived in very candid and polite terms, and it merited a different answer from the one given to it." Unquote. However, hardy General Sullivan was ready to undertake the difficult task, and while part of his little army went up the Mohawk Valley, led by General James Clinton, he himself, with the remaining force, moved up the Susquehanna. In the latter part of August, 1779, the two divisions met, and, joining forces, attacked the Indians and Tories that were assembled at Newton, the site of the present city of Elmira. Brant was there, and so were Sir John Johnson and the two Colonels Butler, whose cruelty has been believed to be even greater than that of their savage allies. In the battle that followed, Sullivan's followers were entirely successful, and after receiving some losses, the enemy broke and fled. Then began the further advance of the army under Sullivan. Indian towns were burned, crops were destroyed, warriors were killed, and all the horrible but apparently necessary experiences of a struggle with savages were endured. Brant was equally active, but he was not able to check the advance of the army, for 40 or more of the Indian villages were now destroyed. But the long march, the increasing sickness, and the lack of provisions began to accomplish what the Tories and Indians had failed to do, and at last Sullivan was compelled to turn back without having destroyed Fort Niagara, which had been one of the great objectives of the expedition. The power and spirit of the Indians had received so severe a blow that they never wholly recovered from it, and though their depredations did not entirely cease, and among the terrible forms of revenge used by Brant was the destruction of the Oneida tribe, which, as we know, had been friendly to the Americans during St. Leger's advance into the Mohawk Valley in 1777, and many a home of a lonely settler was destroyed by the savage redmen, still never again were the experiences of Wyoming and Cherry Valley to be repeated. It was at this time that the troubles of Washington and the army, as well as of the people, were greatly increased by something that was only indirectly connected with the war. We often hear today the expression, "not worth a Continental," but not always do we stop and think of what it means. In order to pay the expenses of the army and of the new government, Congress had been issuing paper money. But when a country has more of this than it can pay in gold, or its promises to pay are not believed, it speedily comes to pass that each dollar decreases in value, and 2 or 3 or more dollars are made to do the work of one. In 1778, Congress had issued so much of this paper money that 8 Continental dollars would only purchase as much as would $1 in gold. The British and Tories in New York now began to counterfeit this money, and this was done so easily and so boldly that the farmers and poorer people, upon whom the burden of cheap money always falls most heavily, very soon were not willing to take any of it in return for their produce or labor, and before the war was brought to an end, the Continental dollar would hardly purchase anything at all. So arose the expression, "not worth a Continental," by which the people who used the term meant that the object offered them was utterly worthless. It would seem as if the troubles of Washington were already more than he could bear. Still, like the strong man that he was, he did not complain. Many of his generals were of no great assistance to him. Congress was timid and fearful. Many of the people were discouraged because the war was lasting so long. There were treacherous men, and even traitors among his so-called friends. But the resolute heart of George Washington did not falter. He now knew that not by open fighting, for which his enemies, in spite of the fact that the Continentals were better disciplined than ever they had been before, were better prepared than he, could he gain the freedom of the nation. He must tire the British out. This was his only hope. And now that the French had failed in rendering very much assistance, the character of the war, at least in the northern part of the country, entirely changed. End of chapter 25.